New Year's Day to celebrate, no chocolate covered candy hearts to give away, no first of spring, no song to sing. In fact, here's just another ordinary day. No April rain, no flowers bloom, no wedding Saturday within the month of June. But what it is something true, made up of these three words that I must say to you. I just called to say I love you. I just called to say how much I care. I just called to say I love you, and I mean it from the bottom of my heart. No summer's high, no warm July, no harvest moon to light one tender August night, no autumn breeze, no falling leaves, not even time for birds to fly to southern sky, no Libra sun, no Halloween, no giving thanks to all the Christmas joy you bring. But what it is, though oh so new, to fill your heart like no three words.
Barbara or Brad Figus. You need to see Dave Orlando at the in-gate, please. Barbara or Brad Figus, please check at the in-gate with David.
I just called to say how much I care. I do. I just called to say I love you, and I mean it from the bottom of my heart. I just called
Well, a very good morning to you all. Welcome here to the Alltech Arena for our final day of competition at the Alltech National Horse Show, our 130th year of a very storied tradition. Today, we will be crowning a new champion, the ASPCA Maclay Trophy, going to our champion for the class. Joining a long list of distinguished riders who have gone on to represent the United States in international competition, bringing home awards, medals, and accolades, and it all starts right here. This award dates back to 1933, one of the oldest and most historic of the equitation medals. It is the final medal. It is the final chance for these young riders to come away with an equitation championship and ride into history. We have a field of 148 that have worked long and hard all year, showing at local shows, then regional shows, accumulating the points, and earning the right to come here to compete for the 2013 Maclay Trophy. For many, if not most, it is a dream that was born almost as soon as they could walk, and certainly as soon as they could get on a pony. It often does start on the ponies leading up to the horses. Countless hours of training, repetition, and it all starts with a dream. Someone's dream will come true today. So we are just about ready to begin the first round of competition. And here on the floor to sound the call to introduce our first rider, Mr. John Fransrad. Just some of the legends who have come through this pressure cooker and come away with the Maclay Championship. Olympian William Steinkraus and Frank Chapeau. George Morris at the age of 14. Michael Plum.
Starting
Mary
first
Maris
horse in the
Chapeau.
ring. I'm being joined here today by Jacob Pope, last year's winner. He'll give a little insight. Obviously he knows how to win this class, how to ride these courses. Had a great year. I believe, Jacob, you won the USET finals last year also, I think, correct?
Yeah, that's right. The USET finals about 4 weeks before this one.
So you obviously know what it takes. You won 2 finals last year. That's that's hard to win 1 final, much less 2 in 1 year. So Jacob's going to give us a little idea as we talk about the different riders, and we're going to see our first rider. This is our guinea pig starting out. These horses and riders were, out here last night getting ready for this class, so they didn't get much sleep. It's this is a very long final, early morning today. Unfortunately for this girl, right off the bat, a tough start. That first jump comes really quick out of the corner, and it really needs to show up for you because that first line is a very forward 4. This horse is being a little sulky through the gate there, and that makes it a little more difficult. And Jacob, we talked about that first line being a very forward 4. Even she had trouble the first time. That 4 seemed all right for her, didn't you think?
I thought so too. Like you said, he was a little sulky out of the gate. First one on course, she's not exactly sure how it's going to ride. But I thought she recovered pretty well, and the 4 showed up nicely.
Yeah, I agree. And actually, now it looks like she's kind of in the groove, and the horse is paying attention. I think, again, that first jump right away from the gate, and being a good-sized wide oxer, knowing that first line is forward, I think just sort of caught both of them off guard. Had a little bobble there at the wall. That's a very, very skinny wall with no standard, just the 2 plants next to it. So that, that becomes a little bit of a problem. That's a very, very short 2. This rider looks like she's maybe lacking a little experience, but, hopefully she'll come back and learn from this and do a little better next year. Right here, we talked, Jacob, the Swedish Oxer and then this roll back here. Obviously, last year, if you were riding in this final, you would take the inside turn there.
Right. I think coming out of that short turn there, it kind of presents itself to do the inside, but maybe going first, she wanted to take the safe route. She had a little tough first jump. Just wants to get around, I think. But ended nicely.
Yeah, I mean, considering the way she stopped at the first jump, it almost made you think that, maybe the horse wasn't going to jump that jump. But actually, once she got in gear, it actually was a solid round, just a little bobble at the wall.
Number 1. Rider number 2, here is Alexandra Marisic.
Well, we have our second rider, Alexandra Marisic. I'm pulling for this girl. I don't know her, but this girl's trainer passed away recently. He was shot and killed in his home, and she had a very good round at Harrisburg. Was in the top group. Really, really nice horse. So I think it would be amazing for this girl to win the class, but for sure to come back and be in our top group.
Exactly, and she did so well at medal finals. I think she's definitely in there.
I'd never seen her. The first time I saw her ride was at Southampton this summer at the Hampton Classic. Whoops.
Oh.
Well, unfortunately, that's going to take her right out of it.
That's too bad.
Yeah, I mean, she had the right idea to gallop, but, she was sort of at the end of her stride. She needed about 2 or 3 strides out. She kind of knew she was in trouble. But then it looks like she figured, well, she was already on the gallop and she would stick with it, but just on the end of her stride and just too much, I think.
There's that inside turn.
Yeah, and I think we'll see all the more experienced kids do that. I think it really is not that difficult, and especially you've got the low side on the right there. I think you can just, it's pretty, I think you're going to see all the top kids do it. Oh, that was a shame. I really would have liked to see that girl come back.
But I think you're exactly right. What happened, she had the right idea and just ended up a little bit on the end of her stride, didn't quite get there.
Well, our next rider, we got Meredith Darst about to come in. She's coming hot off a win. She won the Washington finals just last year. This is a young, inexperienced horse. This is a 7-year-old horse that just started doing equitation. They actually just kind of decided to experiment a little bit and use him at Harrisburg and see if he could do it. And a week later, he wins the finals in Washington, which was pretty remarkable. She had 2 very, very solid rounds. Her hunter phase was beautiful, and the jumper phase as well. And then she came back on for the top 10 and switched horses. And she ended up riding Charlotte Jacobs' horse and won the whole thing. Now, she did the 4 to the 6 also. I think, and if I was judging this class, I want to see 4 to 7. I think it's easy to do 4 to 6. I think the test is lengthen and shorten. That's me. I'm not judging the class, and I didn't build the course, but I think for me, I'd like to see a forward 4 to a short 7. And Maddie did that well. It may be the hand gallop wasn't as strong, but same idea as the other girl. She went to gallop, and she was either going to try to leave it out or put the horse back together, and I think she made the right choice.
Right. That was well done.
Yeah, this is looking like a very solid round. And that was a hair rough, but got it done. Most importantly, you got to get it done. She caught a big one out of the turn there, and it got a tiny bit raggedy. What do you think of that, Jacob?
I thought that was a very nice round. I mean, she was early in the class. I thought she got it done pretty smooth. like you said, she kind of caught a big one out of the turn for the Swedish to Swedish line. But I think it was well done, and she's coming off a win. I think that was nice.
Yeah, I think we're going to see her back in the top group. I would say the only thing that I would have changed that round, okay, to the Swedish Oxford showed up long, and that's what she saw. I wouldn't really kill her for that. I think the only difference I would like to see, I think I'd like to see the 7 strides to that Oxer, but
Yeah.
I guess as the class goes on and when we get standbys, we're gonna start to know what the judges want. But it's easy to gallop and then continue galloping. What's harder is gallop and then shorten. So I personally think that's the test in the first line.
Right. The judges are looking for a little bit more. They don't want to see gallop to a gallop. They want a little bit more sophistication there, I guess.
Yeah, I know when I judge these classes and I build the course myself, that's what I want to see. When I built the medal finals a couple times, and the last time it was the first line right off the bat, similar to this. It's actually the first jump was a triple bar, and it was a very forward 3 stride to a very, very steady 5, and now she did steady there, but just didn't get it done.
Not early enough.
No, this is Hannah Patton. And a good strong ride up the 4, but then she just didn't get it done to the 3rd jump. Horse is being just a little spooky, but Hannah's doing a good job of holding this together. For me, that wasn't a hand gallop.
No.
There was really no change of pace at all there, and I think she was trying to just keep the horse together through the turn, but for me, that wasn't really a hand gallop. And again, a little late there getting the 8 done.
Just like in the first line, how she was a little late to get the 7. There she was a little late to get the 8.
Yep. And again, there just a little raggedy. The horse is just a little bit, looks a little nervous. Looks like it's going to be a really, really nice horse. I actually watched this horse in a lesson the other day, and I really liked that he did all the, he did everything they asked. But, came right in this ring, and he just looks a little bit suspicious today.
Rider number 4, Hannah Patton.
I want to win. Now, me personally, I don't think we're going to see her back in the test. Maybe they're going to call back 3 or 4 groups to flat. We might see her in one of the lower groups, but I think the first line, and then again, I think probably the first line took her out of it. Just, the only thing, I would say is that 3rd jump is going directly away from the judges, and maybe it doesn't look to them quite like it might look to us.
Right. Right. You always have to think about where the judges are sitting.
Yep. Next in, we have Jack Morgan riding with Missy Clark and John Brennan, North Run. I didn't pay attention there, Jacob. Did he do the 6 or the 7?
He did the 6. He continued on in the 6. Actually walked it. So he didn't have to continue on too much.
Yeah, this horse has a massive, massive stride. So, an option line like that, for sure, this is a horse that you'd probably leave it out. I mean, he can make the 6 look exactly like the 7 would look for everybody else.
I mean, it looked really smooth. I thought it was well done.
And again, that's just not a hand gallop.
No.
There was never change of pace, and he never really, for me, the hand gallop, I want to see you get up out of the tack and gallop. It doesn't mean when you get there you can't put the horse back together if that's what shows up, but at least you've got to show me an attempt that you actually want to gallop. I don't think I ever got the pleasure to judge you, Jacob. Did you do the finals more than once?
I did the medal finals in 2011 and 2012. I think you judged 2011. Is that right?
Yeah, I did judge 2011. I don't recall what you did in that final.
It was my first final. I was a little inexperienced. Wasn't called back, but I didn't.
Must have just been
It wasn't.
poor judging that day.
Oh, yeah, right.
You know, that was a nice round. I don't think it was a brilliant round, but you know, that was a nice round.
He got it done. He got it done, and he showed a couple of the options that looked nice, and like you said, he just didn't quite gallop to the jump, and there are a couple instances where he could have opened up his stride a little bit more.
Yeah, and I want to point out that, you know, we keep mentioning the gallop to the skinny wall. The reason we mention that is on the course chart, the judges actually wrote they want to see a hand gallop to that jump. It's not just that we want, you know, we're saying, oh, it's a long way, you should hand gallop. The judges actually did write that on the course chart. And, you know, so for sure all the riders read it, saw it, and the trainers definitely know it. So there's no excuse to not hand gallop that wall. You've got to at least make an attempt.
That was too bad. I thought out of the turn, the jump just didn't really present itself. She was a little behind the pace, and she saw the 5 in the first line.
Yeah, and then she forgot where she was going and broke there. So, you know, I'm not, some of these riders, we don't know. I'm not familiar with a lot of the riders, and, you know, maybe a less experienced rider and nerves take over. You know, as you said, your first final was Harrisburg in 2011, and, you know, last year you sort of settled in and came here, and, you know, before you even got here, you were a contender. I think everybody was sort of looking for you as one of the ones to win or one of the ones to beat. And, you know, that happens the first time you run in one of these finals. You know, you get here and it's starstruck. And, you know, everybody talks about the course and it's difficult. But I think when you get to Harrisburg or you get here, I think if you just put 6 jumps in the ring and you just write the word finals on it, everybody, you know, the nerves set in and it doesn't matter what's built out there.
That's right. That's exactly right. You know, you walk into a big ring, the lights are on, it's a big course, everyone's watching. You know, maybe this is this girl's first final, maybe second, maybe she was at Harrisburg, but yeah, it's intimidating, and sometimes the nerves just get the best of you. She had to go early on, forgot where she was going a little bit, but got it done.
You know, and most importantly for these finals is, you know, you had a superstar horse to ride in these finals, and that the horse is so important. And for this girl who I'm not familiar with, you know, yes, she didn't get the first jump like she wanted, and she lost her way a little bit, but it looked like she had a real solid citizen of a horse. The horse looked like he was, you know, wanted to do his job. He didn't want to let her down. There were some mistakes, but it looked like the horse, you know, definitely wasn't going to let her down.
Definitely agree there.
Here's rider number 7. This is Paige Lawson. Paige is from Toronto, Ontario, and she's working under pressure. Rider number 7.
You know, we're still early enough in the class. This first group of riders, they didn't really get to watch anybody go. I mean, yeah, the first person is definitely at the most disadvantage because not even the trainer gets to see anything. But, you know, hopefully some of these trainers, they're, you know, whether it be, you know, Andre's camp or Missy's group or, you know, Stacia and Beacon Hill, there's several trainers. So, you know, while one is in the schooling area going over it, you know, hopefully somebody's up here watching and telling them, you know, exactly what's going on, because the rider themselves, you know, they're getting ready for the class and they don't really have a chance to just sit at the gate and watch. Now, when did you go in this class last year? Do you remember?
I was 47th last year, so I had a chance to watch, you know, 15 or so go, 15 or 20.
Yeah, I mean, that was a good spot. You know, it's not like you know, I think sometimes you sit here all day and, you know, in this final there's only 148 riders, but when you talk about Harrisburg, the medal finals, when they're, you know, close to 300 kids, and
right.
If you end up going, you know, 289th, and you've sat there all day and you've watched and, you know, too much to think about and, you know, the options. I think sometimes, you know, I think in the 40s probably was a very good spot. You got to watch a couple. You got to sort of go, take a minute, and then get on and go. You know, you got to see enough, but not too many that you start worrying about it.
I totally agree. Totally. I mean, I wouldn't like to sit around all day. I got to watch a couple. Got to see how the course rode. Yeah, exactly. Take a breath, go over the course again with Andre a couple times, and then get on. It was a perfect spot. I would almost rather go early on.
Rider number 8 is coming through the arch and into the
You know, that last girl, again, the horse looked like maybe he was a little spooky, but you know, all in all, she did a nice job. She had to sort of hold his hand around the course. You know, in my opinion, she did a really good job. But the horse looked just a little bit nervous at the first jump. He wanted to jump off to the right, and she straightened him up. And a couple places, he just looked a little bit lost.
I think so too. I mean, you talked about the horses, how I had kind of a seasoned horse, and the last girl had maybe a little bit more of a green horse. I mean, she got it done. It looked nice, but you just never know. Maybe this is its first final.
Next in, I think this is Lizzie Vanderwald. Right off the bat, the first line, she had a couple swaps. The horse just got a little shifty up the first line and had a couple swaps, and actually now it looks like it settled right in.
There she showed us the hand gallop pretty nice.
That was better. That was better than most of the kids we've seen so far. You know, I think that 2 to 3 line, again, I believe it was set for 7 strides, but the 6 is showing up so easily that, you know,
that might end up showing itself the rest of the day.
Yeah, that might just be 6. You know, maybe if you know, rider after rider, we're seeing that. I think maybe if you want to be different and really show a change, maybe, you know, you jump that first line in the forward 4 and stay to the right corner and then really show the shortening stride to the oxer, you know, try to really show that that's exactly what you were trying to do. But the 6 is just getting so comfortable.
Yeah.
I just don't know if we're going to see a lot of 7s there. Again, that was, you know, we're seeing some nice rounds, but I don't know that we're seeing a lot of brilliant rounds yet. I would say the one round that stands out in my mind right now is Meredith Darst.
Exactly. I mean, I think she's been the best so far. The other riders have done a nice job, but I think Maddie Darst's round's definitely that's definitely the best one so far.
Again, to those of you who are tuning in a little late, I'm Jimmy Torano here. Joining me is Jacob Pope, the winner of last year's Maclay final, and here we are on the final day of the Alltech National Horse Show. So I hope you're enjoying this class, and this is going to be a long day. We're going to have 148 riders join us for the first round, and then we'll have a flat phase, and then we'll have a group come back this afternoon at 3 o'clock for the second round. And then after that, we'll probably see a work-off, so we're in here for the long haul.
This is another horse that looks just a little bit nervous, maybe a little starstruck by the ring and the jumps.
Yeah, I agree. I think both horse and rider both look a little nervous. You know, maybe, you know, you were talking about one of the other girls, you know, maybe one of the first times here, and they both just look a little nervous. And, you know, one thing I will say, the girl's not giving up. She's sort of digging in, and even though her horse is getting a little shifty, and he definitely looks attentive, she's starting to settle in and getting it done. And now we've seen almost every rider do the inside turn there, and I think at this level, I think that has to be done. There's really there's no chance of going around and making the final cut. I think it's very easy to go around. I think the test is the inside turn and to be able to do that well. So I think at this level, I think you have to make the inside turn.
And I think what we said at the beginning, how the jumps are set, also presents itself to do the inside. You know, the left side of the first Swedish is on the low side. You can sort of cut it a little bit and get the inside turn. Then the right side of this other Swedish in front of us here, the right side is also.
Yeah, they were generous, I think, with that. Maybe they thought that if by putting the left side of this Swedish up, the horses would shift left, but. I think it's working out that they can just sort of jump that shave in and go sort of low to high. It's working out nicely. This rider really made no attempt to do the 4 strides. She got a slow first jump and looked like she was just content to do the 5. I didn't see any effort to do 4. What do you think?
I think that's exactly right. She came out of the turn. You know, you need a big stride to make it up that first line, and she just stayed on her small little stride through the line and did 5.
Yeah, and it's too bad because this looks like an amazing horse. I really like this horse. He looks like he could have just stepped right up there and done the 4 no problem. A nice strong gallop to the skinny wall, but I'm not sure if she got confused there or didn't love her first jump and thought, I better play it safe. But, you know, again, at this level, and now she's 10th in the order. We've seen a few go. We know that line is 4. It's not an option line. It's 4 strides really for everybody. I think sometimes we talk about a line being horse specific. And then again here, she took the option and went around, so she's taken herself right out of contention. But sometimes we talk about a line being horse specific. But I think that first line, I think it's 4 for everybody.
I think so too. I think she just didn't make the effort to get up there. I mean, I think the horse is capable of doing it, no doubt. And she ended nicely.
Yeah, that actually looks like a really nice horse. I wouldn't mind riding it if I was doing a final. It looks very nice.
Looks like a doer. Wasn't spooky. Jumped all the jumps nicely. Yeah, looks like a nice horse.
From 10 to home base 300 Flame Rider number 10. Coming in through the orange now, number 11. This is Madeline Swem. Madeline from Duxbury, Massachusetts. And she is on
Next in, we have Madeline Swem.
Rider number 11.
Rider I'm not familiar with. Nice look on a horse. Tall, thin rider.
She definitely has the look for it.
Yep.
Starting out with a nice canter. There, I definitely think she should have gotten the 7. She really had to gallop up for that 6.
Yeah, that didn't look quite as nice as some of the ones we've seen. But again, I think the way she did it, although it wasn't perfect, again, it was going directly away from the judges. I think at that jump, they're going to be able to get away with a little mistake. Not much of a hand gallop to the wall. I think they need to, when they come through that turn, gallop a little earlier. They can always pull on the reins. I don't think it's about a mad run at the skinny wall, but I think they just need to gallop a little earlier, and then if they need to balance at some point, then they can do that. And this is a solid round. It's lacking brilliance, I think, in my opinion. It's a little slow. She could just be a little more brilliant.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. I think she found all the jumps. She had a nice round, but yeah, it didn't stand out.
From Duxbury, Massachusetts. Rider number 12 will be next, and we'll welcome into the ring Caroline McLeese. Omaha, Nebraska is home base for rider Caroline McLeese. She rides on trap. Rider number 12.
Next, now we have Caroline McLeese. This girl rides with Don Stewart. I believe this horse won this class 2 years ago. I think this is the horse that...
Is this Terrapin Station, I think, maybe?
Yes.
One with Sarah Miller in.
And again, we see the 6 there. That was a little rushed, a little raggedy. And there, you know, I thought she was a little bit straight up over the jump, didn't really follow her horse. Just looks a little rushed and maybe a little nervous.
Yeah. And I recognize the name from medal finals, so she's done a final before.
Yeah, and I believe she maybe made the call back at Harrisburg. I think
That's right.
I remember that.
Looks nice, just a little rushed, like you said.
Again, there, that turn, just sort of rushed through the turn and you know, no major errors there, but it could be a little smoother than that.
Our next rider, number 13. Here is Alexa Boggio. Alexa hails from Canton, Georgia. She's aboard the Capri. Rider number 13.
Next in, we have Alexa Boggio. This is her brother was a big contender in the equitation. Chase Boggio, he was a very good rider, rode with Bobby Browswell and Christina Schluesmeyer throughout his equitation days, and then later on worked with Stacia Madden. This is actually looking like a pretty nice round so far.
I like the way she's done all those lines. It look nice.
And good, strong gallop there. She did that better than anybody.
Very nice.
So far, this is textbook. This is perfect round in my opinion. Rushed that a little bit. That was just a little hurried. But again, coming at the judges, probably got away with it. It wasn't a big mistake.
Thought that was a great round.
Yeah, I agree. That was a really, really solid round. I think we're going to see her back.
Alexa Boggio from Canton, Georgia, number 13.
She looked great. The horse jumped great. And I thought she did all the right things, what the judges are looking for.
Yeah, again, I keep going back to that first line, the 4 to the 6 or 7. I think they really set that to be 7, and sometimes, you know, I know from doing the finals a few times myself, when I built the course, you know, I think, you know, they were probably set that to be 7, and you think it's going to ride differently, and, you know, as it turns out, the 6 is just showing itself. You know, these equitation horses, what they do is just amazing. They can, you know, leave at a stride. Sometimes we're at Devon, we'll walk a line in 7 strides, and, I mean, it's just a normal 6 for these horses. They're just unbelievable animals. This horse right off the bat looks a little spooky.
Looks a little unsure of a couple of the jumps.
You know, that was a definite strong ride up the first line, but the horse is just a little bit suspicious and not really working with the rider. She's not giving up, but it's just the horse is not allowing it to be smooth.
Yeah.
You know what do you think happened there, Jacob?
I think it looked like she was really trying for it around the turn, and then once she got up there, she wasn't sure where she was and pulled on the reins, and I think it was a combination. The horse was spooky, but she also pulled on the reins pretty hard, I thought.
Yeah, I think she had the idea to gallop, but I agree with you. She started, pulling and sort of got in between distances, and the horse just wasn't sure.
Yeah. Because then he went right over it. I mean, I think it was just kind of between her not really making a decision, and the jump is a little spooky. We talked about that narrow wall with no standards. But I thought she did that well. She's having she had a couple little bobbles there, but I thought the Swedish bending line she did well. The horse is settling in a little bit.
These finals, it's a hard thing. It's everything and so much effort gets put into one day. They had a warm up yesterday, I believe, that you got to come in the ring and sort of jump around 90 seconds, do what you want, but basically it all boils down to today. You get one chance of the ring. This isn't like a division, like a hunter division, where you get to have 4 jumping classes in a hack, and if you happen to not go great in this first class because your horse was a little spooky, no big deal. You still have a chance at the championship because you can come back and win the next day and win the under saddle. I mean, today it's one shot. You get your one shot in the ring, and if it doesn't go well, your day's over. So that's tough.
For sure. I mean, also how we talked about the nerves. I mean, you only have one shot, like you said. So not only is the horse, in this ring for the first time and the only time, unless you make the second round, the rider also only has one shot to do it.
This is Ty Donaldson. She rides with Missy Clark and John Brennan at North Run. She's definitely one of our less experienced riders. I'm not sure if this is her first time here, but definitely doesn't have the experience that a lot of these kids have. And she's getting it done. I would say the biggest thing that's catching my eye is her leg over the jump. Her knee really comes away from the saddle, and that's the biggest thing that I see right now that would keep her out of contention.
Right, because I think she's getting it done, but like you said, maybe just a little inexperienced with the position over the jumps. Looks like a nice horse. He's doing the right things. Maybe just a little uneven here and there.
Yeah, I agree. It wasn't a smooth round. It was a little desperate a couple places. The last line got a little desperate, but sometimes when you come your first final or the first time here, you're more than anything you're hoping to get around. I remember when I was a junior and I did mostly the jumpers and rode hunters for people and did a lot of catch riding, and I would come watch my friends in the finals, and a lot of them had some bad goes, and I thought, how embarrassing. I'm not going to do that. It wasn't until my last junior year that I rode with Don Stewart, and I decided I was going to take a stab at it, and I really regretted not having done the finals more. I ended up coming and doing the Maclay finals and just missed I was 11th in that final, but really wished I had done it for more years because it's really such a important and valuable part of our business and our sport, and so many of our top riders today, came through the equitation ranks. This boy's lost. He's not sure where he's going. That's a horrible feeling. I mean, I think that's happened to everybody at one time. You jump a jump and you land, and you just go blank. You're not sure where the jump is, and you start looking and looking. And this isn't like a jumper class where the jumps are numbered, but I think that unfortunately at one time or another that happens to all of us.
Absolutely, and it is the worst feeling ever. Especially at a final, I mean, you really, really are trying hard, and if you lose your way, it's a terrible feeling.
I mean, you could see when he landed after the third jump, and he turned the wrong way, and even after he turned, he was looking, and he just had no idea where the next jump was. But again, I mean, I think that's happened to everybody that's ridden in any of these classes. And this looks like a nice horse, maybe a greener horse, but it looks like that first line, he maybe jumped in a little slow and stepped right up the four. It looks like a very scopy, rangy horse.
Yeah, I like the horse. Yeah, the first line, he was a little slow, but covered up the four nicely. That was too bad, because that was a pretty solid round otherwise.
Yep, it was. Next in, I believe we're going to see Alex Desiderio.
Came off of a very nice Harrisburg.
Yep, she had a nice show there in the medal. She works with Andre Dignelli and Patricia at Heritage, and basically ridden with her family and her parents early on in her career, and then her brother, who actually I train, Michael Desiderio, a few years ago went to ride with Andre a little bit for the finals, and then now in her last couple of years they sort of did the same thing with Alex. They put her with Andre for her last couple of junior years. I thought she rode the first line. Nice ride up the first line. The horse sort of stepped off his lead both places at the second and the third jump.
Right, but she had the right intentions to get it done. I mean, she had a big canter out of the turn. She rode up that line, and yeah, it was a little unfortunate with the lead.
And not much of a hand gallop. I think when you land off the gate and you go around fence number one, there's no excuse to not gallop. Again, there's no reason you can't pull on the reins when you get there, but you're coming from so many strides away. Once you jump the gate, I don't think the judges care if you go all the way down to the out gate to really get a strong gallop. I mean, it says right on the course chart, hand gallop, so I don't think they're going to let that slide. We have the handy hunters, and sometimes there's judges that are a little more lenient as far as being handy. I'm not in a handy hunter class. I want to see you be handy. And that's a little bit just personal preference, but I think in this, they specified on the course chart hand gallop, so I think they're gonna be pretty tough on that. That was not a bad round. I think the biggest thing about that round was the lack of the hand gallop.
Yeah. Streetmore, who I've trained with at my school for many years since I was in third grade, emphasizes the hand gallop. Like you said, if he judges a class, he really emphasizes that, and we practice that actually quite a lot.
Yeah, I do too. I especially if I specified on the course chart. If I've asked you to do it, I don't feel like I can be lenient on it. I'm giving you the answer before you even do it. So next we have Catherine Bundy working with Val Renahan.
Number 18.
I keep thinking, Catherine, this is her last junior year, but I think she's got like 3 left.
Yeah.
She started off very young and done some great things early on in her career, and bought a really, really nice horse recently, and I judged her in the regionals on the other horse to get here, and I'm not sure, maybe they just felt like the horse was just a little green right now, but it's going to be a top horse, and this horse
It's really nice.
looks really nice. This is a horse that I believe originally came from Ken and Emily Smith, and maybe it's with Tom Wright now, but this,
I really like this horse.
I do too. I thought she could have done that. Yeah, even before she knocked the gate down, I was going to say she just got too rigid and stiff in her arm and just made the horse get stiff in his mouth, and then he jumped right into that gate.
Kind of saw the same thing to that wall.
Yeah, I think she caused that gate. I think, the first line was so nice, but I think she's forcing it to happen a little bit. I think she needs to just allow it to happen. It's just, the horse started off so soft, and she's maybe just a little too much pressure. She just, in my opinion, just a little more finesse. Yeah, I'm not sure what they're going to do with that. I would say for sure her rigidness in her arm, I think maybe created the horse to, that's what caused that gate coming down.
I think so too. I think maybe one of the best first lines though. That was
Yeah, her
really
first.
nice.
Yeah, I agree with you. Her first line was gorgeous. I mean, spot on. The horse gave a nice, soft, high jump at fence 1. Same at fence 3. I mean, he jumped the first line really like a working hunter. I think one thing to point out, I think the judges were generous in, yes, the first jump is right out of the corner, right off the gate, but they didn't give you there's a dotted line in the middle of the ring, but they gave you a lot of room to get going. It's not like they, just had you make a little circle at the end of the ring and get going. So there's plenty of time to open your horse up and to get up that first 4.
Exactly. I mean, yeah, there is a dotted line. You can't go to the end of the ring, but there's plenty of room to get that canter going for the first line.
I mentioned earlier about some of the lines, different places being horse specific. For me, from 2 to 3, I think for this horse it would have looked nicer to do the 7 strides. It looked a little bit racy going. She was just rushing and just running a little bit to get the 6. I thought after she did the 4, there was plenty of room for her to do 7. I think it would have been a nicer, softer line.
Right. I mean, I don't think this horse has a small stride, but the 7 might have looked nicer. It was a little quick. But she's doing a nice job. She's getting it done. And like Jimmy was saying, some of the lines are horse specific, but that line's definitely a 7, and she had to race a little bit to get up there to that ASPCA wall. So we're on the 20th horse now. This is Thea Chaffee.
Here's our 20th rider in the order. Rider number 20 is Thea Chaffee. Thea from Parliament, Rhode Island. She rides Galliard. Rider 20.
I like that canter that she started out with. Maybe didn't meet the first jump exactly how she wanted. Made the 4 a little bit quick.
You know, and there she missed the lead change, so she's basically taken herself right out of the class. As you said, the first jump was just a little slow and deep, and she had to step right up the 4, but she ended up doing it, and then she got the 6 done so well, but then when she landed, the horse landed on this left lead, and she needed to go right. She just needed to be a little more definite about the change. But, you know, at this point, really, no matter how well she finishes, she's basically, you know, that took her right out. This is a cute horse. I think this horse has done this before. I believe, can't remember the rider's name, but when I judged the Maclay a few years ago, this horse got a good ribbon, maybe 3rd or 4th in the final.
I remember at medal finals with Katie Tyler.
Yeah, Katie Tyler was the rider.
Yeah, I think she was 3rd or 4th. I can't remember which one. Another nice round with a little mistake that, like you said, is probably going to take her out of the top.
Yeah, that was too bad because all in all, the rest was nice. I thought she did a good job. The horse just landed, and you know he was thinking left, she was thinking right, but you know she just maybe needed to keep it a little more together and let him know where he was going.
Rider number 21, here is Kendall Casaccio. Kendall from Armora, New Jersey.
You know, in these equitation classes, for the most part, we see these kids, you know, and it's, you know, become pretty basic. Everyone wears the navy blue jacket, and I personally like that. I like, you know, the white shirt, navy blue jacket. I think it looks good, and I just sort of stood out. This girl came in the ring, and look, I believe she has a green jacket, which also looks nice. And we, you know, back in the day, several of us did wear green in the equitation, but it's sort of become standard to wear a navy blue jacket. And it looks so nice. But a couple years ago, Lillie Keenan, one of our top riders, has been wearing the green jacket for the equitation classes, and you know, sort of stands out because she, you know, probably one of the few kids to wear a different color jacket, and now we see another kid with a green jacket. Oddly enough, that skinny wall, being as skinny as it is without the standards, we saw a horse stop at it, but I thought, especially off the hand gallop, we might see a horse or two run by it. We haven't seen any horses run by it yet.
Yeah, I think it sort of presents itself to be a jump that a horse might run by. I mean, it's a long gallop to it. It's sort of standing by itself, no standards, but we haven't seen that yet.
Rider number 21, Kendall Casaccio from Armora, New Jersey.
Next in, I think we're going to see Hunter Holloway. She rides with her mother, Brandy Holloway, and been working the last year or so with Don Stewart. This is one of the top junior riders. Also, she,
aspiring champion, there is always,
you know, she really does it all. She wins on the Hunter, she wins on the jumpers. I don't think this is her last year. She's already won some, you know, one at the Grand Prix level.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure she's young. I think she has another couple years or so.
But definitely a contender.
I started feeding Coogan Life
Very
Force a
tall
couple of years
girl.
ago. His spook.
Looks good on a horse.
Horse just looks a little spooky. First jump was definitely sticky. Third jump he swapped.
Had a little swap there, yep.
Maybe a little deep here at the fan. I don't think this is the round she was looking for. She did the inside turn there with, and then not a big gallop. Again, I think since it does say gallop, I think that calls to go around the fence number one. I think by turning inside, you're not really giving yourself a lot of room to gallop. Horse, kind of left the leg there, jumping out of that double. That gets very, very short. It didn't seem to bother the rider at all. She still held her body, and it wasn't really her fault. There, he definitely jumped out of shape. She just too deep, and the horse jumped out of shape. Again, it's going directly away from the judges, but I think they probably will pick up on that.
Yeah, like you said, I think it's just probably not the round she was looking for. I mean, she got it done. She had some nice parts there.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, I don't think we're going to see her back. While she is one of the top riders and always a contender, I don't think today was her day. Next in, we have Kristen Moore. Every time I see this girl ride, or when I judge her, I judged her at the regionals, and I think she's, 10 or 12 years old, but I believe this might be her last junior year.
I think it is. I think you're right.
And she's always been a good rider. I don't want to jinx her, but she's always spot on with her distance. She doesn't give up. This isn't a horse that's been to a lot of finals and has a lot of experience at it. But she's sort of, guiding him right along and holding his hand and being definite every step of the way. See, she went around the minute she landed. Nice, good gallop here. This is what the judges want to see.
That was great.
Yeah, that was excellent. She galloped, but she kept the horse between her leg and her hand. This horse almost looks like he's thinking about doing something wrong, and Kristen is just right in there, and she's not going to let it happen. She's like, no, we're going to win this class. We're going to get it done.
Yeah, I think she's just that kind of rider. I mean, I've never really seen her on one horse or another. I mean, she's always on something different and always gets it done. She's a strong rider.
That was a great round. That was a really, really good round. I thought, again, the first line, the horse looked a little tentative, a little nervous, but she dug in and wasn't going to let him give up. I personally, I like the round. I think we're going to see her back.
I think so too.
For more than 30 years, Alltech has been the unsung hero behind many of the world's top horse feeds and supplements.
In Virginia lives in Franklin, Tennessee. She rides Century, number 24.
Well, this girl's having problems right off the bat. The horse doesn't really want to come in the ring. That's hard. That's a hard way to start. This horse definitely looks a little spooky, a little suspicious. Came in the ring a little starstruck. I think this girl rides with Missy Clark in North Run. Got a little lost to the wall. Almost acted like he was going to maybe run by it. Yeah, she's just having a little bit of a rough go. You know, the horse isn't really cooperating. He's not really with her. You know, that sort of started the minute she came in the ring.
Yeah, just a little uneven. In places it didn't look like the horse was really with her.
Number 24. Virginia Ingram from Franklin, Tennessee. Rider number 25 is Allison Holt. Allison from Plainview.
Oh, actually, this is the girl that rides with Missy. I had my riders confused. I thought the other girl was that just came in rode with Missy. This is Allison. Not sure how that first jump looked to the judges. It was a little bit of a long distance to fence one. The horse got high and actually made it look okay, but it looked like it was just a little too long.
Went around to get a nice gallop. Let's see if she does that.
Not much of a gallop.
Not really.
I think Kristen Moore probably did it better than anybody. I mean, the minute she hit the ground after the gate, she already started to gallop.
Yeah.
This horse looks like he's been here. He knows what he's doing. She's been a little long a couple places, but he looks very, very solid and makes it look nice. That was a nice round. I don't think it was the winning round, but it was a nice round.
Allison Holt from Plainview, New York. Just a reminder to all of our riders and their families that we do have videotapes available of each of the rides. Same-day service. You can pick them up today. Courtesy of Shownet. Check with David Orlando at the NBA. Here's rider number 26. This is Alexandra Indeglia. Alexandra from North Kingstown, Rhode Island. Bravo at the Hook.
This is Alexandra Indeglia riding with David Olenek. And I believe she just started doing the big equitation. And this horse, I've seen him a few times this year, and looks like a real solid horse. You know, good horse that you'd want to come and do the finals for the first time.
Big stride. Looks like he knows what he's doing.
and actually hasn't done anything wrong so far. You know, I think some of the riders are sort of taking that two stride for granted. It's a very short two, and I think you have to, you have to jump in and you've got to take a little feel of the mouth and fit the two in. I don't think once you jump in, you just take it for granted. It's two strides. I think early on that one horse dumped his front end, and I think you need to take care of the B element of that double.
Especially the way that's built. I mean, it's a short two, like you said. It's very upright. There's no ground line. There's really, the jump isn't helping you out at all.
No, for sure. I agree with you. Those those verticals aren't
Coogan
increased.
life force
They're
a couple
not.
of years ago.
They're not
His
helping the
spookiness,
good
dramatically.
jumping style
Years
for
ago, we
sure.
used to feed
It's
brewer cheese to our
as you
horses,
said.
and
There's
it's
no
been-
ground line there, so you've got to take care of the B element yourself.
Rider number 27 coming through the arch. We'll welcome into the show ring, Clara Plessis. Clara from Studio City, California. And she is born crescendo. Rider 27.
Now this girl came in and made a big entrance. Again, there's plenty of room to get going and get your horse opened up to jump that first four.
It's very smooth, I thought.
Yeah. This has become so difficult because now basically everybody just assumes that first line is 4 to 6. And it's hard to take a chance now. It would almost be nice to see one of the top riders do 4 to 7 and see what the judges would do with it. I honestly believe that's what they built. That's what they asked for. So I'd love to see if somebody would canter down there and do 4 to 7 and get rewarded for it. I know if I was judging and I built this, the course, and I built this first line and I was thinking 4 to 7, even if it wasn't riding exactly like I wanted, if they went down there and did 4 to 7, I'd be a little relieved, thinking finally, somebody did what I built. Even though the 6 is showing up just so comfortable for everybody, I still think that's. Again, show the elasticity, show the lengthening to the shortening up the first line.
Yeah, and I think since we've already seen 27 go or so, it might be a risk for someone to do 7 because they're not sure how that's going to work out. But who knows? It might pay off in the end.
The problem is, of course, has a stomach ache. At the beginning of this year, I switched my.
Yeah, it's definitely it's a little bit of a risk because now everybody's doing the 6 and. I think everyone's getting comfortable thinking, oh, that's what it is. So, yeah, it's a little bit of a risk. Next in, we have Nikki Carr. She's riding with Tiffany Cornacchio Morrissey.
Rider number 28.
I believe this is Nikki's second or third time doing the finals. She did the medal finals and did the USET finals. And solid up the first line. The horse maybe hesitated a little bit at the second jump. was too bad. The horse just swapped there. You know, not a huge deal for me, but definitely you know, I would mark it on my card, but that doesn't take her out of it. You know, maybe a little wide there. I don't think that was necessary after that short 2 when you're coming on this. I think you need to be a little neater, a little tighter to this jump.
Yeah, it can show a little bit rather than going so far.
And she was a little long at that Swedish there. Not bad. That wasn't a bad round. I mean, it could have, you know, she couldn't have neatened it up and just been a little tighter in places, but all in all, not bad.
Behind every aspiring champion, there is always an unsung hero. The one who gets it done in the home, in the yard, or in the field. For more than 30
Number 28, Nikki Carr from Miami Beach. Here is rider number 29, and this is Mackenzie Weller. Mackenzie from Alberta, Alabama, riding Rio Frostball. Mackenzie Weller, number 29.
I think this is another one that wasn't really thinking the 4 up the first line. She kind of was a little slow through the turn. She got the 4 done, but wasn't really looking like she wanted it.
Yeah, she just definitely wasn't committed. Even then, from 2 to 3, just didn't really. We couldn't tell, was she going to do 6? Was she going to do 7? And then the 7 just sort of showed itself. You know, but again, I think some of these riders, the nerves set in. You know, it was a lot to get here. They all had to go through the regionals, different parts of the country. We had different regionals. You know, we had one down in Florida. There's one on the Northeast. You know, I ended up judging the one in the Northeast with Ralph Caristo, a good friend of mine, good judge that I've judged a lot of big events with. Judged the Derby finals with Ralph, and you know, Ralph and I were sort of right on target with each other in the regionals. So it's, you know, it's nice to judge those classes and you know, sit with someone that you agree with so much. But you know, those regionals become such an important part of this whole thing because you know, anybody can have a bad day, and you know, you have one bad day or one bad jump at the regionals, and then you just don't get here.
I started feeding Coogan Life Force a couple of years ago.
Right, so
His
that class kind of works both ways. You know, if you have the best trip of your life,
Years
you
ago,
make
we
it.
used to feed Brewer's yeast to
Maybe
our
that's your
horses,
best trip of
and
your
so
life.
have a
But
12.
then if you have some small mistake and you don't make it, it's just too bad.
Yeah, fortunately, over the last few years, they've put something in place for that. You know, if you don't make it through the regionals, but you get a ribbon in one of the finals,
right?
You know, then you can still get here. There was actually a girl that in the regionals that Ralph and I judged together didn't get in, but then she ended up going to USET finals and she got a ribbon, and so you know she's going to show here today. This is Allie Trichler. She rides with Timmy Keys. This is a really cute horse.
Yeah, I like it. I like the way she did that.
Yeah, I agree.
And slowed down at the end for that short too. I thought that was nicely done.
Yep, if she can hold this together, this is looking like a contender. That was nice. The horse really jumped those two Swedish oxers well. He got high and slow and took his time.
Really nice.
Yeah, that was a nice round. I think we'll see her back in the top group so far.
As a trainer, half the time I see a problem, and the problem is, does the horse have a stomach ache? At the beginning of this year, I switched my performance horse to the Life Force Elite. I love the product. Every horse I've put it on, I've seen improvement in coat, I've seen improvement in digestive process.
Rider number 31 hails from Owen Sound, Ontario. Here's Nora Gray. Nora Gray is worth opportunity only. Rider number 31.
Next one we have Nora Gray. She's running with Bobby Braswell. She's from Canada, but she's running with Bobby out of he's from Ocala, Florida. And this horse, I believe, is new to the equitation. Got a little deep to the first jump, and then she just had to get a little rushed the whole first line. She did that well. The hand gallop was well done. You know, this is definitely a riding contest, Jacob, and obviously last year you outrode everybody. But again, the horse is so important. You know, you really need a horse that's not going to let you down. You know, no matter how well you ride, you really, the horse is so important.
Oh, I totally agree. I mean, you said you think this horse is new to the equitation, and Nora is doing a great job. It was probably a jumper before, I would guess. I mean, I don't know the horse, but just judging by how it's going, and she's really making it look nice. I mean, I had Uno, who was a seasoned horse. Lillie won the Washington finals on him a few years before, and he's an awesome horse, and it's so important to have such a great horse for these
Behind
finals.
every aspiring champion, there is always an unsung hero. The one who gets it done in the home, in the yard, or in the
31, Nora Gray from Owen Sound, Ontario, Canada. Rider number 32, here is Morgan Dickerson. Morgan from Pasadena, California, and he rides Torano. Rider number 32.
Now we have Morgan Dickerson from California, rides with Karen Healy. I judged him earlier in the year. We were out in California, Maclay and myself. We judged him in the Ronnie Much class out there, and actually he was the winner. He's a big boy and was really the only one that could come in and do the course and the test. You know, maybe he could be a little more stylish, and I think that's coming even since we judged him back in March. He's gotten so much better. But I think this boy has a natural feel. You know, for sure he's probably maybe a little big for the equitation, so it's a little more difficult for him. But he definitely has a nice feel.
Looks very natural up there. Nothing looks forced. He looks soft with the horse. He's riding great. I mean, I think everything he's done has looked really nice. He just kind of melted into that too. That was nice.
Yeah, that was nice. He was late getting it done, which I think was right because, as you said, he basically just let the horse melt as he got there. This horse has such a big stride that he really needed to be soft jumping into that two stride, or, you know, he was just going to be on top of the B element.
thought that was a great round.
That was a great round. While he might not be one of the stylists like some of the other kids,
I started feeding Coogan
that was a good
life
round.
force a couple years ago. His
I have him in there.
stickiness, decreased
I think
dramatically.
so too. I think
Years
we'll be
ago,
seeing
we
him
used to
later
feed
in the
brewer
second
cheese to
round.
our horses, and it seemed to have a calming influence.
Watching the Maclay Championships online. We have had a wonderful opportunity all week. We have welcomed about 10,000 people who are watching all over the country and all over the world. 61 different countries have tuned in to the Alltech National Horse Show. And a welcome to them. Enjoying commentary from Jimmy Torano and the 2012 champion Jacob Pope. Next up is number 33. Rider 33, this is Lillie Higgins. Lillie from Summit, New Jersey, riding Valentino F.
It's a little late there to get up the first line.
Yeah, it looked a little rushed. This is a girl riding with Beacon Hill, Stacia Madden, and Krista Freundlich and Max Amaya. Krista Freundlich, soon to be Krista Maya. They're going to get married in a couple weeks here. This horse looks like a solid horse to come and jump the finals. I believe she rode this horse in the USET finals as well.
Looks like a lovely horse. I mean, I'd be happy to ride this horse. He looks like he's not spooky. He's smooth. He's nice.
Yeah, probably not good enough to be in that top group, but nice solid round.
Yeah, she'll come back for the flat, I'd say, probably.
As a trainer, half the time I see a problem, and the problem is because the horse has a stomach ache. At the beginning of this year, I switched my performance horse to the Life Force Elite. I love the product. Every
Here is rider number 34. This is Vanessa McCarthy. Vanessa lives in Seagirt, New Jersey. She rides Ralph Lauren. Rider number 34.
See, this girl, for me, from 2 to 3, I would have liked to see the 7 again. I know I keep saying that, and yes, the 6 is working out to be just a comfortable line. I think for this particular horse, I think the 7 just would have looked nicer and softer. Especially the footage of that line. I think it's basically 7 strides.
Like you said earlier, the equitation horses are such amazing horses. Being able to leave out strides here and there and make it look just natural and fluid. But yeah, I think that's a horse-specific line, that second line, like you were saying earlier. And for this horse, I think it would have been nicer as a 7. She got the first line done, and then if she just would have settled and done the 7, I think it would have been a much nicer round. Because she is doing all the right things.
Yep, that was a decent round. Like you said, she did all the right things. Maybe that one, the 2 to 3, maybe just looked a little hurried in my opinion.
Yeah.
In the yard or in the field. For more than 30 years, Alltech has been the
Here is rider number 35. And this
Next in, we have Sophie Simpson, daughter of Will and Nikki Simpson. This actually is a horse that came from me. This is a tall order for this horse. This is a very young horse. He's only 6 years old. But this is a horse that I sold to John and Missy.
Very nice horse.
Yeah, and she made the top group at Harrisburg a couple weeks ago.
Especially for only being 6 years old, he's doing really well.
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing that this horse at this age is going around the way he is.
Looks like he's been doing it for years.
I mean, you definitely like to see this when you sell a horse to somebody and it works out like this. I thought she made that work okay. It looked like maybe it wasn't going to happen, but she did that nice.
She showed it through the turn, and then she had to slow down for it, but it worked.
I had a request. The spelling doesn't predict how you pronounce it, but it's Matthias.
Well, if she can hold these last few together, this is about as good as it gets. This horse is going around like he's a 12-year-old.
Yeah.
I think I sold him too cheap. That was beautiful.
Really nice.
For me at this point, that's on top for me. That was
I'd say so too.
beautiful round, beautiful style. Just that's about as good as it gets.
Decreased dramatically.
Looks great on the horse. The horse is beautiful. Went around like he's been here 5 times.
Joining us next is rider number 36, and this is Haley Waters. Haley from Spar, Florida, riding in Cleveland. Number 36.
This horse looks maybe a little bit shorter on the stride. Just a little bit hurried. And just didn't get there. The horse stuttered off the ground and stuck. But, again, I don't see the need to run down there in 6 if you're not sitting on the horse that's going to get that done. This is a top rider. This is a Haley Waters, daughter of Chucky and Dana Waters. Chucky, longtime professional. Dana was a top rider for years and years, won everything in the amateur jumpers and actually some national level Grand Prix, and Chucky himself Grand Prix rider. And now they're sort of, turning the reins over to Haley, and she's had huge success. After the first line, she's getting it done, but just rushed, and then here's not getting the 7 done. Maybe shaved in too early on that jump. And I think that the third jump definitely killed her.
As a trainer, half the time I see a problem, and the problem is because the horse has a stomach ache. At the beginning of this year, I switched my performance horse to the Life Force Elite. I love the product. Every horse I've put it on, I've seen improvement in coat, I've seen improvement in digestive.
Now we have Sydney Shulman.
Yeah, this is definitely one of the top junior riders that wins a lot during the year. Sydney riding with Stacia Madden and Max Amaya, Krista Freundlich. I think this is one of the kids that Stacia has, high hopes for today.
There's that 7.
There we go. That was, what I liked about that, we got one of the top riders that came in and did the 7. and it was very obvious that that's exactly what she wanted. It didn't.
Right.
It didn't look like she was adding the stride. The minute she landed at the second jump, she looked like she was committed to doing the 7 strides. I really like that. Maybe a little bit long at fence 1, but for me, wow, that was the best. That was the best hand gallop we've seen so far. You know, I think after seeing that, I would think now that some of the other trainers and the other riders will, you know, maybe be a little braver now and, you know, do the 7 from 2 to 3 because they saw one of the top riders do it. You know, we saw 1 or 2 of the less experienced riders do 7, Jacob, but, you know, I think maybe that it still left a little doubt in riders' minds.
Well, and I think the less experienced ones maybe came up as more of an accident. I think she, over the second jump, she had in mind 7, and it showed the entire way of the third jump.
From Greenwich, Connecticut, rider number 37.
Behind every
Yeah, I really like that round. Again, a little long at fence 1, but and the judges have a better view of it than we do. They're a little closer to that end. But I love the way she did the 7.
Next on the course is rider number 38.
They made the turn after the third jump a lot smoother, and it showed elasticity, like you said. I mean, it was, I think that was exactly right.
If Will Wood can hear me, you know, I think I was noticing that was happening only during replays. Back to this one.
You know, this again looks a little hurried. Not that this horse doesn't have the stride to do the numbers to do that. Just looks a little bit spooky, a little bit nervous. Cross cantered there.
Go ahead. 50, are we dragging outhitters on and inside? Yeah,
You know, again, the biggest thing about this class, yes, they got 90 seconds to get in this ring and jump some jumps, but, you know, it's just one class. It's not a division that they get to get in here and get comfortable. So, you know, the horse has to perform right off the bat. You know, as you said, you got to ride Uno last year. That's a very seasoned horse. I believe that's the same horse Lillie rode when I judged the Washington, and she won the Washington finals in front of me. I believe she rode Uno.
You're right, exactly. I think that was 2008.
Yeah, I can't even keep track anymore. You know, I think the judges built a nice course, and it's a course that lets you ride, but still think about your style, your position. You know, it allows you to be smooth.
Right.
Well, here we have another pressure ride. Lillie Keenan, obviously one of the kids to look for. Lillie's won about everything there is to win. I guess I've been fortunate enough to be the judge when she's won several top events. I don't know, Lillie always seems to step right up when, you know, she won. I judged Devon when she was on ponies, and she was champion in the small, medium, and larges and best child rider. I judged the Washington finals, and she won that. I judged the Derby finals, and she won that. This horse looks just a little tentative. First jump, maybe jumped out of shape a little bit and got a little sticky defense too, but, you know, Lillie, first of all, knows the horse, and she's a cool customer. She's about as good as it gets. For sure, I think this is one rider we'll see go on and ride on the team, and basically, you know, she'll be doing everything in the end.
I liked that ride a lot. I thought it was nice gallop, but not overdone.
Yeah, the horse is now he's settled in my opinion. The first line he just got a little bit sticky, but now it looks like he's just settled in. I think the hardest thing about this horse, his stride is so big that, sometimes he can just make it look a little bit dull, but Lillie's got such great style.
And I think this is the horse that makes the second line in 6 look right.
Yeah, for sure.
He just walked down there in 6.
Yeah, that was beautiful also. Like I said, the first jump maybe was jumped out of shape a little bit, and that first line was a little sticky, but Lillie really did everything right.
And that's kind of what you said about Sid, too. The first jump, maybe a little long, little out of shape, but the rest of the course was beautiful.
Here's rider number 40, and this is Catherine Strauss. Catherine lives in Southampton, New York. She rides Hayden, number 40.
Next, we have Catherine Strauss riding with Frank Madden. This is a new horse for her today. Actually, this belongs to, I think, one of the other kids in Frank's barn. Right off the bat, 2 deep defense 1, and then cross-canted the first line. So I don't think we're going to see her back in the top group. That was weird. The first line, basically a straight line, and the horse basically cross-canted all the way down the line. It wasn't really Catherine's fault.
Cute horse, though. It's getting the job done.
Yeah, actually, after the first line, it's actually been pretty nice. Maybe a change of pace there.
Didn't really look with her there.
Yeah, I agree. The horse didn't really follow her through the turn to the second Swedish. And then she did 8 in the last line, and I think at this point in the class, I think we know that's 7. That's just a line with a little bit of a bend. I think it's just dead on in 7, and she ended up doing 8.
Here's rider number 41, and this is Paige Mathias. Paige lives in Lake Lebanon, Michigan, riding Alltech, number 41.
Yeah, I watched this little girl having a lesson 2 days ago. 2 days ago in the covered ring, and she was just having a little bit of trouble, and right off the bat here, she's got a little bit of problems with the first line. That's too bad.
I don't know the girl, but she looks pretty young. It's probably one of her first times. Oh.
Ooh.
That's that drive-by we were talking about.
Yeah, I think this is the first horse we've actually seen go by it.
Yeah, thank you. Unfortunately, we will have to excuse our rider. There'll be no score for Page. Rider number 42 is the next on course. Rider number 42, this is Misty Red. Misty from Topeka, Kansas, riding Holyfield. Number 42. So we'll see 8 more and then take a break.
Same thing that happened to Catherine there in the first line. Not really sure what lead the horse is supposed to be on. Cross-cantered a little bit.
Yeah, this is a big, rangy horse with a big, huge canter. Maybe a little hard to keep together. The horse is so big and stride is so big. Maybe
sure.
just a little hard to organize.
For sure.
And a little lost to the wall there.
It's a big horse, and she kind of got going into that 2 stride. It kind of, it's pretty tight in there off that stride.
Looks like this is riders with Don Stewart. But again, you know, just a big, rangy, stridey horse, and maybe just a little hard to keep it all together.
Misty Red from Topeka, Kansas. Our next rider, rider number 43, hails from Amherst, New York. Here is Tina Robinson. Tina is riding Tombola, number 43.
Now we have Tina Robinson working with the Beacon Hill crew. Here's another rider showing us the 7.
And I like how she played with the track a little bit. She kind of came close to the wall, really made the 7 fit.
Yeah, I agree. I really like the way she did that. Here in the line in front of us to the gate, maybe got using the pulley rein a little bit. And the horse just got a little lost to the wall there. I think she had the right intention. Nice hand gallop. And there just got a little lost. You know, the horse landed on the left lead and just got on the outside track there and just got a little wandering into that short 2. I think one thing that's nice is I think Stacia is showing that she's meaning for her kids to do 7 strides from 2 to 3. I don't think it's an accident. We saw Sydney Schulman probably one of her strongest contenders, and she sent down there in 7, and now she sent another rider in 7. So I think Stacia's making a point that you know, that's what she wants in that line, and I like that. To me, that's the biggest test on the course: forward to shorten. You know, the rest, yes, it's about the track and the line, but I think that's the test right off the bat. 1, 2, 3.
And yeah, like you said, Stacia sent 2 riders in there now who've done the test and who've done it well.
Here is rider number 44. Here's Calvin Dobbs. Calvin from Carmel, Indiana. And he rides Relevant. Number 44.
And this is Calvin Dobbs running with Abby Blankenship. This is a really good horse. You know, for me, I have a little problem with his style, his position. You know, he's a good rider and he wins a lot on the jumpers, but for this division, a little posy, a little stiff.
Yeah, like there, I see what you mean.
He got it all done. I mean, we're probably going to see him back in one of the groups. You know, I don't know that he's going to be in the top group, but I think we're gonna see him back in one of the groups.
I think so too. I mean, he got everything done. I mean, it was a little quick through the 2, but he got it done, and nice horse, looked good. Yeah, I think we'll see him back.
Here is rider number 45. This is Charlotte Jacobs.
Next in, we have Charlotte Jacobs again. Another one from North Run and Missy Clark. You know, Charlotte obviously a very well-known rider in the jumpering as well, and did very well at the Young Riders back here in August in Kentucky. And she was 3rd just recently in the medal finals.
This is actually the horse that I switched on to last year in the test.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, this is Patrick. Really nice horse.
So this horse now has won 2 finals for riders because you switched on to him and you won the final, and last week Maddie Darst switched on to him and she won the final.
And Elizabeth Benson at Washington switched on to this horse.
Yep, that's pretty good.
It's pretty straightforward.
Not really as great a gallop as some of the other riders.
No. But she's very smooth.
You know, I haven't noticed before, but Charlotte's really losing her lower leg. I think, you know, down the side over there where we can really see her.
You mean over the jump?
Yeah, over the jump. You know, maybe just letting her leg slip back a little bit, but very smooth rider. And Patrick does make it all look just perfect. Yeah, that was a nice round.
I thought everything looked the same. She stayed in the same rhythm. Every jump came up perfectly.
Rider 45, Charlotte Jacobs from East Aurora, New York.
But you said you don't think the hand gallop was quite as impressive as some of the others.
Yeah, for me, for a top rider like Charlotte, I thought the hand gallop was maybe a little weak. What did you think?
I thought so too. I mean, I think she definitely showed a little bit more pace. I mean, it wasn't a gallop like some of the others, but I
mean,
thought it was done well.
I mean, I have her in my top group. I've been circling the ones that I think are in the top group. This rider, right off the bat, did 5 strides up the first line, and then 7, which is correct in my opinion, but she's taken herself out of it from 1 to 2. I mean, I have Charlotte circled in my top group. I have a little mark by her name. At this point, I probably don't have her right at the top of the heap, but I'm also not sitting in the judges' box, and I don't have the view that they have. For me, I absolutely love Sophie Simpson's round. I thought that was, stylist. The horse was right on. Everything looked good, and I like Sydney Schulman's round. The first jump maybe looked a little long, but again, I keep going back to the line 2 to 3. I love the way she did it, and then everything else just sort of fell into place.
Right. And this girl's actually settling in pretty nicely. The first line knocked her out of it, but she's getting the rest of it done. And then there's the 8.
And next in, we're going to see Mackenzie McGahee. She rides with Chad Wattridge out of Jacksonville, Florida. Chad, a good friend of mine, worked for me, and then went on his own. I was sorry to lose him. Probably one of the best employees I had. And actually, I know Mackenzie's mother and I grew up riding together down in Miami, Florida. So I've known her mother, Terry, for years and years and years. I believe this might be her last year. Maybe one more, but I believe this is her last year.
Number 47.
Good strong ride to the first jump, and she stepped up the 4. Maybe not. This horse isn't as stridey as some of the other horses. And then to me, it just looked like I wasn't really sure, was she doing 6 or was she doing 7, 2 to 3? I wasn't quite sure until she got there that, she was going to do the 7.
Yeah, it just looked a little last minute, I thought. She got up the 4 on a little bit of a long stride and wasn't sure whether she should do 6 or collect for 7. And what did you think of the red jump, the rail there?
She maybe got a little deep and had it. I mean, it wasn't a huge fault. I think, to be real honest, I was not totally into it. For me, 2 to 3 kind of sort of took my attention away from her a little bit. I think she, and again, here she's going around.
Yeah.
I think she needs to be a little more committed and, just have, maybe a little more drive and be a little more decisive that she's going to do 7 from 2 to 3 and she's going to make the inside turn to the Swedish Oxers. I think she'll be happy with that in a way. She had a little bit of a rough go in Harrisburg a couple weeks ago. So, I think most importantly she wanted to, jump around and just have a nice, confident round.
Yeah, and I think she definitely had that. I mean, she looked great out there, I thought.
Here's rider number 48. Now rider number 48 comes from Woodside, California.
We have Shelby Drazen in now working with Karen Healy out of California. The young rider, I believe she's got a couple years left. Recently, she has a jumper of mine that they just recently. Oh, that was a shame. I think when she came through the turn, the distance wasn't showing up quite the way she wanted, and she went to just sort of hold out and fit it in, and the horse just sort of lost his focus.
And you said she is a horse of yours?
Yeah, recently she was looking for a jumper and just recently purchased a junior jumper that I actually just delivered here at this horse show. But I think this girl's young and she's going to be back, and this looks like a nice horse, and she has nice style. She's just, maybe a little inexperienced, but I like the way she rides. I actually really like this horse. I think the horse just got a little lost because, like I said, it wasn't showing up quite the way she wanted to, so she just went to hold out and just opened the door for him a little bit. I think he just wasn't quite sure where he was going because he came right back very solid, and he looked so solid the rest of the round.
I think so too. I mean, the first jump is a little bit of a different looking jump. The standards are low. It's right out of the turn, away from the gate. I think maybe he was a little surprised, and you said the distance wasn't coming up exactly how she wanted, and maybe he was just a little surprised by it. But otherwise, the rest of the round was nice.
Rider number 48, Shelby Drazen, Woodside, California.
Now we have Michaela Langmeyer, trained by her mother, Linda Langmeyer. Linda won this class back my last junior year, back in 1983. Linda won this class. Linda was a top rider, won a lot in the equitation, and then went on and showed at the Grand Prix level, and had a few very nice horses. Had a very good horse that she rode at the Grand Prix level called World Cup, and now Michaela, a very, very, very good rider. This kid's young, and she's already accomplished a lot. I think she works with Missy Clark also, and I talked to Missy. I think that this kid's always going to get here, and she's going to win a lot of classes. I think right now, while she's young, I think the biggest thing is, her lower leg. I think that's what, you can really falter, and I think is very obvious. Her leg swings back, and, for me, that's a real fault. I think, they just need to stay on top of that for the future.
But a very good rider,
Yeah,
and young.
Yeah. She ended up doing 7 strides from Swedish to Swedish. I think we've seen most of the riders, especially the top group, or at least my top group, we've seen just about all of them do 6 strides there. She did 7, but that was a pretty nice round, and I have to say that's as good as I've seen her lower leg. It wasn't, I have to say, it wasn't distracting to me.
I agree with you. I mean, I thought it was a great round, and yeah, her lower leg looked pretty good. Well, this is our last rider before we take a break, I believe. This is Deidre Van der Nap. Also riding with John and Missy at a North Run.
This horse looks a little bit alert. Hopefully he'll step up to fence 1 and then he'll just chill a little bit because he definitely looks a little bit on the muscle.
Now we saw another one deliberately do 7.
Yep, I agree. You know, just that first line, he just looked a little suspicious, a little bit on the muscle. And again, here at the gate, you know, he just looks like he's just a little bit too alert today. This is a young rider. She's got many years left in this division. You know, and I think this is a green horse, you know, at the equitation level, so maybe his first time here in this ring. You know, Deidre may be overriding a little bit, but I think she feels like her horse is just being a little spooky, and she wants to, you know, make sure she gets from start to finish.
And I think this is sort of a new horse for her. I remember her riding a chestnut last year.
And then there she cross-cantered the whole turn. Got to a little bit of an awkward distance. You know, I saw this horse in the covered ring also having a lesson. He looked, you know, he looked like a solid citizen, but for sure he came in here and got a little starstruck. So I think now we're going to take a break. We're going to take a drag break. They're going to give a standby and, you know, probably break for 15 minutes or so, and then we'll be back with you in 15 minutes or so. Hope you're going to stay tuned. So signing off, Jimmy Torano, Jacob Pope sitting here with me from the Maclay Finals at the Alltech National Horse Show. We'll be back in a few minutes.
Just another reminder, folks, that if you would like videos of all of the rides, any individual ride, just check with David Orlando at the Ingate, provided by Shownet, and they are available. You can get them today. So we have finished the first of our 3 groups here in our Maclay Championships at the Alltech National Horse Show, our Sunday program. I do have a standby list of our first standbys for the flat phase. These riders on this first standby. Number 35, Sophie Simpson. Number 37, Sydney Shulman. Number 39, Lillie Keenan. Number 3, Maddie Garst. Number 30, Allie Tristler. Number 45, Charlotte Jacobs. 44, Calvin Dobbs. 25, Allison Haupt. Number 12, Caroline McLeese. Number 8, Lizzie Vanderwalt. Number 13, Alexa Boggio. Number 49, Michaela Langmeyer. Number 17, Alexandria Desiderio. Number 23, Kristen Moore. And number 32, Morgan Dickerson. That is after Group 1. And that may change after Group 2 and Group 3, but right now, those are the standby riders for the flat phase. The ASPCA celebrating 147 years of horse protection this year. please stop by the ASPCA booth here in the Alltech Arena and learn what you can do to be the voice of animals. So we'll go on to our second group, another group of 50, and then we'll take another break.
So we're back after the first 50 here at the Alltech National Horse Show, watching the Maclay finals. I'm Jacob Hope, and I'm accompanied by Jimmy Torano. We're starting in with number 51, Kristen Rao.
And our number 51, this is Kristen Rao. Kristen from Clarkston, Michigan.
Here we are joining you again from the Maclay National Championships at the Alltech National Horse Show. We've had our first standby. We've got Sophie Simpson leading the way so far. And here we are picking up with number 51. Maybe a little too deep to that gate, and she was thinking about the inside turn so much. And I'm surprised after we've seen the standby that anybody would think about the inside turn, because the top group that they have, not one person went inside. You know, obviously they like the steady 7 from 2 to 3 because they have Sydney Schulman sitting in second.
Right.
You know, and I said, you know, from the beginning, you know, not from the beginning, but when she went, Sophie Simpson, I said that's the rider I would have on top. And they have her on top. And then Sydney Schulman, we talked about what a nice round she had, and she did 7. So, you know, I'm in total agreement with what they have. And Lillie, I believe Lillie is sitting third. And, you know, again, the horse was a little sticky up the first line, and she gave the horse a heck of a ride. But I think they've definitely got the right group, and I actually think they're in the right order.
Here's rider number 52 will be next. And rider 52 is Emily McLean. Here is rider number 52, Emily McLean. Emily lives in Rolling Hills, California. She is born in San Francisco. Number 52.
We're waiting on this ride. I'm not sure. She was a little late getting to the ring. This is I believe, rides with Karen Healy. I think a young rider. Looks a little young, probably has some years left. This is a horse that's been here several times.
Very nice horse.
Yeah, and she got a little bit of a weak jump. He jumped high, landed shallow, and she just immediately opted for 5 strides, 1 to 2. So she's pretty much out of it.
It's too bad.
Yeah, that is too bad. You know, you hate for. I mean, I'm guessing. I think this is her first time here. You hate for your first time here to have a bad experience.
Yeah, I think the first jump, like what you were saying, she just was a little under the pace. The horse jumped a little high, maybe looked at the jump a little bit, and she just didn't quite get down there in 4 like she wanted. And then the stop here by the green fan looked like it was just kind of, she was slowing down, didn't really know where she wanted to jump from, but it's smoothing out pretty nicely.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, she basically she wants to finish, have a nice, confident end of the round, and I believe it's her first time doing the. Well, that was a dirty stop. Really, no reason. So that's it for her.
Hard work for Maclay to get here. Send her out with points. A tremendous challenge here for our Maclay riders. Frequently has been called a pressure cooker of a day, and a lot of those riders are feeling that. Years of hard work all coming down to about a minute and a half here in the ring. They need to be perfect. They try as hard as they can. Then it is just an honor to get here. Rider number 53 will be next, and this is Lillie. Lillie lives in Rochester, New York. She's a work focus. And this is number 53.
Next time we have Lillie Ulrich. She rides with another rider with Stacia. This is a horse Vocus that was previously ridden by McLean in the Grand Prix. So this should be no sweat for this horse. That was right off the bat. He landed cross cantering 1 to 2, and just not committed. Did 7, but very late, I thought. Yeah, this isn't really as smooth as she can go on this horse. She's had some really nice rounds throughout the year. But, landed off the Calumet vertical and spooked at the wall. Looks like he's just a little fresh.
Yeah, I think he looks a little fresh. He looks like he's pulling a little bit. He kind of pulled her through the second line, a little bit through that double there, but
normally Lillie's a real contender in this division, and I think one they had high hopes for today, and then now they're had the rail. I don't think we're going to see her in the top group. I think Stacia and Max down at the gate realized they, obviously clap, but I think they realize that, maybe today's not the day.
Rochester, New York.
Now we're going to have Jordan Katz from Florida. She rides with Tiffany Cornacchio Morrissey.
And
they're holding her up for a minute because there is a rail down. Sometimes that can be a little distracting for the rider, especially I believe this is this girl's first time here, so I'm sure she's a little nervous, and now they've held her up. You know how it is. You come here and you're ready to go, and she was just about to take off, and they held her up. So, you know, hopefully that's not going to be a factor here, except she can't get her horse to canter now. You know, I think she walked in the ring, and the horse just sort of went to sleep.
Yeah, yeah. It's definitely a little bit of a distraction when you're held up by something like, you know, jump crew having to go get a rail at the other end of the ring, and that's too bad. I'm sure she was ready to go in the ring, ready to do it, and was held up for a minute or so.
And this little girl was committed. You know, she didn't get quite the jump that she would have loved at the first jump, but she went right down there and got the 4 done and did it well.
Yeah, she made it happen, and
this horse obviously is a good guy. I mean, this is probably the only one we've seen in this class so far with, she doesn't even have a spur on, so you know this is a very solid horse to walk in this ring with, being so impressive, the spooky jumps, and, you know, being a final, and she doesn't even have a spur on. You know, I think for her first time here, she's doing a good job. She's having a nice round and go home with a positive experience.
absolutely. And I don't know how old she is, but definitely looks like she's got a few years left. And that was a very nice, solid round, and definitely a confidence booster for her.
You know, for the second round, once we get the top kids, I think that we're going to see that wall again. So I understand it's going to be coming the other way. So it's not like they can take a breather. They're going to have to jump that again in the second round. I think this is another rider from California, I believe. I believe I judged her out there recently.
Kind of a big entrance there.
Yeah, she's definitely taking advantage. I think that's the only thing that, you know, they were probably maybe a little generous on, was the entrance. They really let them have a long way to get started. Maybe I'm a little meaner. When I built the medal, and I had that triple bar coming out of the turn. It was a very forward line, and you know, I had a very short dotted line. They weren't allowed to make a big tour. They had to basically get right to it and get going. But again, I mean, I think this course shows, you know, it allows you to be smooth. It allows you to, you know, show your style. It's, you know, it's not that tough or that technical. You know, what makes it difficult is that it's the Maclay, you know, it's a championship class. That's the only thing that really makes it difficult. But the track itself is really not that difficult. The first line is about lengthening and shortening, even though, you know, we have seen 4 to 6. But I think also Sophie's round was basically spot on. That was hard to beat. But we saw Sydney Schulman, who they have in second. So obviously we know that they like the 7 strides 2 to 3.
Right, and I like what you said about how the course isn't too technical, but it's the fact that it's the Maclay finals that the kids are letting it get to their head a little bit. I think it's just the nerves, and I mean, she got the job done, but maybe it was a little nervous.
Yeah, the jumps are nice. I love fence one. Fence one, I was talking to Bobby Murphy. That's a gate that gate and those rails, back when I was a kid, we jumped at it every horse show. Every horse show had that gate everywhere we went. And they don't really use it that much anymore. And Bobby said he dug that up. I believe, I want to say from his grandfather, he said he went in a jump pile and dug it up. He had to go under like 30 other gates to get to that one.
Gosh.
He said it's like 50 years old.
So that's pretty cool bringing it back.
Oh yeah, it's amazing that gate isn't rotted.
I mean, such an old final. It's pretty cool to have a classic gate in here for the first jump.
Yeah, I agree. Next we have Maddie Butehorn riding with Alan Karotkin out of Wellington, Florida. Alan, a very close friend of mine, really dedicates himself to having some kids in these equitation finals. He had a young rider last night in the World Cup class, Samantha Semp, that this was her first time riding here at the National and first World Cup class, so big thrill for her to be here. And Alan's got, I believe he's got, 2, 3 kids here in this class.
I mean, that was a solid round. I think she got the job done. There were a couple places here and there. She didn't quite fit the 2 as well as I would have liked, but I thought it was a solid round.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it was a nice solid round. Couple little mistakes, nothing big, but it was a nice solid round.
Joining us next is number 57. Here is Maclay Wallace. Michael from Argyle, Texas, rides October Hills, Churchill. Number 57.
This is a horse that was doing the jumpers just recently. This boy rides with Will Roberts out of Texas.
I actually watched him at the Emerging Athletes program last year. So he was a national finalist there and rides well.
Yeah, I watched him, I want to say maybe at Harrisburg I watched him, and he had a nice round. I mean, I thought maybe could have made the cut. That was definitely a little rough there at the wall.
Yeah. I mean, that wall is out in the open, no standards like we've said before. I think it surprises them a little bit coming off of a long gallop to a narrow wall with no standards. I think he should be very happy with that. I mean, he doesn't do the equitation too often. That was nice.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, the biggest thing about that was the wall. That was a little bit rough.
Our next rider comes from Islip, New York. This is Blaine Ferraro. Rider number 58. Blaine is horse 1. Number 58.
I don't know this horse or rider. I like, in the entrance, I like it. I like the way it trotted in, and I like its gallop. She had to throttle down to fence 1, and the 4 is going to get long for her.
I agree, though. It's a cute horse.
Yeah, I'm not sure who this girl rides with, but I like the horse. Nice style. You know, unfortunately, the first jump, she just had to slow down so much to it, and then got there a little deep to that, and then the 4 got a little bit long. Yeah, very late there, and left off one leg, and then was on top of B and knocked it down. That was just she just didn't really read that line very well.
I think she got a little lost. It looked like she was slowing down for the 8. She wanted the 8, and then looked like, oh, 9. I think she just maybe got a little lost in there.
And that looks like a nice horse.
Yeah. And I think she rode well. I think there were parts where she maybe got a little lost here and there, but nice.
Track number 58, Lane Torano from Iceland, New York. Number 59 is next, rider 59. And this is Audrey Eastley. Audrey from Parker, Colorado. She's aboard this is on our KP.
And they need to hold this rider up. The
Yeah.
jump crew's not noticing this wall. This wall's taking a hit, and every time they hit it, the top block slides off. So they need to be aware of that.
Like you said before, it's just a little distracting when you have to be held up for a minute or two. This girl came in the ring, looked like she was ready to go, and was held up for a minute or so.
Yeah, that's not the way she wanted to start. You know, maybe that did just sort of take her off her game a little bit. Let's see, she rides with Michael Dennehy out of Colorado. You know, back in the day before they had regionals and they had so many kids in this, they started making this class vaulting out. So basically, that girl, she would have been out of it right there. That was a tough break back in the old days. You came all the way here, and if you happened to stop at fence 1, your day was over.
So you're saying they didn't allow for the 2-stop rule. You had one fault and you were out.
Yep, the minute you had a refusal, you were blown out.
Well, and like you said, there is a regional. These kids have worked hard to get here, and sometimes it's just not their day. She started out with, obviously not what she was looking for, but obviously a good rider. She made it through the regional and got here.
You know, at least she completed. She got to finish. Tough break. Stopping at the first jump. But
Aaron Vale, would you check in at the end gate, please? Aaron Vale. Check with David at the end gate.
Next in, we have Addie Odette riding with Missy Clark and the North Rung crew, John Brennan and Julie Wells.
Fall River, Massachusetts. She's aboard Cortez 7, number 60.
This is a horse that I believe was previously ridden by Charlotte Jacobs. I believe it was one of hers. Wow, that was some fall, and really of no fault to the rider. I mean, that was very strange. From our view, looked like she got there dead right. Almost maybe the horse stumbled as he left the ground and just couldn't really leave the ground.
I mean, I thought she looked right on the distance. She had a nice canter, and I don't know what happened there.
Yeah, I don't either. But her hat came off. Those, I think those Speed Air hats. Just for me, they just don't do it. Those are.
I've seen that happen several times.
Yeah, me too. The minute you fall, they come off your head, and usually they wrap around and strangle you. So for me, that's that head should stay on your head when you come off.
Yeah, I don't know why, but they slip backwards. I don't know what that is.
We just talked about this 50-year-old gate,
Yeah.
and now it's broken. I don't think it's broken because it's 50 years old. I just, the horse just stepped right into that gate. That was really too bad because I thought she got there dead right. Here comes the toolbox.
Yeah.
Champions who have gone on to represent the ASPCA.
Toolbox and a drill.
Ambassadors, our 2010 champion Haley Barnhill and our 2005 champion Graham Guttal. Offering a springboard into professional ranks and international competition. And many of the previous champions have gone on to Olympic glory and American Games glory and have turned into tremendous trainers, bringing up another generation of young riders. And also this week here at the Alltech National Horse Show, we have had a host of the former Maclay champions that have been competing as riders and as trainers, including our leading hunter rider, leading professional hunter rider, Kelly Farmer, who is champion.
Again, unfortunately for the next rider, probably ready to go, and you're never expecting for someone to fall like that and break the jump. Luckily the crew and Bobby Murphy and his crew were right on it. They had the equipment ready, the drill, and came right out and fixed the jump in no time. Those old things, nice and sturdy. I mean, she kicked the one piece out of the way, but the rest of the gate is intact. So, the horse fell right into it and didn't really disturb the rest of the jump. But again, Bobby and his crew were right on it and fixed it in no time.
Yeah, that was pretty impressive. So we'll be looking at the 61st rider coming in now, once they get this jump set.
One thing about, Bobby really takes the jump seriously. I mean, that first jump, aside from the gate that he dug up, aside from the rails that he dug out, I mean, the walls on the side, the water wheel, some of the stuff he does with the jumps is just amazing. I mean, I come and do Derby finals, and I've judged the Derby finals twice, and some of the stuff that he builds and sets is just unbelievable. I mean, he really, he's got a knack for that. Oh, that was too bad that we waited this long for this horse. This actually is a horse that I own. So
this is Ashley Foster. She's from Maryland. I've ridden with her for a long time, showed against her. She's a great rider.
Little slow to fence one.
So this is the horse you own, you said?
Yeah, I own this horse. And I thought the horse was very good. She was very slow to one, and she stepped right up. He's very scopy and very rangy.
That was nice. I mean, I don't think that was a major hand gallop, but definitely out of the tack and showed a little bit.
And she did 9 there. We haven't seen anybody do 9. I just have to see how much they're going to kill her. You know, the horse landed on the outside lead, and she just needed to stay a little bit on the inside track.
Right.
And the horse was very good to her there. She didn't really show him the way. He didn't see the jump till he was leaving the ground, but he made it look nice. So you need to stay inside and forward for the 7 here. That was a nice round.
That
I mean,
was.
the first line for sure was a little bit weak. She had to step up the 4, and you know and she did do 9 strides over there. That's maybe going to hurt her a little bit.
Joining us next here in the Alltech Arena is rider number 61. This is Lena King. Lena from Santa Barbara, California. She's aboard Santorini. Rider number 62.
So we have another rider from California riding with Karen Healy here. Nice strong ride to fence 1. And got the 4 done easily.
And that worked out pretty well. Definitely went way around for that lead change there.
A little deep to the wall in the swap there. You know, for this girl, that she did that just right. The 8 she got there slowing down in 8. I go back to Ashley. I just, you know, obviously I'm pulling for the horse. I just don't know how bad they're going to kill her for that, because I don't think we've seen one person do 9. It's hard when you've watched 60 horses go and they've all done basically 8 strides, and then one comes in and does 9. You know, it's hard to overlook that. So we'll just have to see what the outcome will be at the next standby.
Right, and Ashley slowed down the entire way. This girl kind of kept going for the 8 and then slowed down so that she could make the 2 fit nicely. I thought that outside line there, the triple bar to the double, was ridden nicely.
Rider number 62, Lena King, finishing up. Lena from Santa Barbara, California. Our next rider, number 63, and this is Ashton Alexander from Ocala, Florida. Ashton riding Ergo.
This is Ashton Alexander. This is a top rider, rides with Don Stewart and Bibby Farmer. Very good hunter rider. And this is a very good horse. This is a horse that won the USET finals out west with Taylor Adams. She went out there, and Karen Healy. Don sent her out there to do the USET finals with Karen Healy, and she won on this horse.
Meg O'Mara showed this horse last year in the USET finals. She was second. I switched on to the horse. It's a very nice horse, and paired with Ashton, who's a great rider. It's a nice pair.
Yeah, and so far, this is a real contender. This is a beautiful round. There's nothing out of place so far. This is about as good as it gets.
There's another one that slowed down for that in and out. That was very nice.
For me, so far, this is in my top 3. This is basically spot on. I mean, a tiny bit rushed there, but really, really having a good round. I think Don's going to go wild on this one. That was a beautiful round. That was basically about as good as it gets.
I agree completely.
Rider number 63. Rider number 64. Coming over the Arch Channel from Rancho Santa Fe, California. Please welcome Alexandra Ledove. Alexandra riding Schubert. Number 64.
This is Alex Ledove from California. She rides with Lori DeRose out there. This is a really good horse. This Schubert. This horse has done everything. He's won derbies. He won big equitation classes at Devon. He's won a bunch of big equitation and USAT finals out west. It's a really, really top horse. She did the 7, maybe a little abrupt. She landed and she really took hold, and he just threw his head for a second, but it was amazing the way he just stepped up the 4 so easily.
Yeah, it looked like she even balanced a little at the beginning of the line and moved up for the 4, and it worked out nicely. Maybe a little uneven, but worked out nicely.
I think this could be a callback. I don't know that she's going to make the top group, but I think she'll get a callback.
I think so too, for sure.
Rider number 64, Alexandra Ledove of Rancho Santa Fe, California. Here is rider number 65, and this is Jordan Schaefer. Jordan lives in Tinton Falls, New Jersey, and she's Ward Dynasty. Number 65.
This is a horse I believe owned by Missy. A horse named Dynasty. It's not in her barn right now. She has this horse leased out, and this girl, I don't know her very well, but I've watched a few rounds. I watched her at the medal finals, and I watched her a little bit this summer, I believe, in Socrates. This girl can have some nice rounds. And didn't love her position over the 3rd jump. She was a little obvious with her arms and did a little bit too much. Again, for me, unnecessary, especially when you've seen the top contenders. Everybody that they've got on top go around. after the skinny gate. I'm not quite sure why you would go inside at this point.
I wasn't sure if she got the 5 to the gate done soon enough, especially to slip inside like that. But having a solid, very nice round.
Yeah, and I think there after the double of verticals, I think you just need to tidy that up a bit. It's, you know, she went way out to the in gate and just a little wide, and, you know, then again here she ends up adding and doing 7. Not that that's the worst thing in the world, but it was a little raggedy. You know, if you're going to do 7, it's got to be a little bit better than that. Just place is a little rushed, a little hurried.
George Schaefer of Tinton Falls, New Jersey, number 65.
So what do you think of that overall?
You know, I think it was medium. I for sure it's not in the top group. You know, she may slip in there. You know, just a little uneven, as you said. She didn't quite get the 5 done the way she'd like to. You know, ended up deep and did 7 strides to the Swedish. You know, I don't know that she's going to make it back. Now we have Gabrielle Bassano. Been very, very solid this year in the equitation on this horse. This is the horse that's won everything already with its previous rider. Again, riding with Stacia Madden and the Maximaya and the whole Beacon Hill crew. Another rider that was committed to the 7, even with a very big strided horse. This horse has a huge stride, and this horse sort of goes at his rhythm. This horse was in the work-off last year with you, actually.
Right.
This is the horse Lillie switched onto it, and, you know, as great a rider as Lillie is, I think she took this horse out of his comfort zone. You know, this horse has a very methodical way of going.
I really like how this is going.
Yep, I agree.
And she was tidy at the end, like you were saying before.
Yep, that's another rider. I could see her right there. I mean, you know, that could be, you know, anywhere from 1 to 5 in the end.
Definitely in the top, though, for sure.
Well, the ASPCA is proud to sponsor the Alltech National Horse Show and our Alfred B. Maclay Trophy. The ASPCA, we are their voice. Rider number 67. And here is here's Madison Maynard. Madison from Matthews, North Carolina. And she's War Royal Step. Number 67.
This is a young girl. I think she's got a couple years left riding with Gary Young out of South Carolina, maybe North Carolina. Horse just a little bit spooky, a little bit stiff up the first line.
Yeah, I think you're right about the stiffness. It's maybe a little rigid in places. He's a little unsure about the leads here and there. She showed the hand gallop, but then was a little deep to that wall and knocked the top block off.
Yeah, and I'm guessing this is probably her first time here, and she's overriding and attacking a little bit, just nerves. And unfortunately, that's the way it is the first time. Unless your first time here, you're sitting on a real top horse that's been here and done it, and as you said, you got to you did the finals two years in a row, and you were fortunate enough to you caught Andre's eye, and you were in that program, and you had a top horse, and that's what you put a top rider and a top horse together, and usually the outcome is good.
Matthews, North Carolina. Rider number 67. Our next watch is rider number 68, and this is Elizabeth Stroh. Elizabeth from Grosse Pointe Farms, Michigan, riding Chin Chin. Rider number 68.
Yeah, this girl just didn't quite get the distance at 1, and then ended up adding it in the line. And
Right. I mean, if you don't meet the first jump exactly how you want it, and you don't have a horse with a huge stride, you're not going to make that long 4. And she,
again, there just got to a very, very deep distance at the fan jump, and the gate was fine, but the horse is just a little behind her leg, not really in front of her like she'd like it to go. Again, very, very deep at the wall.
it just doesn't seem like they're just a little off today, I think.
It actually looks like a very sweet horse. It's jumping right around. Unfortunately, as we said earlier with the other rider, doesn't have the spur. Maybe the horse is just a little behind her leg. And, but all in all, she ended up finishing, and, maybe her first time here. And the horse was a nice, solid horse to finish. She ended up getting a little deep just because the horse wasn't really in front of her leg.
And I like what you said about the spur. A spur definitely would help there. I think there were just a couple points where, he was behind her leg, and the spur might have gotten him out in front of there, and maybe would have had 1 or 2 fewer of those deeper jumps that she met.
Heritage, Don Stewart, Jack Shows Davis, Karen Healy, and Susie Shulkoff.
I really like this next girl. I believe the next girl in is Haley Robinson.
Next up will be rider number 69, and this is Haley Robinson.
I judged her a few weeks ago at USET finals out in California, and she made my final 4.
Rider number 69.
And she was on a different horse then, but she was solid all the way through. Unfortunately, one of the horses she switched onto ended up missing a lead change with her, and that sort of took her right out of it. But she could have given the girl that won a run for her money.
She really had a purpose to that first jump. I like that, which made the 4 just smooth.
And 7, she was a little late doing the 7, I thought. She ended up fitting it in at the end, but if that was her choice, I think she needed to just be a little bit, just do it a little bit better than she did. Oh, son of a gun. I was just going to say that was a nice strong hand gallop, and when she went to just balance, the horse popped off his lead.
Yeah, that was really too bad.
You know, we'll have to see. Not that, you know, that might not take her out. You know, Robert Ridlin, one of the judges, Robert Ridlin and Susie Humes here judging, and Robert, very jumper oriented. He's got a strong jumper background. You know, that might not totally bother him.
Right. I mean, maybe he doesn't think the swap is such an issue. I mean, she did the right thing around the corner. She really let it out. Yeah, like you said, it looked like she went to collect, and he just popped off that lead for a second.
Yeah, because the rest of it was so good, and I don't think she made a mistake there. I really don't think that was the rider's fault.
No, I think it was spot on. She rode very well.
Rider number 69, Haley Robinson of Santa Barbara, California. Rider number 70, here is another West Coast rider. And from Medina, Washington, here's Sarah Nordstrom. And Sarah riding advance.
Next in, we have Sarah Nordstrom. This is another horse that I recently sold them. This is definitely his first final. Young horse. I believe he's only 7. Looking a little bit starstruck when he came in the ring. That was weird. She cut a great first jump and landed and pulled on the first stride.
Yeah, I don't really see why she did that. The first
Yeah.
jump was right on.
Especially as well as he jumped it. He jumped the first jump so well and high and landed far out, but the minute she hit the ground, she pulled on the reins. And again, there to the wall, you know, adding up too early. You know, I think she probably realizes he's never done a class, and I think she probably needs to trust him a little more. You know, she seems like right now her comfort zone is, you know, to take a feel to see where she is. I think she needs to just get a little more comfortable, you know, just landing, go to the next place and see where you are before you start pulling on the reins. I think she tends to pull a little bit too early.
Right, right. Like you said in the first line, I mean, there was really no reason to pull, and she kind of landed, and her gut instinct was just to pull on the reins, and it got her in a couple places, I think.
Rider number 70 is Sarah Nordstrom from Medina, Washington. We'll welcome in the rider number 71 and introduce Barbara Ann Merriman. Barbara Ann from Lutherville, Maryland.
This is another girl that I grew up riding with.
71.
She's a great rider. We grew up doing ponies together, and she's actually become a very good pony rider. She was, I think, champion last week in the Larges at Washington.
Yeah, she's a great rider. I had never seen her until last year. I judged the Middleburg Classic, and she came in on several horses and just kept nailing it over and over and over, and I didn't know who she was. She rides with Kim Stewart, and actually Dawn Stewart's helping her here, no relation to Kim. I believe this is one of Dawn's horses.
And she really doesn't do the equitation too much. I mean, she obviously had to qualify and had to do the regionals to get here, but she's an excellent hunter rider and has done really well in equitation.
Really no mistakes so far. She's kind of slipping right around here. I don't know this horse. Looks like a big rangy horse.
That was too bad.
Yeah, she didn't keep track of that. I think for me, no matter what you're sitting on, I think you need to stay more on the inside track there. Even if you think like this is a big strided horse, big rangy horse, but I still think you need to stay a little bit on the inside track and just be patient the whole way. I think if you let the horse get to the outside track there, you could lose that 8. The 8 is very easy, but you got to be careful you don't stay too wide.
Right, even with a big strided horse, I think maybe she just, stepped out a little bit too much and lost track of that there.
Rider number 71, Barbara Ann Merriman, out of Louisville, Maryland. Well, from Maryland, we'll go to North Carolina for our next rider, number 72. This is Adam Rittenberg. Adam from Beach Mountain, North Carolina. His mount is Alchemy, number 72.
Yeah, next in we have Adam Rittenberger. He rides also with Tiffany Conaccia-Morsi down in Florida. They announced him from North Carolina, but I thought he lived down near me, down in Fort Lauderdale, but spends a lot of time down there. That's where Tiffany's located. The horse jumped way up high over the first jump, and Adam just didn't really pick up on the fact the horse jumped up slow, high, landed a little bit dead and quiet. He realized when he got to about the third stride, wow, I'm not going to get there, but it was too late. Especially when the horse jumps that high, that slow, and lands that dead. It looks like a nice, soft jump at the first jump, but he didn't realize what was going on.
Yeah, I really needed to push him across there when he jumped so high so that he could make it down the 4, but just didn't quite get there.
And there he was thinking about the short tube, but maybe stiffed him a little bit and fell back behind him. I know this horse well. I've seen him a lot down in our area, and the horse looks really nice. He looks like he's, right on the job. Adams maybe just, being a little weak, not, just he's really not riding until right the last second. He's just being a little bit weak because the horse really is. He doesn't look spooky. He looks rangy. He looks like he's got plenty of stride, and Adams maybe just needs to get a little stronger.
I agree. I think he looks like a great rider, but the same mistake was sort of happening throughout the course. Just not quite strong enough. Maybe.
Yeah, I think it caught up to him. The horse helped him out a few places. Okay, the second jump he ended up, not getting there, but then weak at the next jump, and then weak again here, and weak at the wall, and weak at the triple bar, and then he thought he overdid the double. He really got in his mouth a bit, and then again he was weak at the Swedish. So I think it was even now. The horse just he fell into the jump, and he's just very weak, very soft. And this is, I'm not sure. This is maybe Adam's first time here, and he's, maybe a little nervous, and that happens. We've talked over and over and over about it. You come in here and the nerves take over.
He was very appreciative to his horse, though. I appreciated that.
Rider number 73 is Alexa Efron, and Alexa from New York City, and her mount is Topper,
This is a rider out of Heritage. Rides with Andre Dignelli and Patricia.
Very nice horse. He's been here a whole bunch of times. Might be Alexa's first time. Pretty sure it is.
That was that line was nice. I mean, she planned the 7, and that was well done.
And I like the first, the 4. That was nice. Yeah, she's riding well.
This looks like a very nice horse. Good horse to come to your first final on and ride.
That was well ridden, I thought.
You know, this girl, I don't know her, but just from watching her, I can tell she doesn't have the experience and the mileage that some of these other kids, the Lillie Keenans and the other kids have, but she's nailing this course.
I mean, even that was a little late, but did a nice job covering that up.
That was a good round. That was a really good round.
She should be really happy with that.
Price 53, Melissa Efron of New York, New York.
This rider, this is
Bethany Bowman. Bethany is from the Woodlands.
Bethany Boland. She rides with Will Roberts. I watched this girl go at the medal finals. I'd never seen her before or the horse. I believe I was told this is a 6-year-old horse. And he just clocked around the medal. I really, really like this horse.
Yeah, he seems pretty unfazed, especially for a 6-year-old. Just going right around. Stepped off the lead at the Alltech, the second jump, maybe thinking about that right bending line. But going around very nicely.
And for 6 years old, it's pretty amazing. I see Patricia and Andre down there at the gate watching this horse. This horse sparked a lot of interest at Harrisburg. I think he does it as good as any of them, and especially for being 6. In another year or so, he's going to be pretty amazing. He looks like an amazing animal already.
Absolutely.
Not,
well
not
done.
bad. That wasn't a bad round. You know, like you said, he stepped off the lead, and then she had another swap. Almost like she was thinking about getting in on the from 2 to 3, and then, you know, maybe cause the swap a little bit.
Right.
From the Woodlands, Texas. Price 75 joining us now, and this is Patricia Garrett. And Patricia is from Victor, New York, riding Hesselhoff.
She got the 4 done easily and then just strolled right up there in 6. That was a strong, strong gallop, and it worked out.
It did. I like that.
Whoa. She's got to fit this in.
I think coming off that strong gallop might have got him pulling a little bit, but still looks nice.
Yeah, he looks like he just wants to take over and pull down.
That was a solid round.
Yeah, that wasn't bad. I mean, the horse definitely was taking over a bit and got a little strong, but that was a nice round. There's another rider out of the Beacon Hill camp, Maximaya. This is Anna Cardelphi. This is a different mount for her. She was she didn't take a big approach to fence 1.
No, I was kind of surprised about that.
Yeah, me too. Most people are going around that Swedish. She just sort of got right to it. Hopefully she didn't cheat herself.
I think that's the first one from Beacon Hill who's done 6.
Yeah, Stacey's been sending him in 7. Had the swap there at the Calumet. Another swap. Again, not that it's a big deal, but you know, when it continues to happen, then you know, when it's noticeable and it sticks out in your mind, then it starts to bother you a little bit. Very late in the 8. Yeah, she kind of got away from it, got away with it. The horse was very good to her there. She left him very long and very gappy.
And she fit the 2 pretty well, especially coming off such a open stride to the first one.
And then she did 7 strides there, a little raggedy. I think that she just needed to have a little better plan. You know, she jumped the black. She kind of jumped those as 2 individual jumps, it looked like to me. This looks like a really nice horse, though.
Rider number 76, Anna Cardelphi from Spring Lake, New Jersey. Here's rider number 77. This is Mackenzie Christian. Mackenzie lives in Germantown, Tennessee. And rides Alltech, 77.
You know, this rider, she caught a quiet first jump, and then she rode up the 4, but when she got there, she didn't quite believe in the 4, and the horse left in 4 without her. She got left behind at that second jump. You know, so even if the rest of the round was just unbelievable, she basically took herself out at the second jump. She, you know, she was committed, and she went forward, and then she just didn't believe in the horse there.
Right. I mean, I don't think it was too far off. If she would have just, she wouldn't have gotten left behind there. I think it would have covered up pretty well. Maybe a little deep there.
This obviously is a, maybe a less experienced rider. Definitely not, not understanding the way the lines are riding at this point. She ran up underneath that in 8. Sweet horse. I mean, the horse is sort of clocking right around. Minute she put his eye on the Swedish, she went right to it. But just looks like she's maybe just a little, lacking experience. And then ends up down there with the cross canter. Didn't get the lead change, and then she finally did get it.
Record number is 77, Mackenzie Christian. Germantown, Tennessee, home base for Mackenzie. Here comes rider number 78, and we'll watch Alexandra Murphy. New Canaan, Connecticut, home base for Alexandra. She's aboard Collins, number 78.
Not familiar with this rider, but I see the Frank Madden at the gate. She rides with Frank Madden and Frank based out of Old Salem Farm now.
Plenty of stride up that first line.
Yeah, this horse has a big stride. I actually remember this girl now. I judged her at, Ralph and I judged her at regionals at Old Salem. This is an interesting horse. He does a funny move off the ground behind. He gives like a double kick as he leaves the ground.
Yeah, you're right. Huge stride though, and she's getting it done.
Kind of drug her underneath that A of the double a little bit, but again, no major errors. I mean, it maybe could be a little cleaned up and a little smoother, but
Right, there are just a couple places where she could fit things better or smooth it out.
so last year in this class, Jacob, by now you had already gone, and they had already given a standby. Well, I guess you were waiting for a standby at this point now.
Right. No, because I was 47th, so I was on the standby.
So you were, where were you sitting on the standby?
I think I was second at this point. I think Lillie was in front of me, and then after 50 went, so at the 100 standby, I was in third behind Elizabeth Benson and Lillie Keenan.
Oh, so you came from behind and clawed your way to the top.
Right. Yeah, I was third after. I was third going into the second round. Actually, the flat, I guess, went before the second round.
And where were you sitting after the flat? Were you still sitting third?
No, I moved down 3 spots after the flat, so I was actually 6th. But then ended up third into the test after my second round. So there was a lot of movement. The flat actually played a big factor last year.
Yeah, I remember George really, this class is, the spec call for 50-50, 50% jumping and 50% on the flat. And I don't know that it's, really judged that way. I mean, I think the jumping is, probably a little higher percentage. But, George and Hap last year, I think they did take the flat work very seriously and really there was some juggling going on. They moved people around up and down a lot in the flat face.
I know a bunch of people who moved up pretty far, a few people who moved down pretty far, and I mean, I moved down 3 spots. But yeah, I mean, this is the only final that has a flat besides the U set. I mean, I guess they could flat them at metal, but they definitely stress the flatting at Maclay finals.
Yep, for sure. You know, this girl's just having a little bit of a rough go. She trotted in the turn over here to the fan jump and, you know, just way too deep to the wall and moved that block. You know, just been a little bit inconsistent, rough round. I think now later in the class we've seen basically everyone's, you know, I think by now you know it's got to be inside from Swedish Oxer to Swedish Oxer. There's definitely no option there. We knew that when the class started, but for sure we saw one or two people go around. But anybody who's thinking to get a ribbon or to get a call back, you've got to definitely think you're going inside.
Right. And we've also seen the option when going inside between 6 and 7, but it seems like we agree that 6 is the number that they're looking for.
I think I see Michael Hughes standing at the gate. Maybe he's next. They've got to fix a couple of jumps before he goes. This is Michael Hughes. He's riding a horse named Curtis, actually a horse that I recently sold to Missy Clark. I bought this horse in Holland as an equitation horse and brought him over. And I think this is a really top horse. Michael was second on him at the medal finals a couple weeks ago. That was beautifully done. I mean, he landed there and just melted in the 7.
Yeah, I really liked how he did that. He deliberately showed us the 7 and got it done early so that he could flow to the next jump.
You know, it's hard. I sell these horses and I'm pulling for them so much. You know, you definitely want them to go well after you sell them. And this is a horse I really had high hopes when I brought him over.
Well, he's already proven himself at the medal finals, and he's doing a great job here, too.
Yeah, this horse, you know, Missy, when she bought him, basically said, who trained him? Because from day one, this is how he went. I said, I don't think anybody trained him. I think God trained him. He was just a naturally born equitation horse.
And Michael's just such a good rider. He won the USEP finals, has won so much in the jumpers, and second at medal. So him paired with this horse is a really nice pair.
Wow, this is really an unbelievable round in my opinion. Aside from the fact that the horse came from me, this is really a top round.
And Michael looks so good on a horse. Very natural.
That was perfect. There really wasn't one place on the course that you could pick him apart. That was an amazing round. That's, you know, that again, that's another one that's going to be in that top group.
Here is Victoria Press. Victoria from New York, New York. She's mounted on Charleston Z, number 81.
Next we have Vixie Press here. She rides with, I believe she's running with Steve Heineke. She's taken a pretty good tour of the ring. You know, I think now we see as the class goes on, I think they're starting to get a little braver, just trusting that I think they can get away with doing 7, or not even get away. I think they maybe are realizing, you know, that we saw Sydney Schulman go in that first group, do 7. and they put her in second place. And she was maybe a little long at the first jump, so you could see where they put her second. Sophie Simpson did the 6, but was just had a beautiful, beautiful round. But at least the judges showed you that they like the 7 and they want the 7. And now as the class is going on, we've seen a few do it, and most recently Michael, and he did it spot on.
Really caught a big one into that 2 stride there that made it really come up quick. And with the hand gallop, I would have liked to see her a little out of the tack.
Yeah, and then she did 8 strides here. I mean, I think basically she's taken herself right out of it. I mean, there's been a few little mistakes, but then she did 8 from the Swedish to the Swedish, and you can't get away with doing, it's a 6. Maybe you can get away with 7, but you can't do 8.
Victoria Press, New York City, number 81. Our ASPCA Maclay National Championships presented here at the Alltech National Horse Show by Hatfield's Salary. Known for their excellent and elegant collections for the horse and the rider. Right outside of the arena by sections 115 and 116. Here's rider number 82, Tyler Petrie.
Now we have Tyler Petrie from Ohio.
She's mounted on guard side of the moon.
Keeping it in the family, riding with Scott Petrie. This is a top junior in her area. She does the junior hunters as well. Now for this girl, the 6 was just very, very normal. I mean, she made the 6 almost look like some riders have done the 7. So for her, I think that was the right option.
Right. I mean, it's a big strided horse, and she really just continued on. She didn't have to go or anything for that 6.
Yeah, and she didn't get it done to the gate and knocked it down, and so she's, basically out of it.
She looked a little off to the right, too.
Yeah, and she definitely wasn't in the center. It's not to say that you can't win this class with a rail down, but not when you have that gate like that. Basically, that's a steering issue. You've got to be in the center of that jump, and she let the horse, as you said, she let him get off to the side and knock it down. When I judged the medal the first time, Maggie Maclay won with a rail down in her first round. So that you can definitely, in my opinion, win with a rail down, but that knocking that whole gate down becomes an issue.
And there, this horse has such a big stride. We actually saw the 5 there between the 2 Swedishes.
Tyler Petrie, out of Medina, Ohio, number 82. We'll go back to the southeast region of the country for our next rider. We have rider number 83. And this is Brittany Rafowitz. Brittany from Palm City, Florida. And she's riding vintage, number 83.
Next in, we have Brittany Rafowitz. Just recently, Brittany was doing the jumpers, on her own a lot. Had a lot of help from McLean Ward through the years, and Barney helped her some. And just recently, I think this winter in Florida, started riding in the equitation with Andre and the Heritage crew.
She's riding a horse named Lincoln. Really nice horse, kind of a seasoned equitation horse, and Brittany is a great rider. But yeah, you're right. She just started, I think, last Florida with Heritage, and she's that was really her first time doing the equitation, and she's been really successful.
This is really all sort of falling into place.
Such a big horse with a big stride, and she made that fit really nicely. And I love that turn.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I mean, I like that turn also. She was very neat. You know, we've seen several riders be very wide there. She was really just shaved right in and got right to it. Very efficient. Again, that was a very solid, good round. I think we're going to see her back as well.
For sure. I mean, I think she rode everything really well. She looks great up there. I think we'll definitely see her again.
Rider number 83, Brittany Raffowitz from Palm City, Florida. Showing next is rider number 84. This is Ellie Kimmel. And Ellie, also from Florida, Sarasota, Florida. And she's aboard Capito. Number 84.
This is a horse, I believe, this is a horse owned by Bobby Ginsberg. This is a horse that he rode in the jumpers and just recently decided to make him an equitation horse. And I believe Andre had him for a little bit and used him, and I believe Jeffrey Hessling showed him some.
Oh, yeah, I recognize this horse.
And I'm not sure who this girl is, but, you know, just looks a little rushed. And lost her stirrup here right in front of the judges. Oh, another one we had a drive-by at the wall.
We really were saying earlier we thought that would happen more often. I think this is only like the second one or so.
You know, it's you definitely can see the trainers, the riders, the horses that come here prepared and ready. You know, we've seen, you know, you talk about the standby and the riders that have, you know, you've got, you know, Missy's and Andres and, you know, Stasia's and a few of these kids. Dawn had to, you know, we haven't seen her on the standby yet, but I would imagine she's going to be right there at the top group. But, you know, so many these horses are, you know, so ready to be here. Wow, that was some approach to that last wall.
Yeah. I think she really wanted to get around. She didn't want to have that second refusal, so she really wanted to get over that last jump.
From Sarasota, Florida.
You know, but, you know, like everything in life, everything's about preparation and being ready for the day. And, you know, I don't think you can, you know, leave any of the steps out for today. You know, again, we've talked about it's all down to one round, one day, and I think you really need to be prepared, be organized, and be ready to show today. And, you know, we've seen that out of, you know, several of these, you know, some of Stacia, some of Missy, some of Andres, Don's, you know, and in the end, it pays off and it shows. Whoa. Again, another rider stepped up for the 4, but then didn't believe in it and got left. You know, this horse right off the bat when he came in, he looked tense, he looked nervous. You know, he's sweating. I think he's just a little nervous. It's cold outside. It's cold in the indoor schooling area, but I think he's just a little bothered, nervous, and I think that's why he's just sweating a little bit from the nerves.
Rider number 85, Taylor Sutton of Wadsworth, Illinois. Number 86 is the number carried by our next rider. And this is Christina Firestone. Christina from Wellington, Florida.
Next in, we have Christina Firestone. Christina's aunt, Allison Firestone, a long-time, big-time show jumper. Allison represented the U.S., rode on many teams, won big Grand Prix all over the world. Unfortunately, right off the bat, she didn't ride up to the first jump, got there deep, and then ended up adding and doing 5 strides up the first line. So definitely not the way she wanted to start out.
Definitely. I mean, to the first jump, I think she maybe didn't have the canter she wanted. Ended up a little deep, a little dead. Started to ride up in the 4, but changed her mind and decided to play it safe and just stay with 5.
And this looks like a nice horse. I think this is a horse that Elizabeth Benson showed a little bit when she gave her black horse a little rest every now and then. I think this is a horse Elizabeth rode. She showed it, if I'm not mistaken, rode it at Lake Placid last year.
There were some nice parts of that course, I thought.
Yeah, there were. And you know what was nice is she knew she was out of it at the first line, but she didn't give up and she didn't stop. She kept, she still hand galloped the wall. She still did the inside turn to the Swedish Oxer, so it wasn't like she gave up.
Right.
Christina Firestone of Wellington, Florida. Rider number 87 is half 8, and this is Taylor Sutton of Austin, Texas. Taylor riding Orlando. Number 87.
So this is Taylor Sutton. I'm pretty sure she rides a little bit with Don Stewart. And I'm pretty familiar with this horse. I switched on to him at Washington last year. He's a nice horse, and Taylor's a good rider. I know she does a lot of hunters, and looks like a nice match.
Yeah, she does. You're right. She rides with Don Stewart and Bibby Farmer. She did the 7, but she didn't do it well enough. You know, she landed, she cantered for 4 or 5 strides before she decided she was going to fit the 7 in.
Right, I would have liked to see that done earlier.
You know, and again, I think that's the test, being able to fit it in well and early enough. You know, I think, again, I'm going back to Michael Hughes. You know, I think he really did it as well as anybody. I mean, he landed and just barely touched the horse's mouth, and the horse just melted back to him and did the 7 just really well. It got to the auction, jumped high and slow. I mean, as I said, I just think I think he did it as well as anybody.
Well, he did it so well that he could even soften to the next oxer. You know, he wasn't slowing all the way there. He slowed down early and just let the next jump happen. I would say that was a solid round. I mean, she didn't get the 7 done as early as she'd like, but it was well done.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I don't think it's, you know, I don't think it's good enough to be in that top group. Definitely, you know, the 7 for me, the first line, you know, was a little bit of an issue. You know, Dawn had another kid earlier, Ashton Alexander, that, again, I thought she did it as well as anybody. She did the 7, and she really did it well.
Number 88.
This is Lauren Fabiano. I know she's ridden some with Frank and a little bit with Bob Braswell. She used to ride a little with Heritage,
And I don't believe this is her top horse, is it?
no, her other horse Aram that she usually shows. This is her. She has 2 equitation horses, and this is the other one.
Yeah, because I believe Ralph and I judged her at regionals at Old Salem, and she rode her other horse, and that looked like a really nice horse. And but yeah, I thought most recently she was riding with Bobby Browswell, but I see Frank Madden down at the gate. You know, on a swap there. I think she's had a couple little swaps. You know, she's getting it done, not as smooth as some of the other riders we've seen. You know, little rough there in the 8, and you know, it looks like she's being strong and aggressive. You know, maybe she's a little worried, but she's getting it done. Again, at the first Swedish, she had another swap and maybe a little deep there, and the horse lost his front end. But again, that's a place where the judges can't really see that, so she'll probably get away with that one.
Yeah, I mean, I think she rode the course nicely. There were a couple little mistakes, like a swap here and there, but she should be happy with it.
Rider number 89 is Hannah Jackson. Hannah from Berkeley, Massachusetts, riding Wally. Number 89.
Yeah, maybe a little sticky up that first line for Hannah. And too deep at the Calumet vertical for sure. Looks like maybe the horse is just a little strong and a little aggressive. And not really a hand gallop. The hand gallop, again, a little bit up out of the saddle. The faster she went, the heavier she sat.
Right.
A little late in the 8.
Just going to make this 2 pretty tight. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a very, very short 2. You don't want to be that late. You don't want to be kicking into that short 2 stride because it gets very, very, very steady. That's another rider riding with David Olenek. David's got a few kids here. Nothing terrible. Just, a few, a little deep here, a little deep there. Too deep to the second to last jump for sure.
And I think she didn't really get the first jump she wanted either, which sort of made the first line a little rapid. But yeah, there were a couple places here and there where it was a little uneven, but got the job done.
Next in, we have Lauren Tyree. Lauren's from Chicago, but she rides with Missy. This is a horse, very good horse, Cocoa Pop.
And I think she, last year, was one of the ones who moved up pretty far after the flat. She looks nice on the horse.
Yeah, Lauren's a beautiful rider, beautiful girl. Really looks good on the horse. Horse swapped at the second jump, which is strange because kind of
landed right.
Yeah, I mean, he was going right, and everything should have been going right, and he swapped to the left lead. And that line was beautiful line. I really held her body, beautiful body control all the way down that line. And a little bit of a weak hand gallop.
Yeah, maybe not exactly what she wanted.
And that worked out, but just kind of slow and not real, could have had a little more oomph through that turn. It was just a little boring.
There was a lot of strides through the turn.
Yeah. I mean, I think at this point we're going to see her back. I don't think we're going to see her in that top group with Michael Hughes and Sophie. Yep, that was a good round.
Lauren Tyree from Chicago. Number 90.
Now we're going to see Morgan Ward. Morgan riding with Amos Badone.
Morgan was in Milford, New Jersey.
This is a horse that's only been in the country about I want to say about 3 weeks. He arrived a couple days before the USET finals, and Emil leased him out to somebody, and then he went right to Harrisburg, and Morgan rode him in the medal finals there.
Well, he's getting right into the swing of things then, I guess, because I seem to remember she had a pretty nice trip.
And that line just totally misrode it. She 6, 7, 7, 6. She never really decided what she was doing. Her reins are a little long, and she's not really able to get the horse back together. I thought right off the bat her entrance, she really cheated herself. She didn't pick up the canter until she was over by the in-gate, and she only gave herself, a few canter strides to get going.
Really didn't use her space there.
Now, again, just shaved right in on the triple bar. And this is not an inexperienced rider. She's ridden a lot of ponies and a lot of different horses with Emil. Emil's got a big sales barn and has all different types of horses, so she's been able to ride a little bit of everything.
Well, probably not the round that she wanted, but for only being in the country for 3 weeks, I'd say that horse, handled this pressure pretty well. And like you said, Morgan's ridden a lot of horses, so I'm sure she made it look a lot easier than it probably was.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that's an older horse. I believe he's 13 or 14, and he's done a lot of jumper stuff, and he has a lot of experience. So, I'm sure he's shown indoors a lot.
Right. So this is Olivia Champ, who won the USET Finals West, I believe, this year.
Yeah, she did. I actually judged those finals, and this was the winner. And I think she also won the regionals out there. Horse had a stumble in the line there, but, not really her fault, and still made the 7 work.
Might have even worked in her advantage a little bit. That 7 actually worked out pretty nicely. Now, what would you think there? It was pretty long, but off a hand gallop. Was that all right?
It was all right. The horse looks like he's just landing a little bit hard. She went just landing a little bit hard on the backside of the jumps. I think had he landed a little softer, it would have made it look a little more natural. And there she was thinking 6, and then she had to sort of change her mind and do 7. And then here again, she did 8. And, at this point in the class, that's not 8. That has to be 7 for everybody. Now, this is the rider I was speaking about earlier. This is the girl that just missed getting by the regionals at Old Salem, but I believe she was 5th in the USET finals.
You're right.
And then was able to get here because of that placing.
Isabel lives in Westport, Connecticut. Her horse is Seville, number 93.
Yeah, she had a really nice USET finals. She rode her jumper. She did a great job and ended up 5th, so I guess she earned a spot here today. And she's riding Charlie Z. He won the medal finals the year you judged it, I think, Jimmy.
Yep, I judged that year. Schaefer Raposa won on him. And, this girl's definitely an inexperienced rider and, caught just sort of a nice slow first jump and never really picked up on the second jump. And she must have been a long way away because this horse is like a robot. I mean, I think this horse knows his way around, and he really doesn't let you down often, if ever.
After that little mistake in the first line, she's evening out a bit. I think that was really well done, I thought. Smoothing it out.
Yeah, it's a shame. The first line, she didn't really pick up on it, but now it's getting better as she goes on. Even there with her lack of experience, she did the 6 no problem.
Yeah, I thought that was well done. And a pretty nice last line, too.
There's several of these trainers that, year after year they have contenders, Andre and Missy and, Stacia and that crew. And, you have some other, we're missing Susie Shulkoff here this year. Susie, tends to have an equitation kid now and then. And, Susie was here for the hunters during the week, but, she doesn't have one this year in the equitation.
Well, looking in for the next ride, number 94. This is Sydney Hutchins. Sydney from Westlake Village, California, riding Gaudi. Number 94.
That was a little late in the 7. I wasn't sure what she was doing.
Yeah, I was like 6, 7, not really sure. She did the 7, but it was definitely late.
I judged this girl in the USAT finals, and she was right there to make the cut, and unfortunately her horse stumbled bad off the ground and just basically fell through a jump and took her right out of the final 4. That was really too bad because she was pretty solid all the way through. She wasn't riding this horse. She rode another horse, and I think he just sort of stumbled off the ground and went right through the jump. I would say that was a medium round. I think the biggest thing that stood out in my mind was the 3rd jump. When she was about on the 4th stride, I just sort of knew she was doing 6. And the next thing I knew, she was fitting in a 7th stride. So, I think that sort of distracted me for the rest of the round. And I think the round was medium, but for sure the 3rd jump stands out in my mind.
Next up is number 95. This is Amanda Ellis. Amanda from Charlotte, Vermont, riding the head.
So now we're getting down to the last few before the second break where we'll get the next standby.
Yeah, I believe we have about 5 more to go. That first line, for sure, with a less experienced rider, I'd send him right up there 4 and 6. I think that's less complicated. I think the 4 to 7 takes a little more sophistication. You got to be able to step right up the first line and then be able to shorten the stride. So, but again, with the less experienced kids, I think the 4 to the 6 is definitely the right choice.
We've seen that a lot today, swapping off right in front of that. I think they just get a little strung out in the hand gallop and not sure where they're going.
Yeah, this horse, he looked like he was just a little lost. The distance, she was coming to it. The distance looked a little long, and I was not quite sure how it was going to turn out. And she actually closed it up, but as you said, he swapped as he got there.
Amanda Gillis. And she's from Charlotte, Vermont. Here is number 97 now, 96, and this is Sarah Clifton Andell. Sarah Clifton from Memphis, Tennessee.
You know, again, this girl's lost.
Oh.
1, 2, 3, and she forgot where she was going.
I mean, the way the third jump is angled, it kind of presents itself to turn left, but she's 96 in the order.
Yeah, for sure. And, you know, again, I mean, that happens, but, yeah, I think she just totally blanked out. Oh, that horse was very good to her there. That could have been ugly. That was a very long distance off of a very open stride. You know, we have a lot of West Coast riders here. You know, Karen Healy has a lot of kids. Karen's always, you know, wanted to bring a lot of kids for the equitation, and she always comes east, and she actually trains Olivia Champ, and Olivia, as we said, she won the regionals and the USET finals. Karen does a good job out there with these kids.
Is this girl also from the West Coast?
This girl is not. I believe this girl is from Tennessee.
Oh, right, right.
Sarah Clifton Andell of Memphis, Tennessee. Next up is number 97. Rider 97 is Alessandra Sosi. Alessandra from Boulder, Colorado. She's awarded at Zygo, number 97. We'll see 3 more riders and then take a little break.
You know, I think this is a young rider, and again, we keep saying, I mean, you hate to come here and have a refusal, especially right off the bat at fence 1. You know, you'd like now that for this horse to jump over this and, you know, take this young kid around. You know, that's too bad. So right off, she's eliminated at fence 2.
Had to come all the way here from Colorado. That's really too bad. And she had to get through the regional to get here, so we know she's a good rider.
Unfortunately, we'll excuse our rider. Let me know score. A good effort to put in by Alessandra Sosi.
That's too bad. She had a nice canter to the first jump. I think maybe, you know, short out of the turn. Wasn't exactly decisive on a distance. And
So I believe we have about 2 or 3 more. I think 3 more to go here. We have another rider here with Frank Madden.
Number 98.
Emily Perez.
And this is Emily Perez. Emily from Pittsburgh, New York. And her mount is Kimura. It's number 98.
This horse was just walked the 4 and walked the 6.
really big stride. I like this horse.
Yeah, this definitely looks like a horse that you'd want to ride in a final, especially if you're young. I don't know this girl, but this looks like a nice horse. Very scopy, big stride. Looks very brave, very honest. Really like him. Maybe a little slow there, but got away with it. She did that okay, maybe overdid it with the body at A and fell back, in the air a little bit, but all in all, this is sort of falling into place.
Maybe lost her way a little bit there. It's too bad. I liked that round.
Yeah, that wasn't bad, and we just have to see what they do with the rail. Keep in mind nowadays it's just a 4-point deduction. I don't know if they're scoring the rounds, but if that was a 84, it's an 80. It's not like she's totally out.
Right.
For the Maclay Championships, sponsored by Hatfields Salary, proud to represent the Tucci line of Italian-made ready-to-wear and custom riding boots. Find them outside across from sections 115 and 116. Here's number 99. This is Brett Remington. Brett from Coral Gables, Florida.
I remember this horse from last year when I showed.
Number 99.
Yeah, this is a really, really cute horse. This is Brett Burlington from Miami, Florida. Rides with Ali Sweetnam and Michael Delfiandro. Oh, that's a shame.
That really is.
She was definite up that first line and, then missed the lead change and took her out of it. I think, that also, the 7 also helps you on the landing of that jump. I think if you do 7, you land the horse organized, collected.
Right.
I think if you're late and you're riding up in the 6th, the horse is strung out, and you take that gamble, with that short turn in the lead change.
That really is too bad because this is a really cute horse. The rider looks great. But yeah, I think off that 6 in the second part of the first line, it presents itself to, whip around that triple bar a little bit and miss the lead change.
That was too bad. She could have been right in there.
I think so too.
Brett Burlington from Coral Gables, Florida. Here comes our final rider for the second group in the Maclay National Championships. Rider number 100, Kaylee Thompson. And Kaylee from Shelburne, Vermont. And she's mounted on Harrisburg. Number 100, we'll take a break after Kaylee's ride.
A little dead to the first jump, but
yeah, but she didn't give up. She stepped right up there in the 4. There, she really didn't fix that distance. She was coming around the turn at a Calumet vertical, and it was showing up deep, and she just sort of left the horse on his own, and he sort of lost his shape, and then got there a little close to the gate and knocked the whole gate down. And I think we were talking about a rail down, and the horse totally stepped off his lead there. I think you can get away with having a rail down, but I think if you knock that whole gate down, I think that that really becomes a problem. It's just it's just too distracting. And I think if you knock the gate down, I think it's too big a problem.
For sure. And earlier you said, it could be a steering issue because of the high sides on it, and it is. It's distracting. But very cute horse, I think. All right, so that was our last one before the drag break and standby.
From Shelburne, Vermont. Well, time to take a break, stretch your legs, and we'll freshen up the ring. And then we'll come back with
Well, we're going to take a little break again. We're going to have a drag break, and we're going to go on to the next 50 or the next 48. So hopefully you'll stay tuned. And again, Jacob Pope, and I'm Jimmy Torano here at the Alltech National Horse Show with the Maclay National Championship.
Jumped and literally carried people to victory. But even that may not be enough. Each year, nearly 100,000 horses in the U.S. will suffer neglect, abandonment, or a cruel premature death as they're auctioned off by the pound.
Take action for horses now at aspca.org/horse.
Okay, look, if you've got the kind of job where you shower after work, then the phrase good enough ain't in your lexicon. It's just getting the job done doesn't get the job done anymore. You gotta own it. And this is your down payment for Super Duty. It means the hardest work in the industry. Everyone in construction, ranching, farming, mining, landscaping, forestry, you name it. This is the fun that the guys who do the toughest work depend on. Own it, baby. This is the for Super Duty.
Hi, I'm Lillie Jordan from Georgetown, Kentucky. I'm a two-time national reining horse world champion and United States Equestrian Federation two-time gold medalist. I go around with our Sherback farms and get this started on my horse. Great overall digestive supplement. We use it on all my performance horses, on these young race horses, letting them a little walk a day, strengthen their immune system, and that supplement.
As the unrecognized experts in equine digestive health, salute unsung heroes everywhere. Alltech, proudly supporting unsung heroes.
1966 and began by protecting the working horses on city streets. They have a long and proud history of honoring and protecting America's animals. We invite you to visit the ASPCA booth here in the Alltech Arena and discover what you can do to be the voice of animals. So 2/3 of the way through our group of riders, all of whom have worked long and hard to earn their spot here at the Alltech National Horse Show. So we have another group of 47 to finish up, and then we will go on to the second phase of the event. We'll end up with a final round of flat riders, final group representing the top choices of our judging panel. They'll come in for a flat phase, and then after the flat phase, we'll whittle it down again to a final group to come in and work off, and one of those will go home as champion. And our thanks to CM Hatfield's family for presenting the Maclay National Championships. I'd like to invite you all to stop by Dapples over by sections 115 and 116, right here at the door leading out to Hatfield's Saddlery. They're having a special sale on all of the National Horse Show merchandise. So a wonderful opportunity to pick up some souvenirs here, our 130th edition of the National Horse Show. So generously sponsored by our friends at Alltech. And as you have seen on the video boards, Alltech also the title sponsor for the second time of the World Equestrian Games coming up in Normandy, France next year. Tickets go on sale, I believe, on the 18th of November for the Alltech World Equestrian Games. Coach Please provides horsemen worldwide with superior equine grooming products, from MTG to Show Touch-Up sprays to Magic Sheen. Trust your horse's turnout to Shapley's superior equine grooming products since 1938. Well, now we have some quiet in the ring. I'll give you the standby from our second group. So this representing the top choices at this point from the first 100 riders. It will be different than the standby from the first group. So again, reflecting both groups 1 and 2. Standby is number 35, Sophie Simpson. Number 37, Sydney Shulman. Number 39, Lillie Keenan. Number 66, Gabrielle Bossano. Number 80, Michael Hughes. Number 3, Meredith Darst. Number 30, Allie Trichler. Number 45, Charlotte Jacobs. Number 83, Brittany Ramblowitz. Number 87, Taylor Sutton. That's the Texas Taylor Sutton. Number 63, Ashton Alexander. Number 44, Calvin Dobbs. Number 64, Alexandra Ledove. Number 90, Lauren Tyree. Number 25, Allison Hout. Number 73, Alexa Efron. Number 12, Caroline McLeese. Number 8, Lizzie Vanderwald. Number 88, Lauren Fabiano. Number 13, Alexa Boggio. Number 49, Michaela Langmeyer. Number 17, Alexandria Desiderio. Also number 69, and that's Haley Robinson. And number 23, Kristen Moore. So right now, 24 riders on the standby for the flat phase. About ready to move on to our third and final group.
So we're back now at the Alltech National Horse Show watching the Maclay Finals. Jacob Pope and Jimmy Torano commentating. We're starting with number 101 out of 148 riders.
And Mackenzie from Miami, Florida, riding St. James, number 101.
And I'm back also. Here we are. Had to stop and get a drink. This rider, I believe, rides with Jane Fennessy. That was too bad. She actually was very committed up the first line. Got the 4 and stepped right up there to the third jump and just was missing the lead change, and she, let the horse trot. And this girl giving this horse a nice, positive, strong ride. I believe this girl's very young and has a few years left. And actually, aside from missing the lead change, not doing a bad job, this is definitely, I would say, one of the less experienced riders we have in this class today. Ended up doing the 8 there. Again, you could get by with 7, but ended up doing the 8. The horse got a little lost in the turn and maybe shaved in a little early here. So she'll probably do 8 to the last jump, I'm guessing.
Or 9.
Actually, she ended up doing 9. You could kind of see that the way she jumped the second to last jump that she definitely was going to add. I didn't think she'd add 2 strides. But again, I think this is her first time here. And she's got a few years to go, so it won't be the last time we see her.
And I liked what you said, how she's one of the, less experienced riders, maybe hasn't been here before. And besides that miss of the lead change and the trot step, she pulled through and had a nice trip. A couple ads, but definitely good for her confidence if this is her first time.
Alexis riding Copperfield 39, and she is number 102.
I like the way she did that.
Yeah, I did too. This is a girl with Karen Healy. This is a very good horse, and this girl's a good rider. She's back and forth from school, so that makes it a little difficult. But I think this week she was able to get here a little early and practice a little bit. That line was hard for us to see. She's going away from us, but looked like maybe the horse got a little mouthy, but this is a very good horse. She had to swap at that jump, but this is a very nice horse. I actually rode it once or twice. I got him ready at Capital Challenge, and then these horses were laying over at my farm, so I rode him a couple times there. It's a dream to ride.
And there we see that she did 7. She wasn't quite on it from the first Swedish. She got a little lost there, but she made it work, and the rest of her round is very nice. And I like that ride to the last jump.
Yeah, that was too bad.
Alexis Graves, California.
That girl's a good rider, and that's a very, very nice horse.
Then we'll go back east for rider number 103. Here's Daniela McCormick. And Daniela is from Acton, Massachusetts. And she's mounted on Castle Wall, number 103.
This girl taking a big tour. She better be careful she doesn't cross this dotted line. And I think she just realized she was maybe going to go across it.
Yeah, you can see there that she's really making sure she stays inside of it. Maybe wanted to show the horse the spooky wall, the last jump. Another one that did that pretty well.
Yeah, this girl looks like maybe she's just a little inexperienced. You know, when she came in the ring right off the bat, you saw that, you know, she was maybe got a little lost in her entrance and, you know, almost crossed that dotted line, but definitely she caught herself. And, you know, then all in all, she's actually having a pretty nice round.
That's too bad.
You know, that was too bad. She got there just a hair snug, no big deal. It wasn't like she rode through the wall. The horse just put a little toe on it and knocked the top block off, but, you know, not a big deal. Wasn't a big fault of hers. You know, again, I think this is one of our less experienced riders, but she's doing a nice job.
I like the horse. She looks good on the horse, and she's riding the track pretty nicely, I think. She stayed right on it for that 6. That was a pretty solid round. I like that.
Yeah, that wasn't bad.
And that is Daniela McCormick from Acton, Massachusetts. Also, one of the hallmarks of the ASPCA Maclay Championships, we not only recognize the winning rider with a championship award, but we also recognize the team and the entirety of the team. We have our Maclay National Championship Trainer Award, presented by the family of John Y.G. Walker III in memory of Victor Hugo Vidal, and also the Gordon Wright Perpetual Trophy, which is awarded to the family of our champion. All that coming up later today when we crown our 2013 Maclay champion. Next to ride is 104. This is Mimi Chiquette. And Mimi from Purchase, New York. She's aboard Lolita, number 104.
I've seen this girl ride a lot. She's a pretty good rider. I think it's a very cute horse.
Yeah, this I believe this is a horse with Timmy Keys now. This is a horse that Linda Langmeyer had for a few years with another rider. Now this horse is with Timmy Keys. This is definitely a good horse to have for the finals. You know, she got a little bit lost in the first line, but the horse stepped right up there.
She showed the hand gallop a little bit through the turn, but really quieted down for the distance there.
Yeah, again, I don't think this girl is a very, very experienced rider, been here a lot, but, you know, all in all doing a decent job. And again, a good horse to have to get around these finals.
She kind of rode deep into the turn for that first Swedish and made the distance between the two Swedish oxers a little long. She made it in the 6, but it was a little late.
And too deep there, too deep to the last jump and then too deep to the wall.
And that was Mimi Chiquette from Purchase, New York. And hold next horse to check Rider pulled up.
That's a pretty neat gate. It looks like it's one big solid gate, but actually when they knock it down, you realize it's separate pieces.
Will be number 106. And this is Maggie Savoy.
Yeah, there are actually some pretty cool jumps on this course. I like the course design and the design of the jumps. It's very, very nice.
So they've just brought me the footage now from the, we've talked. Well, I'll watch this round and then we'll discuss that because I was going to say I really like this horse and rider, but she's done for the day after the first line. Way too deep defense one and never attempted to do 4 strides. That was too bad because this is in my opinion, this is a contender, but. Unfortunately, today's not going to be her day. I believe she rides with Chris Capper normally. But anyways, what I was going to say, the distance from 2 to 3, they've now brought me the course diagram. I guess they've heard me talk about it a lot on the TV, and the footage there is 92 feet. So it's sort of right in between, a normal 6. A normal 6 would be 84 feet. You could go, 84, 86, 88. So, at 92, it's a long 6 for sure. And at 92, it's a very short 7. So, normally 92 is, that's a pretty healthy 6-stride line. So, but again, I think we've seen now as the class goes on, we've seen a lot of the top kids do 7 strides in that line, and I think now that I see the footage, I think, again, I don't think I know the trainers didn't see the footage, but now that I see this on paper, I think for sure I would be thinking 7.
And that was Maggie Savoy from Rehoboth, Massachusetts.
That's too bad. Sometimes the horses just walk into the ring, they see the big ring and the TV at the other end and just spook a little bit.
Number 107.
Yeah, I mean, that's a bad way to start. I mean, unfortunately, it doesn't look like this girl's going to get around. And if she doesn't get to the first jump soon, I'm guessing that they're going to blow her out because the horse really wants no part of this. And, he's backing up. Yeah, I mean, that was, that's really a very, very discouraging, to come here and never even be able to jump a jump. That's a very discouraging.
Here comes number 108. And this is Caitlin Boyle. Caitlin from Hampshire, Illinois. Riding Laredo. Number 108.
Well, this next girl in, Caitlin Boyle, this is the daughter of Pat Boyle, who runs all the shows out in Chicago. Pat runs some amazing horse shows at Lamplight. He runs shows out in Colorado. I've judged for him out there, and he's one of the best people really to judge for. He does a great job, really treats the judges well, and this girl's an amazing rider. Last year, she got called back in the medal for sure, and I believe in the Maclay as well. And Really, really a top rider. I've seen her a little bit in Chicago. That was a beautiful ride.
That was really nice.
You know, and even as well as she rode last year here, I said from last year to this year, I think she's just cleaned it up and she's made it that much better. Maybe a little bit, you know, what I'd call a backwards release at A of the double there.
Mhm.
But, you know, this is such a big, rangy, stridey horse that short two would just get very, very steady for him. But as far as the way this course is being ridden, this is about as good as it gets. You know, you might want to pick her apart with her position, just at the double over there. I think the rest is.
I mean, I see what you're saying. Like, she definitely, it was noticeable that she really tried to fit in that 2 stride, but otherwise I thought that was pretty right on.
Yeah, that was a beautiful round.
The horse jumped nice. The entire round was smooth, one fluid rhythm.
Next to the rider is number 109, Taylor Humble. Taylor from Vancouver, British Columbia. Taylor running Sherman. Number 109.
You know, we're seeing a lot of good rounds. Going to be hard for the judges. You know, while we've seen a lot of mediocre rounds and a lot of problems, and we've seen 1 or 2 get eliminated, but we definitely we're getting some. When you talk about right at the top of the, whoops, you know, when you talk about that top group, there's several of them. I mean, it really, to separate them, it's going to be difficult.
That's exactly right. I mean, there were several rounds that I thought could have scored very similar scores, and the riders all rode extremely well. They all looked good on their horses, and they're all very experienced riders. And yeah, it's going to be tough for the judges to figure that out.
You know, and I think one of the biggest things, you know, we're not judging. We're watching this class from, you know, we're not really right in the center of the ring, nor are the judges, but, you know, we're not getting quite the same view that they're getting. And I think, you know, the first jump especially, I think they have a much better view than we do. I think there's a couple, you know, there were a couple riders that I maybe questioned the first jump, but I thought, they got away with it. That was okay. And, you know, and then as the round went on, it was so nice that I overlooked the first jump, or maybe, you know, but I think they get such a good view at the first jump that maybe, you know, those couple riders that I thought maybe were going to be right on top or whatever, they maybe have them, you know, a little lower because of that first jump.
Right.
That's the only jump that we can't get a great view of that first jump.
We can see how the horse jumps it, but yeah, the judge might be able to see, you know, exactly where the horse took off, and maybe a little bit better their style.
Rider 110, standing ready to join us. The 110th rider will be Stephen Thorne. Stephen from Lake Forest, Illinois. He rides bronze light. Number 110.
Well, this boy's from Chicago, I believe. Maybe rides with his dad out there, and just recently he's riding with John and Missy and Julie Wells. And just didn't get there. I mean, he meant to get there, and he rode like he wanted to get there. The horse you know, maybe just a little short-strided and just didn't get up that first line.
Yeah, you could see he really tried for it. He wanted that 4, but just didn't quite get there. Usually pretty effective rider, though.
Yeah, he looks like a strong rider. You know, did too many there. You know, he didn't get too discouraged after the first line. You know, the first line, the horse just didn't step up and maybe just didn't have enough stride to get there. But he sort of has stuck with it and kept going and made the horse step right up to that last jump.
Yeah, I thought that was pretty good of him to just kind of, I mean, he took the second jump and he didn't let him get his nerves or anything.
Well, this year, the ASPCA celebrates 147 years of horse protection.
Well, coming in, we've got another one of the hot shots. We got Victoria Colvin. You know, you can't say enough about Tori. The kid is one an amazing rider. She was first and second the other night in the junior jump-off class. She's champion in all the junior hunters. She's won everywhere. And she still has a few years left in the junior division. Definitely a kid that's going to go on and be a professional and, you know, who knows, hopefully ride on the team and definitely will be a top hunter rider. She already is a top hunter rider. I mean, still a junior, but rides as good as any professional, really.
Here is Tori Colvin. Tori from Waxahachie, Florida. And her mount is Monsieur Garrett.
This is a horse, they announced one's here, but that's not him. This is a horse, Can, owned by the Tyrese. And they're letting Tori use it for this class. Horse stepped off his lead for a second there.
I like this combination, though. I think they look good together. I mean, Tori can ride anything, but Can's a nice horse. And
yeah, Lauren rode it in the USAT finals, and then she rode it again in the
medal finals.
In the medal finals, and got called back. That was a good ride.
Right on.
Oh, son of a gun! It did a lead change to the wall and now cross cantered.
That's too bad.
Yeah, I mean, okay, Tori's got years left, but yeah, she's definitely not going to make it back. Just way too many mistakes.
This could be a last-minute thing, though. I don't know how long they were planning on her riding this horse. You might have just gotten on it a couple of days ago.
Yeah, I think it probably was a couple. I mean, I heard as of 2 days ago that she was riding it. So,
okay.
You know, I don't think it was planned a week ago. I think it probably was within the last few days.
What a great rider, though.
Yep, she definitely. She's a superstar.
Here's rider 112. This is Allison Cooney. Allison from Chappaqua, New York. She's born with number 112.
Here we have Allison Cooney. She rides with Frank Madden at Old Salem. This girl can. She's won several equitation classes. I saw her this summer in Vermont win the Washington with a very high score in the 90s, and again, I judged her in the regionals at Old Salem, and she was pretty good. She had a little bobble, but obviously she made it through. I thought she could have done the 7 a little better than that. A little late getting the 7 done. You know, and again, with the footage and that we know now, I think if you're going to do 7, I think you need to just land, and it needs to happen on the first stride. So you can almost ride up a little bit at the end, not still pulling on the 7th stride.
Right.
Again, she's maybe getting away with it because it's going directly away from the judges. But in my opinion, it has to be done a little sooner than that.
It was a pretty nice ride to the wall. She's having a pretty solid round so far.
Yeah, I mean, I think she's gonna be there. She's gonna flat for sure.
Yeah.
Not in the top group, but she's gonna flat.
Here is number 113, Kelly Cusinelli. Kelly from Elizabeth, Colorado. She's aboard Monterey, number 113.
So this is Kelly Cruciati. She's riding Monterey, very nice horse. Good rider.
Yeah, this girl is a super rider, working with Don Stewart, and this is a horse previously ridden by Lillie Keenan, and before that, Michael Murphy. And I think Kelly does an amazing job with this horse. He just, she really just puts him to sleep, and the horse really just goes like glass. I mean, he's smooth, and she's a good rider. Right there, she gets up out of the tack and hand gallops immediately.
I really like that ride.
Yeah, that was nice. I mean, this is just how you want it done.
Horse jumped that great. Fit that 2 in really nicely.
No, and I like the brilliance to the round. It's all sort of flowing along. It's not slow and boring. And
yeah, definitely brilliant for sure.
Even here, she's kept the rhythm through the turn, keep going. And she's got 1 jump. This is in my top group as well.
No doubt about it. That was great.
Yeah, that was a beautiful, beautiful round. Again, working with Dawn, and girl's a good hunter rider, and she's a very confident rider. She's, I just got really met her here this year in the fall. I know she's won all over in the country, showing in Colorado and out west, but really a good rider. I've watched her here a lot, and I was really impressed with the way she rode.
And they're a great match. I mean, I think she looks great on the horse, and the horse jumps great, and he looks nice while he's going around.
And this is Hannah Mason Jackson. Hannah from Atlanta, Georgia. She's boarded on the Rouge. Number 114.
I'll tell you, they're really making it difficult for the judges. Like I said, there's a lot of very, very good rounds. We still have a long day ahead of us. They still have to flat and another round and a work off. But, and right now, I think Michael Hughes is, I forgot where he's sitting, but he's
in like 5th or 6th.
Yeah, he's 5th or 6th.
5th, yeah.
But that doesn't mean anything. I think some of these riders, you still have the flat, and then the second round, a lot of things can change. As you
for sure.
You were sitting a little lower, and you were 6th, and then you ended up winning the whole thing. So this girl's a little bit lost here. Oh, found her way.
Yeah.
Good horse.
But for sure, anything can happen. I mean, I went 3rd to 6th, back to 3rd, and then after the test ended up winning. So you can definitely be sitting lower and end up pulling through.
I think sometimes, you don't really want to be on top coming into the second round of being on top,
it's a lot of pressure.
Yeah, it's a lot of pressure. It's a kiss of death. It's hard to be on top and hold the lead the whole way.
And the Mason Jackson of Atlanta, Georgia. Next rider is under 115.
We talk a lot about these finals, and obviously I judge a lot of them, and I have some kids, and we generally talk. They have the finals, and so many kids enter, and there's maybe 20 that could win it, and we talk about a number of the amount of kids that maybe could win it. Obviously every year there's kids that are coming here for experience and mileage, and just sort of getting their feet wet, but. This year, I mean, I've got circled the trips that I really liked are the ones that I have in my top group, and there's so many riders that are actually capable of winning this class. It's nice that we have such a nice group of junior riders coming along, and several of them that aren't leaving the equitation ranks this year. We have Michael Hughes. He'll be still a junior next year. Tori Colvin. I don't know all these kids, but there's so many kids that Sophie Simpson's not aging out.
Right, Lillie's not aging out.
Lillie's not aging out. Charlotte is. Michaela Langmeyer is definitely a kid to watch in the future. So there's plenty of kids still left that are really top riders.
It doesn't seem like there's a whole lot of kids aging out this year, but there are a whole lot of really good rounds that'll be difficult for the judges to choose.
You think of Lillie and Michael, you think they're aging out because they've done it for so long and they've done it so well for so long, but, they both have a year left. So, one of them for sure is going to be in this class next year because one of them is very capable of winning this year, but
right.
We'll see the other one back next year. I read somewhere after the USET finals that Lillie was thinking about not doing the equitation anymore because she had a bad go or she was discouraged. And, I'm glad that she did decide to keep doing it, and, hopefully she will next year. And I think that, sort of keeps all her riding together. I think some of these juniors are, they start leaving the junior ranks and they get sloppy and they start losing their style and their position. And, you watch Beezy Man and McLean Ward and Brian Goutal and, some of these riders, and, the position still at that level is still spot on. And,
right. I mean, you can watch any of them and it looks like an equitation class out there.
Yeah, I mean, Maclay, no matter what he's sitting on, he's jumping 160, and he looks like he's going around the finals. When he hit Sapphire and he was jumping the Olympic Games, he looked like he was doing the medal finals.
Right.
And I think, at that level, the position is important. Yes, there's riders that get away with being sloppy and laying on the neck, and, especially light riders, but, it is very, very important, and I think it starts right here.
And thank you.
That was too bad. The horse just looked like he picked up a little bit when he came in the ring, looked a little starstruck.
Yeah, for sure. He definitely was not wanting to play when he walked in the ring. Next in, it looks like we have Jeffrey, and if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. He's a working student at Heritage.
Yeah, he rode last year with Don Stewart, and now this year he's teamed up with the Heritage crew. And has a very nice horse to ride. I like this horse. This is a horse I believe Julia Fowler rode.
Yeah,
right?
you're right. This is Sierra. She's been around a while. Really nice horse. Got down the 6 pretty easy.
Yep, he did. I really think at this point, while maybe the judges wanted the 7, I think at this point, I think either is fine. I think the 6 is fine. I think the 7 is fine.
After seeing the footage where it's pretty much right in between.
I mean, we've got Sophie still on top, and she did the 6, and then we've got Sydney second, and she did the 7. So
great hand gallop there.
I don't think it matters to them at this point. I think they just want to see it done well. I like this horse is a nice, crisp jumper. It doesn't look like it's going to knock one down, and really thinking about the jumps.
And she's flashy to watch. She's nice to watch go around the ring.
Well, that was pretty good. I thought that was a pretty good round. Maybe he, for me, maybe he's lacking in style and position a little bit. Maybe a little hunched over, lets his leg slide back a little bit. But I'm not real familiar with him, but he looks like a good rider.
For sure, I think he rode well. I think he'll be in there somewhere.
Is this his last year?
Yeah, he's aging out after this. But definitely very nice last round in the equitation.
Well, hopefully it's not his last round for him, because I think he's hoping he comes back. So
nice last first round.
And if you would like to order video of any of the rides here at the Maclay Championship Finals, just check with David Orlando at the Endgate. Photos are available from our official photographers, Sean McMillan Photography. We are right next to the Horizons coffee stand downstairs. Here is 118. This is Ailish Kenneth. Ailish from South Salem, New York, riding Venice, number 118.
this is the horse that Michael Hughes rode last week in the Washington. This is her horse, and Michael used it last week for the Washington, and I believe he ended up third. Very rangy, stridey horse, does it very easily. Now that was unfortunate because she barely touched that.
Definitely a shame with the gate.
Yeah, that was a pretty good round. You know, maybe once or twice the horse sort of jumped back at her, and she just got jumped a little loose and barely rubbed the gate, but it fell. So again, that's you know, that's a problem because that is a big gate and it falls and it's just distracting.
So do you think something like that will get him kept out of the callback, or do you think it'll let him flat, or?
You know, maybe she'll maybe she'll flat in the lower group, but you know, again, I think if a rail rolls out, you can sort of let that slide. I think the gate, that whole gate falling is distracting.
Number 118.
This is a rider from out west with Joey and Morley. Maybe a little late stepping up the first line in the 4. The girl was committed and she went to get it. The horse was maybe not quite getting there, but she got it done. And unfortunately, twice now he's landed cross cantering. You know, which again, not the rider's fault, but just a little distracting. That horse was very good to leave the ground there. That was a very long, flat distance to the skinny wall. I'm not familiar with this girl at all, but she does some really good things. Oh, that was too bad. Just too deep there at the Swedish. And then she ended up, I think she just ended up doing 8 there.
Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken.
You're right.
There's Chandler Meadows, Newport Beach, California.
We have another one of Missy's in, Rebecca Chanel on Oban, one of Missy's horses. This is a horse Michael Hughes rode last year.
Right, I remember that.
This girl actually does a really nice job on this horse. I think it's a good look, it's a good match. Yeah, that didn't look great. I think a couple of these riders are sort of holding out. I think you need to look through the turn, and you really, for that forward 4, you gotta take the first one that shows up through that turn. I don't think you can hold out and square up that turn. I know we are constantly teaching, stay out and square up the turn, but I think that jump is set about 2.5 strides off the turn. So there's not enough room to hold out in it. I think you gotta look through the turn and
come right in
on it, and take the first one you see and step right up the 4. The ones that have held out and been patient and waiting, you just end up there too deep, and then that makes the 4 just too long.
Well, she slowed down nicely there for that 2.
Yeah, I mean, parts of this are beautiful. I mean, the look is the horse has a great look. The rider has a great look. Unfortunately the first line was just it wasn't perfect. It wasn't horrendous by any means, but it just, again, the first jump was just a little too slow, and then she really had
hurried.
Yeah.
But for the most part, well done.
Yeah, not bad.
Here's number 121. And this is Emily Hilton. Emily from Seattle, Washington. 121. Emily riding one down.
I really thought he'd leave there in that
Yeah,
four.
so did I. This girl stepped right up. She rides with Cara Anthony, and she stepped right up to go get the 4, and I thought she was going to get there, and the horse, yeah, sort of cheated a little bit at the end, I thought.
Really came back nicely there for that gate.
I'm surprised, he didn't step right up there in the 4. I judged this horse at the USET finals out in California, and I really liked this horse. It looked like first time I had seen it, but it looked like a really, really nice horse. And the rest is going pretty well.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I think she looks nice on the horse. She's been doing everything really well. It was a shame that first line.
Yeah, that was a shame because she, after the first 2 jumps, well, actually after the second jump, she had a nice round.
Emily Hilton from Seattle, Washington. Here's number 122. This is Claire Sheffrin. And Claire lives in Leawood, Kansas. She rides D'Artagnan. Number 122.
Kind of rode the track for the 7 and then came in on 6.
Yeah. I talked to the judges before the class, and they were thinking maybe from the Calumet vertical to this green fan oxer that they would stay inside the wall, but we haven't seen one rider do it. From our angle, it looks very difficult, but I think because the 5 was so steady, they were thinking inside, so they're almost curving the 5 a little bit, but we haven't seen anybody do it so far.
There were a couple kids who looked like they were maybe going to and then ended up going around.
I agree. The way they met that Calumet vertical, they were on the line for the inside track and then almost had to pull out to get around the wall.
Right.
I noticed that also.
Maybe we'll see one in these last 25 or so.
And then again, this late in the class, doing 8 in the last line is, really not. It's not an option.
No, they've seen 7 all day.
I think you got to be careful. If you shave in too early on that second to last jump, it puts you to the outside, and then, I can see how that 8 showed up, but really you gotta plan that. You walk the course. You watched over 100 go. At this point, you got to know if you're going to shave in, you got to be thinking. When you shave in, you got to be thinking. Then stay direct in 7. Ideally, you'd like to stay out a little bit in the turn and just line it up, and then the 7 is really just comfortable.
Right.
Ready to ride is number 123. And here's Lillie Williams. Ellie lives in Woodbine, Maryland. She is a before and after FedEx. It's number 123.
It's another Marylander. Rides with her mom, Kim Williams, and Andre Dignelli trains him a little bit too.
She did the 7, but late. You know,
Late.
she went on a direct line, and she was late fitting in the 7. You know, the horse spooked away from the wall, and then she didn't get the 7 done. It ended up, you know, chipping at the last minute in 8. You know, her mother was a very good rider herself. She had a unbelievable, one of the best hunters ever. I think still to this day it would win in the hunters in any division. And she also rode at the top level in the Grand Prix, and she rode with Katie Monahan Prudhomme, and she was just a super hunter rider and then a great jumper rider as well.
Ellie Williams, Woodbine, Maryland. We'll welcome into the ring at number 124, Megan Flanagan. Megan lives in Atlanta, Georgia, riding Thrift Shop. Number 124.
This is a girl from Georgia riding with Don Stewart here. Nice big gallop on this horse. She's getting a good approach to fence 1. Did the 6, stepped off the lead the last second. I would bet the judges did notice that. Again, going
Right.
directly away from the horse, never shifted at all. So I think she got away with that.
It's a really nice horse too. I like this combination.
She went at the jump, but with a deep seat. The faster she went, the harder she sat. Again, I mean, for me, I would like to see her sort of get up out of the saddle in a lighter seat if she's going to hand gallop. But she was just using a driving seat the whole way in that hand gallop. You know, I think the hand gallop calls for you to get up out of the tack and show a hand gallop.
I agree, for sure.
Not a bad round.
No, I like it. I think it looks really nice.
Yeah, Don has a few kids here that are,
Yeah.
you know, contenders and having a some good rounds. Still for me, I loved Ashton's round. Ashton Alexander went 63rd in the order. I mean, I loved her round. Hard for me to pick it apart.
I think so too. I mean, I thought Ashton was spot on, and she's nice position, looks good on the horse. The horse is a great jumper and has a presence in the ring. She definitely did it right.
And check the SPCA ball as well, please. Rider number 125 is Wendy Collins. Wendy from New Canaan, Connecticut. She rides Dallas. It's number 125.
Good start.
Yep.
Walked up there.
That was nice. She got the 6 easy. Again, this is a good horse to have to do in your final. This is a horse that I'm not sure if it still is, but it was owned by Missy Clark. And he's been here and he's done all the finals and all the classes. She was late getting the 8 done there. You know, maybe her reins got away from her just a little bit, and she was just a little bit late. The horse covered it up for her, so it didn't look too bad, but just needed to get it done a little sooner.
I liked her hand gallop to the wall, though.
I mean, all in all, it is a very nice round. I really like the way she started out with authority and stepped right up the first line, 4 to the 6. And again, the if you want to call them mistakes, the mistakes have been very, very, very subtle. And that was, all in all, that was a nice round.
And that was Wendy Collins from New Canaan, Connecticut. Here is number 126, Vivian Allen. Vivian from here in Lexington, Kentucky. She's aboard Sanderson. Number 126.
This girl's a great rider. I love the horse that she's on.
Yeah, she's a very, very good rider. She rides with Tim and Kelly Gogan, and yeah, very good rider. And this is a very nice horse.
Made that look really smooth. A little stutter there.
Yeah, that was too bad. Everything was going just right, and she was maybe late galloping. She was waiting till she saw it to gallop, and I think she needed to gallop and then, then worry about making the distance work. That was she just left it a little too long, and the horse stuttered off the ground. And as nice as this round is, I think that's going to take her right out of it. And even here, just a little slow, a little boring.
Right.
We go back to Kelly Cruciati. I mean, she was so prompt and deliberate, and everything just sort of flowed right along. It kept your attention the whole way.
And that's Vivian 1. Lexington.
And we have another one of our top up-and-coming riders. You know, she's deadly on the pony. She's had a great start to her riding career, and you know, just starting to get her feet wet in the equitation ranks. And Daisy Ferris riding with Heritage.
I think she's only 13.
Yeah, she'll be doing this for years to come.
I like how she used the track there.
Yeah, that was well done. This horse has a big stride because she walked the 4. It maybe got there a little close, and the horse sort of lost his front end, and the gate is still teetering, but it stayed in the cups. No, yeah, that was too bad. I actually thought Daisy rode that just right. I thought she jumped in, and I thought she sat up, and she supported, and whoa, lost the steering a little bit there. But I thought Daisy did a good job in the double. I thought the horse just sort of jumped at it, lost the front end a little bit, and knocked it down.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised there that that happened because she rode it exactly right. She cantered on after the triple bar and then slowed down for it. And I thought she'd make enough room, but looked like he just touched it and that little gate came down.
Yep, she was good, and we're going to see her for years to come. She's got a big career ahead of her. She's a super, super rider, and that was nice for a young little whippersnapper. Next we have Sydney Calloway. This is a horse, I judged this horse out in USET finals, and I actually quite like him. I think he's a nice horse. She rides with Lori DeRosa.
She did pretty well out there, didn't she?
Yeah, I think she just missed getting getting into the top 4, but
Okay.
This is a nice horse. Lori does a very good job out there. Very good with the kids. Very patient, and that ended up fine in the end. It looked like she was late getting it done.
I was going to say, I wasn't sure if it was going to work out, but it did.
Yeah, this horse, really, the nice thing about him, he really can slow up that last stride. So he made that look really nice. I think more than anything, she needed to sit a little more still when she was asking the horse to steady. And there she just got a little desperate. She didn't believe in it. Again, the same thing. She was sort of waiting till she saw it to gallop instead of galloping and then waiting to see it. And again, maybe late getting the 8 done. She rode at the A element in the 8 and then was just on top of B, and the horse sort of dumped his front end a little bit and had it down. You know, it's just getting a little bit rambly now. It's starting to fall apart a little bit.
Overall, not bad though.
No, I mean I like both the horse and the rider. Just she had to ride at the verticals, and then when he lost his front end there, knocked it down. That definitely took her out of it.
Right.
And again here the wall, the hand gallop to the wall was just a little desperate, a little too much, too late.
Rider number 129. This is Molly Kowalczyk. Molly from Loveland, Ohio. And she's aboard Yosemite. Number 129.
This girl's taking a big approach to the first jump. And maybe a little slow to step up the 4. I think the second jump is, there's not a lot to it, thank God.
Right.
So the horses, he was long and flat there, but, there's not a lot to jump so they can leave the ground. I think had that second jump been a, substantial oxer with a wall in front of it, I think that could have, I think a lot of horses wouldn't be stepping right up there in the 4. I think it'd be a little more of an issue.
It's too bad, just didn't really make a decision there. It's getting a little rapid, I'd say, places.
Yeah, for sure. The horse is taking over a little bit, and it's just a little rushed even here. Just, But again, I'm guessing, maybe her first, second time at these finals, and she's just, she's just in a little bit of in a hurry. A lot of times when you're doing this for the first time, you tend to rush.
Right, right.
Rider number 130 hails from Falls Church, Virginia. Here is Isabella Norton. Isabella, aboard Veronica, number 130.
Oh, that's too bad.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not familiar with this rider, but she looks like a nice rider, and the horse just came in the ring and was a little starstruck, a little looky, and just didn't want to step right up the first line, and then landed and was spooking at the end of the ring, and then trotted, and now she's had the gate down. Again, we've seen a few riders. This is another rider that without spurs, and obviously, must know her horse, and but he's definitely being just a little bit suspicious out here today.
I think she had the right first jump, and she just didn't quite push him up enough for that first 4 and got away from her a little bit, and I think that's kind of how the rest of the course is going. Just not quite together.
No, I mean, it looks like it's a really cute horse, and
for sure,
whether it's done this or not, but it looks like, if it did it again, or, when it gets outside and it just takes a breath, looks like could be a really nice horse.
I mean, it went right around.
Next in, we have Megan McPherson. This is one of my favorites. I love this girl. She's I judged the medal finals a couple years ago, and actually I called her on top after the first round. She was winning, and she was young and inexperienced at the time, and nerves set in, and she came in the second round, was definitely not like her first round, and she didn't make the call back, the test, or get a ribbon, but her first round was absolutely beautiful, and she's always right there. This is also, in my opinion, this is one of the best equitation horses. This horse can
I
make
think he's
everything
great.
Yeah, he makes it everything looks so perfect. Whether he's lengthening or shortening, you don't even see what's going on half the time. Unfortunately, Megan's been sick all week. She's got mono and hasn't really been able to ride or practice, and she's weak. So, hopefully she's going to buck up and get it done today. That was pretty good.
Yeah.
I think she could have maybe studied a little earlier, but that was pretty good.
Nice shape to the turn. Oh, I thought maybe she'd go inside.
Yeah, the horse sort of got his eye on the inside track. A little flat and a little long, but, I didn't mind it.
Well, it's definitely a gallop, and she definitely showed that to the judges.
Yeah, they're calling and they're asking for a gallop there, so
She got him back nicely for that, too.
Yeah, I didn't mind the wall myself. I minded more the bobble from the Calumet vertical to the fan.
Right.
But again, for me, I like this girl's build, her style, the way she rides, and I love the horse. She's got to look in for 7 here.
And right on it.
That was pretty good. She was a little late in the 7. She had to sort of maybe attack the last stride or two. But I'd have her back. Again, I don't think she's in that Sophie Simpson, Michael Hughes group, but I think I'd have her back. I love the way she rides, and I like everything about her. Next in, we have Emma Schauder. Emma's parents are professionals, and she's worked with Stacia and Beacon Hill and Maximai over the last couple years, ridden different horses for them. And just recently now she's moved to Timmy Keys, and this is one of, I don't know if it's one of his horses or a customer of his horses, but just recently started riding with Timmy. And rode the first line well.
Yeah, I like how this is going. Oh.
That was too bad. I thought the Calumet vertical showed up nice. He landed on the outside lead, and she did the lead change, but I thought it was set up just right. This horse looks to me like, maybe the mouth is a little too sensitive. He's got a Pelham on, but it looks like she can't really touch his mouth.
Right. Maybe that happened there just a little bit. I definitely was not expecting that.
No, because I actually thought she got there just right.
Me too. When he came back around the second time, he gave it a little peek when he jumped over it.
Yeah, and then even going down the line to the gate.
Maybe that's what he had his eye on. I just think she wanted to give the horse a little confidence there and finish over the 8, not rush him.
Emma Schauder from Greenwich, Connecticut.
Yeah, that's not a good way to end. I'm sure she's disappointed. This is her last junior year, so she is aging out.
And this is Emma Walfole. Emma from Palo Alto, California. She's aboard the Adagio. It's number 133. 15 more over the fences, and then we'll go on to the flat phase.
I'm going to step away for a minute and leave Jacob on his own, so he's going to be running the show here for about 2 minutes. I got to run to the bathroom.
So I thought she rode that second part pretty well, and now she's coming around to this 8 here. And didn't really show us the hand gallop there. And she showed us the 9. Earlier, Jimmy and I were saying that the 8 has presented itself all day. That she could have ridden up and then slowed down for that 2 rather than slowing down the entire line. And that's the outside turn. Maybe just playing it a little safe. Maybe it's her first time here. She just wants to have a solid round, keep her confidence up. And she added down the last line. But overall, it was a solid round. You know, she met all the jumps right, and she was smooth and quiet. I think this might be one of her first times here, and she just wants to have a nice round.
Murphy, would you come back to the
I'm sure we'll see her here next year.
Alexandra Murphy, check back at the in-gate. Just finishing up, Emma Walfole from Palo Alto, California. Next rider is 134, Claudia Billups. Claudia from Oxford, Mississippi, and she's aboard Warren. Number 134.
Thought that was ridden very well. This is Claudia Billups. She's got a couple of jumpers. I think this is actually going pretty smoothly.
All right, I'm back here to join Jacob for the rest of this round. How's this one going, Jacob?
It's pretty solid. I mean, she's had the first half has been good. She didn't really show us the hand gallop to the wall, but overall, pretty nice.
And here she just did 9 strides there, which again, this late in the class, there's just no excuse for that.
Maybe a little under the rhythm.
I saw this horse at Harrisburg, and looks like he's much more settled in here than he was at Harrisburg. They really think this horse has stepped it up in the last couple weeks. What I saw, that wasn't bad. I mean, the biggest thing for me was the 9 strides over there, but that looked pretty good.
No, I mean, that round was very good. Didn't really show the hand gallop, and you said the 9 strides over there, but Otherwise,
From Oxford, Mississippi.
pretty solid round. Now we have Abby Bertelson, who was leading pretty much the whole day at medal finals a few weeks ago.
Yeah, I had never really seen this girl ride until that day, and when she went in that round, I actually was watching the class. I was sitting behind the judges, and I thought, wow, that girl should be on top. And as you said, she led the class the entire way. You know, and unfortunately, she didn't stay there. You know, that's kind of like what I was saying earlier. Right. You know, it's hard to. Didn't get the greatest first jump. She didn't get the greatest first jump and didn't quite do the 7 correctly. You know, it worked out in the end, but I wasn't sure, you know, if she was doing 6 or 7.
Right. I think maybe she wanted to try to be invisible about it, but didn't end up being extremely effective.
You know, and then maybe a little long and weak here at the fan jump. And the swap there, you know, not quite the round she had at Harrisburg.
And not really the jump we're looking for, I guess, for the in of that in and out there.
No, I agree. I mean, she got away with it because, you know, this horse doesn't have a huge stride. So, you know, she jumped in and landed a little shallow, and she got away with it, but ideally it's not the way you want to be going into a very short 2-stride.
She looks great on this horse, though. It's a very cute horse, and I mean, I thought that was a pretty good first round for her.
That is Abby Bertelson of Weston, Massachusetts. Here is number 136, and this is Sarah Jane Haskins. And Sarah Jane from Las Vegas, Nevada. She is riding Vigo. It's number 136.
I believe this girl rides with Archie. And again, a little deep to the first jump and didn't quite get the 4 the way you'd like, and then swapped at the third jump and now cross canter, now trotted. You know, unfortunately, we're not going to see this girl back, obviously. You know, just, again, cross canter right off the bat.
Oh.
Yeah, and a very deep distance at the fan jump.
Definitely showed us the hand gallop, though.
Yep, that she did.
And is actually finishing the round pretty nicely.
And here she's late in the 8.
Yeah. But maybe got away with it a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, the horse was good to leave the ground there because she was very long. But, you know, again, unfortunately, the first part of the round, too many things went wrong.
Oh.
And got hung up on the back rail of that Swedish oxer.
And there we see the 8 to the last. Just a little uneven, I'd say.
Sarah Jane Haskins, Las Vegas.
So at this point, again, let's go back to last year, Jacob. You were on the standby. You knew where you were. I mean, were you nervous? Were you thinking, no big deal, you know, I can move up? Or were you nervous thinking, oh, my God, I'm not on top? I mean, how did that work for you?
I wouldn't say I was necessarily nervous. I mean, I don't usually get too nervous, but I definitely wasn't thinking that I was going to move up. I mean, with the people who are in front of me, Elizabeth Benson and Lillie Keenan, I mean, those are pretty tough people to beat. I think I was pretty lucky to switch on to Patrick, and it was definitely a fight to get to the top, and I wasn't thinking I was going to throughout the day.
That was too bad, just wasn't really getting to the distance she wanted to. I thought she was, when she turned the corner, I thought this girl was adding up, and all of a sudden she decided to try to leave long, and I didn't see that one at all, and the horse just wasn't with her and stopped. So again, not a way she wanted to come all the way to California.
Right.
That was a shame. This girl actually qualified at the USET finals. I believe she was 5th in the USET finals out west, and that's how she got here. So that was too bad to have to come all this way and have a refusal at the first jump. Girl's a nice rider. And I know you just teamed up with Andre last year.
Right.
Street was really your trainer before that. Did you meet up with Andre at a lot of shows? Did you work at home with him? How did that work?
So pretty much what I do is I rode with him as much as I could. I started riding with him in Florida, and so I came down, I don't know, maybe 4 or 5 weekends, rode with him there, and then finished up school, riding with Andre on the weekends, and it's like a 4-hour drive or so. So I do school during the week and then go ride with Andre on the weekends. And then in the summer, I was a working student for him and basically worked there every day and rode a lot and practiced a lot and showed with them and got as much experience as I could before coming to the finals.
So once you were done with school, you were basically an in-house rider. You were there all the time, so you learned the ropes, you learned their system, their way, and you sort of settled right in, it sounds like.
Right, and I mean, at such a big operation like that, it was really cool to be able to be sort of right in there with everyone and really learn the ways that they do it, because they do it so well with so many horses. So it was a cool experience.
Yeah, I mean, I constantly say what they do there is unbelievable. To have those numbers, have the horses ready to compete, have everything organized, the staff, the number of horses, the ponies, the equitation horses, the number of barn managers getting to the show.
Oh my gosh, it's a huge, and it's amazing. And the fact that it's not a scurry, it's not a rush to get all these horses to the show. It's very calm, and like you said, they have so many employees, so many barn managers that it always just runs so smoothly.
And you rarely or if ever, never maybe see one of their horses come to the ring not prepared, not ready.
Oh, they're always there. I mean, it's a combination of great horses, great staff. I mean, it's amazing. And this is Ali Taflan, who's one of the junior riders at Heritage on Class Action.
Yeah, and Ali recently got a good ribbon at the USET finals on this horse. Well, the whole line was late for me. She was a little slow to the first jump, which I could live with, but then she was late getting up the 4 and late fitting the 7 strides in. And again, that line was going away from the judges, so she might be okay, but the second jump, once she jumped the first jump, she landed just a little still, and she didn't quite react to step right up the 4. But again, the third jump she probably did get away with because it was going directly away from the judges, and a nice strong hand gallop to the wall.
I like that hand gallop.
And that was well ridden. If she can hold this together like this, I think we're going to see her back. Maybe she'll flatten the second group. I don't think she's going to flatten the top group.
Yeah, she's settling in there. Like, as it goes, it gets much smoother.
Both places, coincidentally enough, she ended up getting to the high side of the Swedish, not normally where you want to be, but, horse didn't rub the jump and she didn't have it down. It wasn't horrendous, but for her and the rounds that I've seen her have and the rounds that I've judged her, you know, she can have some rounds that are just like glass. And the first line wasn't her typical round.
Right.
Yeah, that was Allison Tofan, Bronxville, New York. Next rider is 139.
I think we're getting into the last 10 here. Last 10 to go in the first round.
Vermont. She rides Cyber. It's number 139.
Just a little late.
Yeah, I mean, she jumped the first jump, and the horse was definitely a little sticky and a little spooky, and just didn't step up the 4.
Everything is just a little late here, I think. And the cross canter through the turn.
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, when the horse came in the ring right off the bat, he was just a little spooky and, you know, just didn't get up that far. And he still, you know, he just looks a little bit nervous. And actually, I like the horse. I like the type. I like the way his jump. But he just looks like he needs to thaw out a little bit.
Yeah. Really nice horse.
I actually like the horse a lot. It looks like it's maybe Joe Dodley down at the gate. Joe, back in the day, had Peter Wild, who won this class, I believe, I'm guessing maybe 1982. Peter Wild won this class back when they had to go into New Jersey to do a cutoff class there before they went into the Garden the next day.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah. Before they had different regionals, you went and you did one class the day or a couple days before, and then certain number got through and a certain number didn't, and then you shipped into the city for the class.
Okay, that's a little bit different. Now they have the regionals, I guess, about a month before this or so.
Right.
Next up is number 140. And here is Nora Jumpery. Nora from Bethesda, Maryland. And her mount is Cashmere. 140.
This girl got a nice first jump and just walked the 4. That was well done.
Which presented the 6 nicely.
Yep, I don't know this horse or rider, but looks like a very, very nice horse. Maybe a little bit conservative there, but yeah, this horse looks very, very nice. Big
nice
rangy
gallop.
horse, yeah, big, good gallop, rangy horse. A little long at the wall, but made it look easy.
Very smooth.
Well, so far this girl's gonna be back. This is a nice round. I'm liking what I see. You know, maybe got a little rough with her body over the black Swedish, but all in all, pretty good.
Oh, she'll definitely be back with that, I'd say.
Yeah, there was something. It looks like she rides with Ginny Edwards, and she didn't really. Maybe we missed something, but from here it looked pretty darn good. She didn't look that excited about that round, but it looked pretty good to me from up here.
I think so too.
You know, we easily could have missed something. Now we have Lucy Delorier coming in next. Lucy, daughter of Mario and Lisa Delorier, both Mario and Lisa, big time riders. Lisa was a international rider, rode on the team for the U.S. for years. She had a superstar horse, Adam, back in the day. And Mario now has become an American citizen, and he rode for Canada forever. He's Canadian, and Mario been Olympic Games, Pan Am Games. He's done it all. He's the youngest rider ever to win the World Cup finals, back with his horse Aramis, and also he was, I believe he was fourth in the Olympic Games back in Los Angeles, and you know, Mario's had numerous international level Grand Prix horses, and now, while they both still ride, they've sort of turned the reins over a little bit to Lucy. She's gotten very serious about this and really doing a nice job here. You know, maybe a tiny bit late getting up the first line and fitting this. She could have fit that in a little better. She got maybe a little stiff in her arm. Needed to just stay a little more bent in the elbow and take the horse's mouth. She got a lither bit locked in her arm.
And she's pretty young, isn't she?
Oh yeah, she's got years left. And
I mean, this is a great round.
She made it back in the medal finals, got called back. I think that was a huge thrill for her. And even this is a nice round. You know, just maybe could have fit the 8 in a little better to the double verticals.
Well,
but that was pretty good. You know, I could see her flatting. You know, I'm not sure the number they're taking, but I could see her flatting.
I think so too, and in years to come, she'll be a top contender.
You know, I think it's unbelievable. We have so many viewers watching and listening to us today. Based on the number of viewers, we've been ranked the #1 live streaming sport on YouTube for both today and last night for the Grand Prix. So, you know, I think that's huge for the Alltech National Horse Show. We have so many people tuning in, and, you know, I'm glad that people are appreciating it and enjoying it, and hopefully enjoying it. I'm assuming that's why they're coming back. But we're...
it's great for the sport, too.
Yeah, but we've been ranked #1 live streaming sport on YouTube. Next in, this is David Oberkircher riding with David and Cara Raposa. That was well done. You know,
I liked that.
Yeah, this is his jumper. He sort of had to switch mounts last minute. His equitation horse had just a little bump on his leg, and they just decided to play it safe and, you know, not go with him here today, which is sort of a shame because this is David's last class as a junior. But this is a very good horse, very brave, very good junior jumper.
For doing a jumper at the Maclay finals, he's doing a pretty good job.
Yeah, I agree. I think he's doing a really good job. Obviously, not as smooth as a round as he probably would have on his equitation horse, but all in all, pretty good. You know, but again, this is a very brave horse. It's been in all the rings, and so, you know, if you have to go to your jumper, this is a nice horse to have. That wasn't a bad round, you know, having to pull that horse out last minute and get him ready for this.
Absolutely.
The next rider, number 1 record of 43 is from the Pine Tree State, from Hartsville, Maine. Welcome, Kendrick Gearkin.
Now we have Kendrick Gearkin riding with
Number 143.
Missy and John at North Run. I believe she just recently moved to them.
Yeah. Good rider, cute horse.
You know, she needed to be a little more patient at the first jump. She was, you know, wasn't showing up quite the way she wanted. It was a little bit showing up deep, but she was still thinking about getting the 4, and she pushed the horse through the distance at the first jump, I thought, and made the horse jump out of shape a little bit.
That was well done. I like that. Oh, that's too bad.
And no hand gallop whatsoever.
A little spooky there.
Yeah, I mean, she went slower the closer she got. So that really, you know, had everything been going just right, I think, you know, they definitely would have faulted her for that. You know, especially, again, I keep saying we've had so many good rounds.
Right.
So you've got to come in here, you've got to want it. You know, you know, the judges aren't, it's not for them to start looking for you. You got to get their attention. You got to come in the ring from the minute you come in the ring. You've got to get their attention. Hand gallop the jump where it's calling for a hand gallop. You know, I think at this point of the class, and you have a good round, and you just walk to that wall. I don't think they're going to reward you for it. You know, they made a point to put that on their course chart that they wanted you to hand gallop that jump. So.
Yeah, that is Kendra Gearkin from Hartsville, Maine. Next rider is number 145, and this is Spencer Smith. Excuse me, this is 144, Ashley McLean. And Ashley is from Montreal, Quebec.
This horse just a little too aggressive up the first line, and the girl lost her way.
Yeah.
For a split second, she forgot she was going left, and you could almost see she realized, oh, we are supposed to go right, but by then the horse was already committed to going left, and it was too late. He was locked in, and here's the first one that we've seen make the inside turn on this.
Worked out kind of nice. The horse just looks a little on the muscle, a little ready to go. Maybe a little surprised by its surroundings.
Yeah, and here it's just taking over and just drug her underneath that.
And she's going around. I think she just wants to play it safe a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I think at this point she just wants to finish.
Right.
You know, she had that, you know, down there she had to make a little U-turn, and like you said earlier about someone else, I think she just wants to not get eliminated. She's going to jump this wall on the wrong angle, but she wants to bring it home.
You don't want some of this? It's hard to eat, but you're welcome to it.
And that is Ashley McLean of Montreal, Quebec. Here is number 145, and this will be Spencer Smith.
Next we have Spencer Smith, trains with his parents, Ken and Emily Smith, good friends of mine. I've known Emily and I grew up together down in South Florida. I worked a little bit with Spencer this summer, helping him with the jumpers. He went to Europe and spent some time with Daniel Deusser, and think really learned a lot. And I think, Don's helping a little bit here. Again, going away from the judges, he probably got away with that, but just too late in the 7.
Right.
The round is going well. He's got to be careful with his release. He just maybe didn't follow the horse enough over this fan jump, and the horse sort of fell on the back rail. And when he landed, the horse was very light. He's got to be careful he doesn't, over feel the mouth. Just follow the horse a little bit in the air.
I think he looks very natural up there, though. It's a smooth round.
Yeah, I got to say this looks really, really good. Last year he came here and he went off course, and I think that was devastating to him. And he's
looking really good today.
I don't want to jinx him, but he looks on his game today. That was a nice round.
For sure.
That was a damn nice round.
Spencer Smith from Wellington, Florida.
I think we'll definitely see him back.
Yeah.
Next rider is number 146. This is Sarah Vanderwall. Sarah from Ann Arbor, Michigan. And she is aboard friend request. It's number 146.
Worked out nicely. She
Yeah.
just had to continue on for that 6. It was good.
Yep, I like that. And I liked the Calumet vertical. Some people have been a little bit too conservative, in my opinion.
Changed her mind a little bit there.
Not bad.
Maybe a little quick there, but she needed it to get that 6 done. I thought that worked out well. And I like that turn to the last jump.
Yeah, that was a pretty nice round as well. Like you said, maybe after the gallop to the skinny wall, but all in all, a decent round.
So now we're down to 2 left before the flat.
And that was Sarah Vanderwall of Ann Arbor, Michigan. So down to our final 2 rides over the fences. Here's number 147. This is Genevieve Meyer. Genevieve from Rancho Santa Fe, California. She is aboard Coral Reef Cruise Z, number 147.
This is a really good horse. This is a horse that came from Ken and Emily Smith, and I really like this horse.
Yeah. Walk down there in 6. Nice jumper.
I'm not sure if they're still here, but John and Beasy work with her some. She works with Vinton Karish out in California. And these people own Beasy's Grand Prix horse, Via Volo, Coral Reef Via Volo.
That was well done. I like that.
Yeah, I'm liking this a lot, I have to say. Oh. Yeah, she didn't get that done. I mean, that was, she's on such a rangy, scopy horse. She just didn't get that done, and the horse just totally dumped his front end out of the double.
I thought maybe it looked like she was slowing down enough, and then it didn't seem like it was quite effective enough.
No, she needed to feel the mouth a little bit. She jumped in and she sat still for sure. She didn't push the horse, but she just needed to get it done better than that, and that was a shame because that was a heck of a round.
Yeah, that's really too bad.
Genevieve Meyer from Rancho Santa Fe, California.
I think because the way that horse jumped out of that double, I don't think that they're going to keep her in the group myself.
Right.
Well, our final rider now over the fences. Here, rider number 148 from the Volunteer State. Here is Reed Patton from Nashville, Tennessee. She is aboard La Cortaire, number 148.
So here we go, our last one on the first round. I think this horse is really cute.
Yeah, this is a really, really cute horse.
This girl rides pretty well.
Yeah, she's also young and rides with Tom Wright, and her mother rode a lot as a kid, and even as an amateur, she rode. She had a very good horse, Pappy Clifford, and she had some very good ponies when she was a kid. And now she's just watching Reed and supporting Reed at all the shows. Yeah, again, she was kind of waiting to see it to gallop, and I think that's, we've seen that mistake over and over. It was too bad because I was loving this round.
Me too.
And again, maybe stayed out too far. She'll be back in the years to come. I mean,
for sure.
We're not going to see her back today, but, she'll be back in the years to come.
Nashville, Tennessee. That was our final ride over the fences, and folks, how about a salute for all 148 of our riders who have poured hours and hours of time, buckets of sweat, and not an inconsequential amount of money into preparing for the Maclay National Championships. So we'll get the final list to want the second phase of the Maclay National Championships. The flat phase be coming up here in just a moment. The ASPCA class is sponsored by Hatfields. CM Hatfield Saddlery inviting you to visit their mobile store, see their beautiful crafted line of bridles and fine tack accessories made by their sister company in Walsall, England. Hatfield's mobile store conveniently located outside through the doors next to Pierce's Place, across from sections 115 and 116. Also right there at sections 115, 116.
So it looks like we're going to clear the ring now. We're going to take a break. We're going to clear the ring. We're going to have a few, I think 3 groups to flat. So we're probably going to take 10-15-minute break. Again, I'm Jimmy Torano along with Jacob Pope here at the ASPCA Maclay National Champions at the Alltech National Horse Show. Stay with us. We're going to flat soon, and then we'll come back with a second round and possibly a work-off in the end.
It's the #1 live stream on YouTube. We were last night during our $250,000 Grand Prix, and once again today, we are the #1 live stream on YouTube. So a very warm welcome to all of those around the world. 61 different countries have tuned in to our stream here at the Alltech National Horse Show with about 10,000 unique visitors over the course of the week. And it's always a pleasure to have you folks out and around the world to enjoy our activities. Our thanks to Jimmy Torano and Jacob Pope. They have been providing the commentary for the work. Jimmy Torano, of course, one of the best of trainers, judges, and riders. And Jacob Pope, our 2012 Maclay champion. Well, for 147 years now, the American Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals has been involved in protecting animal welfare. They'd love to have you help. Stop by the ASPCA booth here in the arena and learn what you can do to help be the voice of animals. Join the fight to end animal cruelty. Get to know today's ASPCA. So, folks, we do have the final list. And these are the 3 groups that will come back for the flat phase. Each phase consisting of 50% worth of the final score. I'll give you the order from Group A, then Group B, and then Group C. We will have you ride in reverse order. Group C will be the first to go under saddle. Group B will be the second on the flat. And Group A, the third group. But again, from the top down. And all of these riders, please make sure you get a piece of paper from David Orlando. Group A, number 35, Sophie Simpson. Number 37, Sydney Schulman. Number 39, Lillie Keenan. 145, Spencer Smith. 66, Gabrielle Bossano. Number 108, Caitlin Boyle. Number 80, Michael Hughes. 113, Kelly Cruciati. Number 3, Maddie Darst. Number 30, Allie Trichler. That is Group A. They'll be the final group to flat. Group B, number 45, Charlotte Jacobs. Number 83, Brittany Raflowitz. 87, Taylor Sutton of Texas. Number 63, Ashton Alexander. Number 44, Calvin Dobbs. 138, Allison Tofelon. 64, Alexandra Ledove. Number 90, Lauren Tyree. Number 90, Lauren Tyree. 102, Alexis Graves. And 124, Megan Flanagan. That's Group B, the second group to flat. Group C, these will flat first. Group C, number 25, Allison Haupt. 112, Allison Cooney. 117, Jeffrey Hesslink. Number 73, Alexa Efron. Number 12, Caroline McLeese. Number 8, Lizzie Vanderwald. Number 88, Lauren Fabiano. Number 13, Alexa Boggio. Number 49, Michaela Langmeyer. Number 17, Alexandria Desiderio. So again, Group C will flat first, then Group B, and then Group A. And all the final riders, make sure you pick up a slip of paper from David Orlando. And make sure to stop and see David at the in-gate for any of the videos that you'd like of any of the rides here at our 2013 Maclay National Champions, provided by Shownet. And photography by Sean McMillan Photography. You can make orders for proofs, pick them up here today at Sean McMillan Photography, right next to the High Horizons coffee booth downstairs near the schooling area. Offering same-day service on the videos, and again, the top riders, first 100 are already ready, and probably some in that other final group are ready as well. Just check downstairs at the in-gate with David Orlando. So ready to bring in Group C, and we'd like to turn things down to the floor for Mr. John Franzreb on the coaching horn. Continuing a 130-year-old tradition.
So we're back underway here. I'm Jimmy Torano with Jacob Pope. We're just about to start the third section of the flat phase. We're going to go in reverse order. The best group would be our last group coming in, so we're going to start here in just a couple minutes.
Flat phase, we'll whittle again to our final group to come back for a final work-off. All leading up to a history-making event, the crowning of our 2013 national champion for the Maclays. And our rider today will be joining a long list of some incredible riders who have come through this pressure cooker and emerged as champions. Olympians William Steinkraus, Frank Chapeau, the legendary George Morris, he was our champion in 1952. Michael Plum, Mary Chapeau, Bernie Traurig, the current president of the U.S. Equestrian Federation, Christine Jones, was champion in 1965. Our course designer for the jumpers in the International World Cup Grand Prix last night, Conrad Holmfeld. His 67 was his year for the championship. Peter Weil, Station Clyde Madden. Station has many riders here training. Kelly Farmer, our leading hunter rider here at the 130th National Horse Show.
So they're coming in now for the flat phase. You know, every group will have to do the exact same work on the flat. Make sure, you know, they're judging them exactly the same throughout. And, you know, now they'll move them around a little bit, you know, maybe in the top group, maybe move somebody from the second group up into the top, you know, you don't know, but for sure, you know, again, as I was saying, you gotta get the judges' attention. It's not for them to just be looking for you.
The entire team that produces a Maclay champion, and certainly many will recognize the trainers. We do have our Maclay National Championship Trainer Award, but I believe fairly unique is to have an established trophy to recognize the family of our national champion. The Gordon Wright Perpetual Trophy to the family.
So we're going to see 3 groups of 10.
Riders, would you walk, please?
I see one rider leaving the ring. I think she's maybe in the wrong group. Yeah, the one rider must have been in the wrong group. I actually questioned that myself when I saw her because I thought she was stronger than that. That was that was Haley Robinson. She was in the wrong group, I guess, right? No, maybe she's not in here at all. I was surprised to see her. I didn't think I saw her number on the third group. So again, I don't think they're going to flat them, you know, really hard out here. They're going to test them a little bit. The different riders, you know, different styles, different positions, and you know, this is a chance for some of these riders to move up on the flat. Jacob, what was going through your head at this point when you were flatting in your group?
So I guess I really was just hoping to maybe move up a spot. I mean, I didn't think I was going to move into first, but sitting in third place, you know, you really want to move up. And I tried my hardest and didn't exactly work out how I wanted. I moved back to sixth, but I don't think they made us do too many difficult things. I think we counter-cantered, you know, sitting trot. They didn't, like you said, they tested us, but they didn't make us do anything too tricky. And these are, remember, this is the third group, so this is still the top 30. They all had pretty solid rounds, so they all should be pretty good on the flat already.
Riders out of the corner on the judge's side show an extended trot rising. In front of the judges, transition to a collected trot sitting. At the outgate, a working trot rising.
You know, again, you see some of the riders. This is the, you know, when they ask for extension and lengthening, you've got to really do it. You've got to show the judges you're working. You know, it's not their job. Oh, I really like that rider. I want to use them. You know, it's not about that. It's about you showing the judges, look, I want to move up. I'm working. You know, it's called a horse show. Show your horse off. Show yourself off. You need to say, Judge, here I am. Look at me.
Yeah, I really like the extension that these kids have, and they're really exaggerating the collection. I like that.
Out of the corner on the judge's side, show a collected trot sitting. In front of the judges, half pass away from the rail, and then back to the rail. At the outgate, demonstrate working trot rising.
So they are testing him pretty good. They're asking
They
for a
really
half pass back and forth, and so they are testing him pretty good. You know, they're going to make him work for it. And I think to some riders, you know, maybe in this group, this is the third group, but you know, I think some of them, this is going to be a little foreign to them.
We've got two kind of on top of each other here.
And the good thing about that is, you know, for the riders that maybe are a little lost doing this will, you know, in the future, they just learn from it. And the one girl right in front of them stepped into the canter. I'm not sure if they saw that, but it was directly in front of them.
And canter. Show at the canter, please. Out of the turn on the judge's side, show extended canter. In front of the judges, transition to a collected canter. At the outgate, show a working canter.
They really are testing them here a little bit.
Yeah, and they are.
Forward and back.
For me, Michaela really is working. I mean, for me, what I see, she's looking with her horse. The leg is on, the horse is round, not over flex. She's lengthening, she's shortening, and the horse is working. It's a working canter the whole time. For me in this group, I don't know where, I didn't keep track. I don't know where she came in, but she looks very, very strong and very solid. You know, she looks like she's at the bottom of the C group. I mean, she's just sort of squeaked in, but she looks very good. I mean, she's definitely should move up in this group.
Canter, please.
I like how they asked for the extension and collection in both the trot and the canter, sort of reinforcing what the course asked them to do a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, in this group, I like Jeffrey Hesslink and I like Michaela Langmeyer.
Yeah.
I mean, they both look really good. I like, I can't see that number from here, but.
Maybe Lauren Fabiano.
What's the number, the bay over there by the Audi sign? Is that Fabiano?
Yeah, that's Lauren Fabiano there. She looks great.
She looks really good also. I would say those are my top 3 for this group.
For sure.
Out of the corner on the judge's side, demonstrate an extended trot rising. In front of the judges, transition to a collected trot sitting. At the end of the ring, a working trot rising.
Yeah, Michaela really, everything they've asked her to do, she's done it to the max.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the other riders, you know, right here, I don't see this rider really showing much change. I didn't see the extension in the collection. I didn't see a big change in that. I think you've got to, when they ask for it, you've got to really do it, really work your way to the top. You know, and although in this group, Michaela may be low, you know, from her to the top one, you know, it could be.
She could make it to that second round. She could move up enough for sure.
I mean, it could be, you know, only a couple points separating them, so, you know, she could move right past them.
At the end of the ring, a working trot rising.
Yeah, Michaela looks great.
Yeah, not only does she look good, but she's doing everything that they've asked for properly.
And I think you're right about Jeffrey too. He's doing everything pretty spot on.
Yeah, for me, those two are the best. You know, I'm trying to point out the positives and the ones I like, and I don't want to point out the negatives and the ones that I don't think are working. But those are the two for me that really stand out in this group.
Right.
And again, this girl here, Fabiano.
Yeah.
She's got a great look.
I mean, that was really well done.
So I guess I'd have to put her in my group. I like those 3.
And Cantor, please.
And not only is Michaela getting everything done well, she's doing it invisibly. It looks great.
Yeah, we're maybe over the jumps. Maybe I picked on her a little bit about her lower leg. Now her leg is wrapped around the horse, and she looks so solid.
In front of the judges, transition to a collected canter. At the end of the ring, show a working canter.
That was well done, this girl here. What's her first name?
Lauren.
Yeah, Lauren, I like that. She lengthened, and then immediately the horse coiled right back and really shortened the stride. These are bunched up here for the counter canter. They need to be a little careful.
Worked out.
back to the walk. Walk. Thank you, riders. Would you line up?
Okay, so the three that we thought would move up in this group, we said were Jeffrey, Lauren, and Michaela.
Section C of the first of our 3 groups.
Yeah, they were the 3 strongest for me.
So again, each phase counting 50%, so equal ranking between the phase over fences and the work here on the flat. Thank you very much, riders. If you would head for the out gate, please. Please head for the out gate. Group C, first of our 3 groups. Thank you, riders. Thank you, riders. We'll have the B group come on in. Section B, join us, please.
Now again, this B group has an advantage. They know what the A group did. You know, they could listen and maybe work on it out there a little bit, but they know what's coming at least.
Thank you, riders. This is our second of the 3 groups, Group B. And riders, if you walk, please, you are being judged at a walk. Now trot, please. Rising trot.
Yeah, so far I'm not in love with this group on the flat. Even Lauren Tyree, who I love, you know, maybe a little round in her shoulder. This girl, number 64, I think that's on Schubert. She looks very good.
A couple of them maybe a little mouthy.
Out of the corner on the judge's side, show an extended trot rising. In front of the judges, transition to a collected trot sitting. At the outgate, show a working trot rising.
Well, Allie definitely just demonstrated that well. Really pushed the extended trot. Same with Brittany here on the black horse.
Yeah, I think the girl on Schubert looks really good. My mind went blank. I can't remember her name. Alexandra Ledove, that's her name. I think she looks really good. For me, as far as the look, she looks the best for me.
Yeah.
Lauren Tyree, I love. I wish she'd open her shoulders up a little bit. She's just a little round for as pretty as she is on a horse.
At the outgate, showing 14 Trump Rising.
You know, Allie's horse just makes it look good. It's got such a methodical trot. He just makes a good picture.
For sure. And like I said, the extension was incredible, and her half passes look perfect. Charlotte's doing a nice job.
I mean, I'd like Ashton to sort of step up because I think she had such a good round. I really would like her there in the end. I think she I actually liked her round.
Yeah.
As good as any of them. I mean, for me, she was in the top 5. Again, I got a different view than the judges got. I'm way down here and they're on the other end, but I'd like to see her back and get to the top. Again, Alex Ledove looks great. Maybe he could be a little rounder, but it looks. She's got a great look on the flat.
Lauren looks good at the canter.
Yeah, Lauren looks good at the canter.
Out of the turn on the judges' side, show an extended canter. In front of the judges, transition to a collected canter. At the outgate, a working canter.
Again, Allison's horse really, everything he does it. She goes to lengthen, and the stride goes from 8 feet to 16 feet, and back to, the horse makes everything look good. My only, with Alex Ledove, I'd like to just see Schubert just a tiny bit rounder, not overflex. I'd like to see just a little more shape to that horse.
Right, because she looks great on him. So if he just had a little bit more shape, I think it'd be the whole picture.
Yeah, and Lauren looks really good. The canter really, really looks good. She looks better at the canter than she did at the trot.
Yeah, I agree.
Now walk please. And would you reverse direction? Reverse and walk.
Lauren started out a little round and in her shoulders, as I said, and now it's gotten better and better. And everything about her look, I love. So, again, I don't know where she's sitting. She's number 90, so she's sort of the bottom group of B. And I would imagine she's got to move up a lot. I'm just looking at a couple numbers that are ahead of her.
Yeah.
And she's definitely got to move up. You know, a couple of the riders, I mean, I know we all talk about lengthening the stirrups for the flat phase, but a couple of the riders, you know, with the stirrups long, they have so much flap out in front of their knee that to me it looks distracting. You know, again, I'm not judging the class. I don't want to, you know, mention names, but you know, some of the riders, now that they've lengthened their stirrup for the flat face, for me, there's too much saddle out in front of them. It looks too obvious. You know, I'm trying to point out the positive that I like about them. I don't want to point out the negative on this flat face.
Right. I agree with you, though. I mean, it's important to lengthen your stirrups, but maybe not so exaggerated.
Lauren Tyree, for me, her leg is perfect.
Yeah.
You know, I think when the leg gets too straight and too long, and it almost looks like you're reaching for your stirrup, to me, that's distracting. Lauren Tyree, if I look across the ring, every angle is correct for me.
Her whole leg is on the horse.
Yeah, I mean,
the connection is great.
You know, and maybe for me, I'm a little, you know, I tend to like a little shorter stirrup than some people. I think a couple of the riders have, you know, their leg looks too long, and it looks like they're trying to grow. You're only as tall as you are. Well, Alex Ledove is maybe having a little trouble with this. Again, Lauren Tyree, I keep mentioning her. She looks very, very solid. For me, you know, again, maybe the first time in the ring, the first time around, she was a little round in her shoulders, but that disappeared. This girl here, unfortunately, I mean, number 87, you know, her horse is now Taylor Sutton, you know, tried to stop and stand up here right in the front of the judges. I mean, I don't mind saying it because they saw it. It's not like I'm picking on her.
Walk, please. Now canter. Show the canter. Out of the turn on the judge's side, show an extended canter. In front of the judges, transition to a collective canter. At the end of the ring, show a working canter.
Lauren did that well. Same with Allie.
Yeah, I mean, I think for me, Lauren sticks out like a sore thumb in this group. She's the best for me. The horse is round. He's put together. He's a beautiful look. She's beautiful look. The whole picture just fits.
Walk.
I still almost feel like in the last group they were working a little harder. I think those kids realized they're in the bottom group and they're trying to claw their way back. And I almost feel like I saw those kids working harder. The extensions were more obvious. Still, I go back to the same thing. I'd like to see Schubert just a little rounder.
Thank you, riders. Would you come center ring and the line? The second of our three groups.
So besides Lauren, who else do you think could move up in this group? Who else do you think is in the top?
I mean, again, I loved Lauren, and I liked Alex Ledove. I'd like a little more roundness to that horse, but as far as position and style and doing all the maneuvers, I think she I think she did it well. For me, I loved Ashton in the jumping round. I think her stirrups are too long myself. There's too much flap out in front of the saddle, and to me it was a little distracting. I think she's in the group. She's the best rider for me. And as I said, from my view, in her jumping round, I probably would have had her higher because I thought her round was textbook. There was no place for me where I could pick it apart. But I think those are the two strongest. You know, I see some riders that I would definitely move down, but again, I'm not judging the class, and we'll have to wait and see how that plays out.
We'll get back to that moment. Riders, thank you. You may head for the outgate. Riders, head for the outgate. Thank you. And then when they go out, bring up our final group. So again, please do make sure you stop around the concourse and join our vendors. Lots of vendors here with all kinds of gifts and services for you. Artwork, glassware, sophisticated attire, casual wear.
Well, the second group now is done. Now we're going to get to our top group. We're going to bring the top group in, and we're going to flat them, and the same thing.
Also, point you to tables where you can pick up sale prices on the National Horse Show.
And again, even the top group, I mean, there's still some, jockeying around that can be done here. I don't think I don't think they should just take it for granted. I think the second group was not as strong as the first group we saw. The first group, which is supposed to be the weakest group, I think that group worked harder. Now I look across the ring as they come in, and Caitlin Boyle to me looks amazing. That kid is, she looks beautiful. The horse looks exactly where he should be framed up. He's not over bridled. It looks really good. Of course, Lillie looks perfect.
Michael looks great.
Michael looks good. Sophie looks good. Yeah, this is a strong group, but again, they got to work. That's not the judges. They don't need to be leaning out of their box looking for you, hoping that let me find him. They need to cram it down their throat.
Thank you, riders. If you would come down.
Again, the same thing. I see one or two riders. I think for me, I think their stirrups are a little too long. It looks a little bit distracting.
Now, trot, please.
I like a natural bend to the leg. I don't want a straight leg.
This group looks really good, I think. They look really strong on the flat.
Yeah, this is going to be tough because this is a strong group.
Going to be tough to move up in front of them.
From up here, and we're a long way away, Lillie's stirrup leather looks twisted to me. And I know nowadays with these new stirrups, it's hard to tell, but so it's hard. But for sure, it looks. Her right stirrup looks twisted.
In front of the judges, transition to a collected trot sitting. At the outgate, show a working trot rising.
Again, we're a long way away, but I'd almost be willing to bet that stirrup leather is twisted. That's surprising, or at least it's not laying flat.
Show a collected trot sitting.
Again, I'm loving Caitlin Boyle.
Yeah, she looks
looks
right on it.
really. She came in the ring. She's got presence. Everything looks really, really good.
Spencer looks good on a horse, I think. They all look good. This is Sophie in front of us, right, on the gray.
Yeah, right here, Sophie.
We have Sydney here.
Maybe a little round. She needs to stretch up and you know, show off a little more.
Yeah.
She's naturally built for it, but don't take it for granted.
Now walk. Walk. And canter. Canter, please.
These kids are working for it.
Yeah, they are. I left out Gabriela Bassana. She looks excellent. Lillie looks good.
Out of the turn on the judge's side. Show an extended canter.
Caitlin Boyle looks like she's gotten a lot more serious in the last year. Not that she wasn't then, but
I really like how she looks.
I think last year, you know, some of the East Coast people maybe didn't know her, and she came in here maybe an underdog, and you know, this year maybe still she doesn't show a lot on the East Coast. She did come to Florida this winter, but if you look across the ring, she's
perfect.
Everything's perfect. I mean, she's with the horse. The horse is round. Sydney needs to watch her leg a little bit. It's just swinging back and forth a little bit, her inside leg that we can see.
On the counter lead, canter. Counter lead, canter.
Yeah, this is a good group.
It's going to be hard to break into this group, I think, for the other two.
I agree, except Sophie just blew it, and they didn't see her.
Oh, I didn't see it either.
She lost her counter. Oh, it's not Sophie. I'm sorry. It's Maddie Darst.
Oh.
Maddie Darst just lost the counter all the way through the turn and never got it back. But they said walk, so I think she dodged a bullet.
Okay.
Now trot, please. Show a trot.
I think Michael looks good this direction.
Yeah.
That horse is a very methodical. I think Lillie's horse looks a little strung out to me. She's obviously she's one of the best, but even her, I don't think you could take it for granted. That horse just, at times there's a loop in the rein and not really connected, in my opinion.
Show an extended trot rising. In front of the judges, transition to a collected trot sitting. At the end of the ring, show a working trot rising.
Spencer looks very tight up there. Horse looks good.
Out of the turn on the judges' side, showing collected top sitting. In front of the judges, half pass away from the rail, then back to the rail. At the end of the ring, a working trot rising.
You know, this is hard. These horses have worked so hard all week, and you know, this half pass back and forth, and you know, this is very, very hard work, which, you know, they need to. These kids need to work, but it's, you know, a lot of work on these horses, and I think this is good for these kids to have to actually work and not just, you know, have an easy flat session here.
Walk, please. Walk.
Caitlin just needs to watch her heel there where she's doing that.
I saw that.
She's just bringing her heel up. That's the only thing I can pick apart so far.
Canter, please. Now canter.
Definitely a strong group, though.
Out of the turn on the judges' side, show an extended canter. In front of the judges, transition to a collected canter. At the end of the ring, show a working canter.
You know, Spencer's hands are back in his lap. You know, he's back in his crotch too much. He's got to have a shorter rein and more elasticity through his arm. He's got a stiff arm back in his lap, and I think that's, you know, that's affecting, you know, and the horse is getting overflexed. You know, he's got to be a little softer, not so rigid. I mean, I know Lillie's the obvious choice in all these in this flat phase. We know Lillie well, and we know. But again, I keep going back to Caitlin. I think
she really does look strong.
Caitlin's very, very strong in this group, especially when you think what a strong group it is. And I mean, I keep picking her out. To me, she just looks. Every time I look across the ring at her, she just looks the part.
Right, but as you said, the obvious choice, Lillie also looks, you know, picture perfect over there.
Walk, please. Walk. Thank you, riders. Would you go to the center of the ring and line up? Group A, our final group.
Well, now we've seen our final group, and then the judges have to play with these different scores and rounds and see where they're going to fit them in and move them around. But this top group here is this is difficult.
Offering special pricing now on National Horse Show memorabilia.
So then they'll call back about 25 or so for the second round.
Yeah, I think we'll probably have 25 come back. Well, we hope you stay tuned. We're going to, after this flat phase and once they put them in order to come back, we still have another round to go. So hopefully you're going to stay tuned in. I know it's a long day here, a long day for us and a long day for these horses and riders, but we have a whole nother round to come with, 20 to 25 and, then a work off in the end. So we still have a couple hours of finals to go here. We're going to take another little break here, and we'll be back with you soon. I'm Jimmy Torano, along with Jacob Pope at the ASPCA Horsemanship National Championship at the Alltech National Horse Show.
Thank you, riders. You may head for the outgate. It will take us a few minutes here to finish readjusting our course, building the course for the final work off. So let's take a moment, stretch your legs, and visit some of our vendors. Enjoy the atmosphere here in the Alltech Arena. Well, I do have our list here for the final work-off. We have 20 riders that will come back to compete over the final work-off course. These are the riders. Number 117, Jeffrey Hessling. Number 49, Michaela Langmeyer. 102, Alexis Graves. 64, Alexandra Ledove. 83, Brittany Raflowitz. Number 44, Calvin Dobbs. 138, Allison Toffelon. Number 63, Ashton Alexander. Number 90, Lauren Tyree. 45, Charlotte Jacobs. 108, Caitlin Boyle. Number 3, Maddie Darst. Number 30, Allie Trichler. Number 37, Sydney Shulman. Number 66, Gabrielle Lozano. 145, Spencer Smith. 80, Michael Hughes. 113, Kelly Cruciani. 35, Sophie Simpson. 39, Lillie Keenan. Those are the finalists to come back for the final work-off. Once we have the course adjusted and built, we will have a 10-minute period for you to walk the course. And reminders in the final work-off, see Orlando to pick up a copy of the course. Riders, we can know the course for a 10-minute course walk. 10 minutes for you to walk the course. Well, you don't have to be a Grand Prix horse to travel like one. World Village Horse Transportation has first-class seats available for all their passengers. Visit their hospitality area, which is open till 5 p.m. every day, and find out how easy it is to let your horse travel in the ultimate luxury. World Village Horse Transportation has a farm located just 2 miles from the Kentucky Horse Park on Newtown Pike, and has been proudly serving equestrians for more than 25 years. Vans and goosenecks are ready to cover all your local and long-distance shipping needs. And with the experience and capability to handle every shipment, why call anyone else? Contact a privileged representative today. And folks, I'll direct your attention up to the video boards, and we'll give you some words from some of our sponsors.
Okay, look, if you've got the kind of job where you shower after work, then the phrase good enough ain't in your lexicon. It's just getting the job done. Doesn't get the job done anymore. You got a permit. And this is your down payment for Super Duty. It leads in the hardest working industry. Number 1 in construction, ranching, farming, mining, landscaping, forestry, you name it. This is the fun that the guys who do the toughest work depend on. Own it, baby. This is the Ford Super Duty.
As a trainer, half the time I see a problem, and the problem is not because the horse has an attitude, it's because the horse has a stomach ache or the horse has, skin problem, and you put a saddle on him and he's itchy. When their gut's happy, the horse is going to be happier. Beginning of this year, I switched my performance horse to the Life Horse Elite. I love the product. Every horse I put it on, I've seen improvement in coat, I've seen improvement in digestive process.
aspiring champion, there is always an unsung hero. The one who gets it done in the home, in the yard, or in the field. For more than 30 years, Alltech has been the unsung hero behind many of the world's top horse feeds and supplements. As the unrecognized experts in equine digestive health, we salute unsung heroes everywhere. Alltech, proudly supporting unsung heroes. He trained, ran, jumped, and literally carried people to victory. But even that may not be enough. Each year, nearly 100,000 horses in the U.S. will suffer neglect, abandonment, or a cruel premature death as they're auctioned off by the pound.
Take action for horses now at aspca.org/horse.
So we're saluting again to the ASPCA, and they would love to have you get involved to join the fight against animal cruelty. Get to know the ASPCA, stop and visit their booth here in the Alltech Arena. Founded in 1866 by Mr. Henry Berg, when he was finally fed up with the abuse of horses that were being abused on the streets of New York City, and he decided to do something about it and created a society for the prevention of cruelty to animals. And 147 years later, we are still going strong with Mr. Berg's legacy. Obviously, the focus here in the ring is on the performance of the riders, on the fences and on the flat, looking at their form, style, and ability to control their horses and answer all of the questions posed by Bobby Murphy and all of his team of horse designers. But there is another aspect that is very important, and it is the mission of the ASPCA, to instruct our riders about the welfare of horses and to instill in them a love of the horse that is already there, but to hone it and widen it to go beyond themselves, to think about not only their horse, but the condition of all horses. And that is part of what we try and instill here with the riders, both in their stables and stalls and on the road and at home. It's not just good enough to love the horses, you have to take care of them, be appropriate for all the level of requirements that they have. And our salute to the ASPCA for that wonderful mission to make more than just riders, to make horsemen. So this is just going through the course, as you saw the riders were all walking through the course, but we'll just help you all see what is coming. They will start over the lampposts. They will come towards the judges' booth, starting over fence number 1, that officer with the lampposts. Excuse me, going away from the judges. And then they will turn to the left and a half circle around across the middle of the ring, across the mountain range officer fence. They go up to the top of the ring and they come over fence number 3, which is the left-hand side of the 2 brush officers. It was number 12 in the original course. A bending line to the ASPCA signature fence, number 4. They'll come around past the in-gate and the out-gate and come straight up the quarter line, the water wheel fence number 5. Straight ahead to fence number 6. Riders, if you could wrap up your course walk, please. You're about 2 minutes away from the first course. If you could wrap up your walk, please. After the water wheel fence number 5, straight ahead to that big imposing stone pillar, which is set as a trot fence. They will trot over fence number 6. Bending line to the right for the second of the 2 brush oxers, the right-hand side of the brush oxers going away from home. Circling to the left around the top end of the ring, tight turn around and across the very tough A and B stone walls or brick walls with no standards on either side. A and B, jump number 8. They'll come around the trot fence and turn to the right and head back up along the rail across that big triple bar Swedish coaster. Fence number 9, that will be a counter canter over the Keeneland dark green fence. A counter canter there. An inside turn in front of the second B element of fence number 8. And fence 10 is our Calumet Farm skinny fence with the red eagle, red tops, and the eagles on top. From there, they turn left and circle around the top end of the ring, and fence number 11, that low triple bar fence again with no wings. Fence number 11. Down the far side for the A and the B elements, the citation fence, the single vertical on the front side, and then a oxer fence on the B element. A slight bend to the right for the final fence number 13, right in front of the end gate. So lots of questions for the riders to answer in terms of distance, pacing, and manageability of their horses for this final work-off. Our thanks to Bobby Murphy, Robert Ridley, and Susan Humes for designing this challenging course for our riders. So, riders are taking a deep breath. Let's all do it with them, and we will be underway. Here is John Franzreb.
So here we go. We're back at the Maclay National Championship at the Alltech National Horse Show. I'm Jimmy Torano with Jacob Pope, and we're going to get underway with round 2 here. We've had the first round starting early this morning, and then we did three groups on the flat, and now we're going to go into the second round. I believe we called back 20 riders, so we see the top 20 coming back, and still a testy course for these riders. And right off the bat, we're going to start with Jeffrey Hessling.
And Jeffrey is from Shelburne, Vermont, and he's aboard Sierra.
Right off the bat, you start with the Swedish Oxer the other way, and they're forcing you to go inside this time because there's no room to go around that double on the rail, so you have no choice.
That same 6 strides looked like it worked out.
And at this point in the competition, they feel like we have, the best 20 riders, so they all are capable of doing the inside, and really, as I said, there's no choice. This is difficult, what looks to be maybe a 5-stride line, and you've got to jump the Oxford land, and then right to the trot jump, and then again to the Oxer, and then this is difficult here. This is a 1 stride out of 2 skinny walls.
Nice.
And then again down to the Maclay. Oh no, I'm sorry. They're jumping the fan jump now. I talked with Robert earlier during the first round about this second round course and these walls. And originally I think his thought was to jump those walls with nothing next to him, but we talked about it a little bit, and then I see he put some bushes next to him so they wouldn't be quite so narrow.
I think so far this is extremely well done. I like how he landed the counter canter, didn't have to change to it. Held the lead there.
Yeah, that was darn good the way he...
And right to the last. Beautiful.
That was really good the way he held the lead from the triple bar over to the double. I mean, ideally, you'd like to jump that triple bar and land the right lead so you don't risk losing the lead. But
he held it perfectly.
Yeah, he did a really good job of holding the lead there.
Awesome first trip in. I mean, he didn't get to see anybody go and just executed it perfectly, I thought. So I'm pretty sure next in is supposed to be Michaela Langmeyer, who we talked about in the first flat group that went. We said that she was really one of the best in the group. Jimmy really liked the way that she got everything done so beautifully, and so now she made it back to the top 20.
Yeah, I mean, it was nice to see, we were sort of in agreement with the judges that, they moved her right up. I thought her flat work was very strong, and it's nice to see she was rewarded for it. And, as I said earlier, they have to work for it. They got to go out there and show the judges they're trying to move up, and the judges recognized it.
So here is our second of the finalists, number 49, and this is Michaela Langmeyer. Michaela from East Brandon, Connecticut, and her mount is Skyfall.
Next in right here we have Michaela, the same 6 up 1 to 2.
That's that same 7, but it's off a tighter turn here. Made it follow a little bit more.
Maybe a little bobble at the trot jump. Not a big deal, but maybe just a little bobble there. That was very difficult. She picked the spot to change to the counter lead. That was well done. That wasn't an easy place to do it. I actually thought when I saw this course, I thought they would stay inside to the gate there, and I see the footprints are all on the inside track, but she went around.
So did Jeffrey. I was actually pretty surprised, but they made it work out nicely. Another very solid round.
Yeah, maybe a little stutter at the last jump. That last distance shows up long. You need to really stay on the inside track to that. And I thought maybe just a little stutter off the ground at the last jump. But like you said, 2 good rounds starting out. Again, we're at a top 20 riders, and they're pretty much just nailing it.
Third rider in the final work-off. This is 102, Alexis Graves. Alexis from Coda Casa, California. And her course is Copperfield 39.
Got a little lost there. And
Yeah, she was going to get there in 8 strides.
Yeah. Maybe didn't quite get his eye on it.
Yeah, I think she was playing it safe, maybe thinking 7, but then she stayed out, and then she was really going to get there in 8. You know, you could maybe get by. We talked about it the other direction. You could maybe get by in 7, but 8 is too many. And then again here did 8. We've seen the 7.
Looked like maybe a little sharp when she asked to trot. She got a little ahead of him there. She rode that well. Here she chose to walk before the counter canter.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, she's out of it. You know, she just wants to, play it safe. No need to take more risks. Now she lost the counter lead. This is actually a very, very good horse. He looks like, every now and then he looks a little mouthy with this bit, and
I think so too.
Yeah, he really isn't. That's not really part of him.
I think when she asked him to trot, it was a little bit sharp. That last line gets a little long there.
Yeah, I think you really have to have a plan there. I think they were originally thinking maybe 5-1-6, and but I think it's 5-1-5. But I think as you jump out of the in and out, you really need to be thinking right, lead them right, go get the 5.
The fourth rider also comes from Golden State. Here is Alexander Ledov of Rancho Santa Fe, California, number 64.
This is another one that we particularly liked on the flat.
Yeah, this is Alex Ledov.
And I think she's the first one to make a circle before the first jump.
I actually didn't mind that. I didn't mind the 7. I actually like the 7.
And I like how she slipped inside there. That was nice.
Yeah. I don't think it's, it's not really necessary. It's not really necessary that you have to do the 6. I thought she was a little late in getting the 7 to the ASPCA wall.
Yeah.
She could have closed that up a little bit. And that was just too rough and never got the trot done.
That was well done there. I like that.
And again, this horse is getting a little mouthy. It looks like she's in some sort of snaffle. She flatted in a Pelham. And maybe, that's... Maybe this horse jumps in one bit and flats in another, but he definitely flatted in a Pelham. And now they've gone back to the snaffle, and he looks like he's just rooting a little bit. I think they're all going to be able to get the 5 done. They're all going to get there in 5. But again, I still think, Ideally, for me, I think you need to catch the triple bar a little better out of the turn so you can shape that 5 and then be in on the last 5. She caught a little bit of a dead triple bar. She had to step up in the 5, so she couldn't really be thinking about getting into the next 5. I think ideally that first 5, you want to bend it and keep coming so you're coming back the other way for that last 5.
Right, kind of meet the in and out slow so you can move up inside and already be thinking about that last 5.
Now we have Brittany Raflowitz. Yeah, I like the 7 like that.
Yeah, that was nice.
I think the 6 is not necessary. She walked that 7.
Yeah, she really put an angle on it in the turn and lined those 2 jumps up to make it a shorter distance. Met that nicely to present the trot. Well done.
You know, I think our viewers probably can't really tell, but this double out of the turn here with 2 skinny walls, I mean, they're very, very narrow, but these horses are so seasoned and so well schooled. They don't even, I mean, they jump that maybe 8-foot wall or 6-foot wall like it's a, 16 feet across instead of being 6 feet across. They're so well schooled and so well trained, these horses. Brittany caught that, like I said. That's how, unfortunately, the horse swapped.
And there.
Yeah, the horse swapped and then landed on the incorrect lead. That was a shame. She was doing it. And I actually thought when she turned the corner, I thought she was on it to the triple bar, but right as she went to leave the ground, the horse shifted right and fell out of the air and had the back rail.
She was really on it, though, I thought. I mean, most of the round, that was right on it.
Next rider from the Hoosier State to Carmel, Indiana. Here is Calvin Dobbs. Calvin rides relevant. He's number 44.
Now we have Calvin Dobbs. Again, now that we're starting to see they're all doing the 7, 1 to 2. I think that just sort of falls in place a little better. I think it just rushed to try to think you got to run up there and slice and do 6. But then he bailed there, he bailed there and did the 8. I mean, there I think you need to commit and you need to go right up there and do the 7 strides.
He looked like he was on it and then changed his mind a little bit. I like how he did that, how he held the counter canter.
He did that well. I like that. But then he was late. He was late getting that done.
Yeah.
You know what? The minute once you're jumping that oxer, you need to be thinking right. You can't land and wait for 2 to see where you are. You've got to immediately, as you're jumping the oxer, you need to get right in on the last 5.
I thought that was too bad about the ASPCA, though. You know, he was thinking 7. He was having a nice round, and I think he just second-guessed himself a little bit. But Nice round.
Yeah, and especially, he's coming in, a little bit towards the bottom. He's not in the top group, and to try to get in the work off, that has to be a 7 at this point. He's not trying to hold on to his lead. It'd be one thing if he was sitting on top. Either way, it's still 7, but it's not like he's just holding his lead. At this point, he's just trying to, he's trying to claw his way to the top somehow to get in that work off.
Here we have Ali Taflon.
And I just been saying how the 7's working out, but she did a beautiful job of doing the 6 strides there.
And slipped inside, which was brilliant. And inside here. We haven't seen that yet.
No, that's slick. And actually, she ended up catching a forward distance to that oxer, but that was beautiful. Well done. Maybe this could be the first one we see go inside to the white gate. Landed the lead.
Really nice.
Patience, patience. This is looking pretty slick.
She just has all the pieces so far. It's well done.
She's got to leg her horse out of here. Stay in 5. Stay in 5.
That was right on.
That was about it. You couldn't really do it any better than that. That was perfect.
I loved all the inside turns, and she was so smooth about it. There was nothing rough. Landed the counter canter, which was pretty slick.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, she obviously is leading the class. I don't even think that's my opinion. I think that's a fact. That was as good as you could do it.
And this is Ashton Alexander. Ashton from Ocala, Florida. And she rides her home.
Here's Ashton, who we liked in the first round. She ended up doing 8. I think that's, at this point in the competition, it's, again, we keep saying it's 6 or it's 7, but it's not 8. Not when you're talking this level. If we were, trying to get here at a show at home, maybe, but I think once we're here at this championship, I don't think that's 8 strides myself.
There's that inside again. And I think most people are doing 7 there too. I think she got 8.
Yeah, this girl's a very, very good rider.
Yeah, I liked how she did that. The flying change to the counter canter and made everything look smooth. Caught this one out of a nice canter.
She did that just right. Now she needs to leg out, stay in. That was perfect.
Right on it.
Yeah, I think Don knows that, that wasn't quite good enough to, move to the top. It's actually going to move down because she was coming in ahead of Allison, and so she'll move below her at this point.
Our next rider will be number 90. And here is Lauren Tyree from Chicago, Illinois. Lauren Ward-Wrigley.
This is who Jimmy really liked on the flat.
You know, that was hard to tell. It was coming right at us. It maybe looked a little weak, but the horse gave a good jump. So, you know, I have to assume that it was okay. And I like the horse swapped there.
Off a little bit.
You know, for me, I would, you know, a little bit like I was saying last night in the jumper class, to, you know, you got to basically do everything that the other person did, but just a little better. For me at this point, you have to do what Allison did, and you're coming in ahead of her, so you got to do exactly what she did and maybe trying to make it a little better, or at least match her. I think what Allison did, the inside turn on that natural oxer, was, you know, that was as good as it gets, and then that way you know, you don't have a lot of stride coming through that turn, and then you immediately land, and the horse is organized for the trot jump. So I don't think at this point, once you jump that Maclay, you need to go all the way around to get to that jump. I think you just need to just shave in and neaten it up a little bit. That was pretty good, you know, and I'm not judging, and I don't know the point difference in these riders. You know, for me, I still, Allie Tofflin was so good that, you know, it was spot on. You know, I love Lauren's style, her look, the horse, but, you know, again, she swapped at the one jump, maybe a little weak here and there. There were a couple places it was just, you know, maybe a little soft. We'll have to see what they see, and, you know, again, they're at a totally different view than we have. And, you know, we're only trying to commentate and sort of give a little insight of what we see here, but we're not judging the class.
So here we go now with Charlotte Jacobs.
Joining us next to the 10th rider, number 20 here in the final work-off. Number 45, Charlotte Jacobs. Charlotte from East Aurora, New York. She's mounted on Stallone ADL.
She made that work well.
Yeah, that was nice, and that's what Allie did. You know, again, and that's what I think needs to happen. You need to, at this point, I would imagine the trainers and the riders know Allie did it the best. Allie's winning. You know, again, here, this is, for me, not holding it against her, but this is playing it safe. Anybody can do this. You know, what Allie did is more difficult. And again, Allie is having to sort of dig her way out and claw her way back to the top. So, you know, Charlotte's coming in way ahead of her. So, you know, Charlotte's 3 spots ahead of her. And again, I don't know the difference in the points.
That was smooth.
That sure was smooth.
I like how she rode that.
That was good. She basically has matched Allie everything she's done aside from the one inside turn.
Right.
And that was perfect.
Caught that one so she can move up.
Now, leg and stay to the right. Stay to the right.
Walked down that.
Yep. That goes to the top for me. That was really, really well done.
There is Charlotte Jacobs.
You know, she rode the whole course. She didn't take it for granted. This horse is obviously, she can count on him all the time, but she didn't every once in a while he can get a little long, and he just does it so easy. But I thought she kept the horse together, and the whole thing looked like she was working.
Yeah.
She didn't take anything for granted that time.
This is Caitlin Boyle, and Caitlin is from Hampshire, Illinois. She's with Laredo.
Here was one of my picks from the flat. I like to round over fences also, but this was one of my picks in the flat. It looks like, that coming right at us, but it looked like she got there too deep. It looked like the horse jumped over his front end from here.
Yeah. Maybe went a little bit wide there.
And the horse maybe just got a little confused there. She tried to land after the ox with a little bit of a short release and just got a little funny at the trot jump and maybe landed on 2 leads after the trot. So the next jump was a little bit awkward.
There, she's going to try to hold it. It was well done. Just popped off at the last second.
Yeah, no matter the outcome, this girl's a very, very good rider. I don't know Caitlin very well. I know her father, and I don't see her ride a lot of different horses. But I think she's a very, very good rider.
I thought she rode that very well.
Yeah, and I think the couple little things that happened weren't really mistakes. I think the horse just maybe overreacted to her hand a little bit at the trot jump and then just landed a little still. And maybe just jumped over his front end at the Swedish right across the center of the ring.
Right. We have Maddie Darst next, who we said earlier won the Washington Equitation Finals last week.
This is Maddie Darst, Maddie from Lebanon, Ohio, and she is mounted on Soldier.
Yeah, that was a little slow and deep. It's going right away from the judges, so she might have gotten away with that.
She did 8, but that was really smooth, I thought.
Yeah, I actually was talking and didn't pay attention, but whatever it was smooth. But again, I think for this level, if she really did do 8, I think at this level, I don't think you can, have an option 6, 7, or 8. I think it can be 6 or 7, but I think 8's too many. And a little bobble at the trot jump. And in saying that from 1 to 2, it really isn't set as a line. Basically there are 2 individual jumps, sort of on the same exact line. So, the judges might be ignoring that. They might be thinking they're 2 individual jumps. We don't really care how many they do.
Yeah, just make a match.
I think that was their plan. Their plan was 6. It definitely was their plan.
She definitely stayed a little bit more in the center of the oxer to keep him maybe a little left for that 6.
Yeah, that was definitely their plan. That wasn't by accident. But I think that the trot jump from our angle, and again maybe different to the judges from our angle, I thought she had a definite bobble at the trot jump. You know, right off the bat, she flew out of the tack at the first jump. I mean, there was basically no contact between her and the horse, and definitely from our angle. Again, that's going away from the judges, but I think they could even see there was nothing touching the saddle. And here she's doing the 8 strides. You know, I think, you know, that's not something that can be ignored, you know, the way she flew out of the tack at fence 1. And then she added again here.
Maybe just playing the whole round a little safe. I don't know, maybe the first jump scared her a little bit. I like that though. And good job holding the lead there.
And that was strange. She added everywhere else, and then the last line where Stacia showed us that there could be the option with one of her kids, and she leaves it out. You know, I'm not sure if what the plan was, but she definitely she added up to that oxer for sure, and added to the ASPCA wall also.
Right. Oh, here's Sid going right in.
Is number 37, and here is another rider from the Constitution State. This is Sidney Shulman from Greenwich, Connecticut.
She showed us the 7 with the inside turn. That was nice and smooth.
And she did the 7, no problem, and she's doing
And
the
slipped
inside turn.
inside.
I mean, that again, at this level, you jump the oxer, you go get the 7. You can't wait and see what shows up. You've got to go after it.
And I like the jump that she met out of the turn. It really made the trot jump come up nicely.
And she dealt with all that really well because the horse was going to the bathroom, and she sort of lost the horse a little bit, but then I thought she dealt with it very well.
That was great. Made him land left.
Yeah, she told the horse to land left. That wasn't an accident.
But did it invisibly, I thought.
Yeah, this is really good. You know, she did the 6 in the last line, but for me, I don't mind that, but I didn't think she fit it in really the way she would have liked.
No, maybe a little late.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to do 6, you got to fit it in. For me, I thought she was a little too deep to the last jump. Not bad. I mean, I still think she's, you know, hanging right in there. But maybe just could have fit that in a little better.
I mean, like maybe it's something like in the first round, how the first line is a little forward to a little steady. Maybe they want to see the same thing. I don't know. But 5-1-6 was nice for Maddie, and Sid made it work, but maybe could have done it a little sooner.
Yeah, Maddie definitely, she read that line a little better than Sydney, in my opinion.
Our next rider is Gabrielle Massamo. Gabrielle, riding number 66. She comes from New York, New York. A wonderful town. She's riding San Remo DEL. We have 5 remaining.
That was nice. I liked that.
She got there balancing in 7.
And the inside turn.
Maybe took one funny step there. Thought about cantering, but you don't kill her for it. But just thought about it as he went to leave the ground at the trot jump. Getting a little strong. That looked maybe a little bit forced, but she's holding it together. And both of Statia's, they went around the wall, but they did 7. We've seen some that go around do 8.
Right. She caught that one so that she could move up.
She did the 6. Yeah, she did the 6. She did it correct.
Spot on. She stayed a little left and then and out and held the canter, made that 6 fit perfectly.
Here is rider number 145, against Spencer Smith from Wellington, Florida. Spencer is Lord Hickoris.
And Spencer right off the bat had a swap at the first jump. It just
Got
didn't.
a little far.
Yeah, it just didn't get there in the 7 strides. You know, and you wouldn't call it a spook because, you know, the horse has already jumped that wall. I just think it didn't quite get there, and the horse just lost his confidence.
But recovered really well.
You know, that was just a misride. You know, he never got up to that. He was very gappy and sort of assumed he was there. You know, at least the wall, he was riding up to the 7. He didn't quite get there, but at least he was riding up to it. Here at the fan jump, he just was kind of gappy and weak and didn't really step up to it.
Next up will be another Sunshine State rider, Michael Hughes from Ocala, Florida. Michael will be showing Curtis on Curtis and number 80.
That was well done. You know, the thing about this horse always gives you a good jump. He jumps up and makes a beautiful jump. But when you ride him, he doesn't jump you loose.
And going right around.
Yeah, I don't
I don't know why.
I don't understand that right now, but
Especially sitting in 4th, he wants to.
Yeah, so he's taking himself out of it with that.
Yeah.
You know, I personally think the inside turn sets up that whole line much better.
It's a shorter turn, usually meet a quieter distance, and it just makes the trot present itself a little bit.
Yeah, that was too bad. The rest of it, the rest of it was so good so far. And he changed his mind there.
Yeah.
That was just a total miss on his part. You know, he landed and he went to go get 5, and, you know, for some reason he just didn't pick up on it and changed his mind, and, you know, too deep, caught the rail. And
that is Michael Hughes.
You know, unfortunately he was, you know, a little bit at the trot jump already. He was out of it, but that was a shame. You know, the good thing for Michael is he does have another year, so it's not like this was his last shot.
Now we have Kelly Cruciati coming in.
3 to go, and first of those 3 is number 113, Kelly Cruciati. And Kelly is from Elizabeth, Colorado. She's mounted on Monterey.
I really like that ride.
She needs to slow down a little bit here. It looks like she's maybe going to lose the lead. And she put it together. And she
for a minute, it looked like it.
And this was. Yeah, I thought it was just unraveling a bit, but she's making it work.
That was well done.
Yeah, that was a very good round. Very good round. And I'm sorry, I can't remember her trainer's name from Colorado, but she's also working with Don Stewart here in Bibby Farmer Hill. So they're definitely looking like they're going to make the work off. She does have her own trainer out in Colorado, and then she does work with.
Isn't it her mom she trains with?
Yeah, it might actually be her mother, and then she works with Don a little bit here.
Yeah, I thought that was excellent.
Yeah, I thought maybe she jumped in a little slow to the walls and had to sort of gig him out a little bit, and she landed with a lot of horse, and I thought maybe she was going to lose the counter lead, but she sort of took a breath and regrouped, and everything fell into place.
Now we have the last 2 up next.
So down to the 2 now to test the final work-off phase. And our first of those 2 will be number 35.
Well, we're down to 2. We got 2 left. We've got Sophie Simpson, and then we got Lillie on top. I believe Lillie was maybe sitting in this position last year, or was she leading coming into this, or was she second?
I honestly can't remember. It was between her and Elizabeth, I remember.
Sophie from Wilmington, Florida. And her horse is Eclipse.
I think she might have been second. Pretty sure.
This horse, what he's doing today is just unbelievable. I mean, he's come out here and he's acted like he's done the finals. I mean, he's only 6 years old and he hasn't put a foot wrong.
You said this is the one you had, right?
Yeah. Yeah, that was a little rough after the Oxford.
Yeah.
You know, a little rough, landed cross cantering, and she had to get a little bit abrupt and a little bit slow and deep there. Landed cross cantering again, but she's got it. You know, I think this horse is maybe just losing his way a little bit. I think now his age is showing just a bit. You know, I thought pretty good on Sophie's part. I think, you know, being 6 years old and not knowing what he's doing, he, you know, twice he sort of lost his way. You know, here he landed in a little bit of a cross canter, and then again over here after the walls. But all in all, I thought Sophie did a good job.
So one more ride in this phase. Here is number 39 from New York City, Lillie Keenan. Lillie aboard Clearway.
I like that when Lillie, off the inside turn, she kept the canter going. You know, this big horse, she's keeping a little energy. She's not making it look boring. You know, he can get a little slow sometimes, but she's keeping it lively and, you know, keeping a little brilliance to the round.
Right. I mean, earlier you said that you thought maybe it got a little slow in places, but here she really is making it look great.
And that was perfect.
Nice.
I can't remember when I've judged this class what the rules are, if you have to work them off again or not.
I don't know what the rules are either. I mean, last year they did. They tested the top four and we switched horses, but
If she could finish this the way she started, she's the clear winner.
Clear.
You know, unless the rules say that you have to test, which could be.
I don't think you have
I know the
to.
medal you do, but I can't remember for this. We did test them, but we had people that were, you know, very close, within a point or two apart.
Right.
But she's coming in on top. Sophie was not perfect. Kelly was pretty good. Michael bobbled. Spencer bobbled. So, you know, she came in on top, and she's really holding it together. She's got basically one jump to jump.
I mean, that was just...
If the rules don't say that you have to work them off, from my view, that's the winner.
Absolutely. I mean, that was hands down picture perfect.
I mean, she's coming in on top.
Textbook, as you say.
Yep, she tested basically perfect. Nothing. She tested better than anybody in the class. So obviously they liked her. They had her in on top, so she's staying on top. So we just, you know, the judges might want to make her work for it. We'll have to see. You know, if they work for it, maybe they'll make them switch horses.
Yeah. That's always exciting.
Which I like. I have to say I like that. That's one of my favorite tests.
So we're judges conferring and deciding amongst the 20 that they saw, and certainly amongst the top riders going towards the end of the order. It is not out of ordinary custom for there to be an additional test for the riders, and we'll just wait and see what our judges' pleasure is for this group today.
You know, I just don't know if they do test. I don't know that Allison Toffon can work her way all the way up to test here. You know, she's coming back so low, and you know, but and again, Charlotte's sort of in the middle of the pack, but tested really, or this round was really, really good. So
right.
Just wondering what they could do with those. I'm guessing Sydney would be one of the ones to test. If they did, Gabriella Bassana would test. Kelly would probably test. Lillie would test.
Yeah.
So, you know, if they're going to do 4, or, you know, maybe they're going to do 6. It looks like, I'm not sure if they're moving this jump for presentation or.
Yeah, I don't know.
And our judges have decided that they have seen all they need to see.
Yeah.
All right.
I have to say I agree with that. You know, I said that before they even called it. You know, unless the rules really, really call for it, I just don't see how you lose your winner. I mean,
right.
Lillie slammed the door shut, and you know, at this point, to make her go again, I think you may lose your winner.
Right.
You know, really, what more can you ask? I don't think the other kids were close enough to her. She answered all the questions. She did all the tests.
Did it beautifully. I mean, there was nothing she could have. I don't think there was anything we could have changed there.
No, and, you know, not to say that I'm right. I mean, hey, stranger things have happened, but at this point, I think Lillie's the winner.
All right, well, I think I better head down for the presentation, but it was a pleasure commentating with all you guys, and thank you, Jimmy.
Thank you, Jacob, for joining us. Nice to have last year's final up here. Now Jacob's going to head down and do the presentation for this year's winner, and look like it's going to go to his stablemate, Lillie Keenan, I think, but I could be wrong. So we had a great class here today. I thought very well judged by Susie Humes and Robert Ridlin. I thought 2 great courses, really tested the riders, and, you know, both courses were able to be smooth and flow and, you know, nothing trappy and nothing dangerous. And I like the use of the jumps. Again, I love that gate that they used for fence 1 in the first round, and then again it was here in the second round. And you know, I think the judges made the right decision to not test them. Really no need for it, if in fact Lillie is the winner. But I hope you enjoyed the commentary, and I think we're going to sign off. Thanks for joining us. We're at the Alltech National Horse Show with the Maclay National Championship. I'm Jimmy Torano. I was with Jacob Pope, and he's down doing presentations, and hopefully you'll see me and hear me again next year, and on to the next show. Thank you.
People smile and tell me I'm lucky one, and we just begun. Think I'm gonna have a son. He will be that shooting eyes frozen down. Come say love. Sun is gonna shine bright. Even though we ain't got money, I'm so in love with the money, and everything will bring me change. In the morning when I rise, you bring a tear of joy to my eyes and tell me everything's gonna be alright. Seems as though a month ago I was better kind. Never got right. Oh, was a certain guy. Now I smile a face, a girl that shares my name. Now I feel again. This boy will never be the same. And even though we ain't got money, I'm so in love with you, honey, and everything will bring a change. In the morning when I rise, bring a tear of joy to my eyes and tell me everything's gonna be alright. Pisces, Virgo rising.
So, folks, would you salute our top 10 here to receive our Top 10 Awards 2013 Maclay National Championship here at the Alltech National Horse Show, our 130th edition. A pleasure to welcome to the ring our presenters, the president of the National Horse Show, Mr. Mason Phelps, being joined by the Senior Director of Equine Affairs for the ASPCA, Valerie Angeli. Also representing our presenting sponsor, Hatfield Saddlery, Cindy Hatfield. Also Eliza Beckwith and Joe Puglisi from our trophy committee. Mr. John Y.G. Walker III and Mr. John Y.G. Walker IV. So a wonderful collection of presenters out there, but they pale in comparison to the wonderful lineup of riders against the rail. They are the champions, and one will emerge as the lone champion for the Maclay in 2013. Okay, so we will go ahead and introduce our 10th place winner. Would you congratulate for 10th place, number 90, Lauren Tyree. And Lauren from Chicago, Illinois, She is aboard Wrigley. I'd like to recognize our trainers for Lauren Tyree, Missy Clark, and John Brennan, the team at North Run. So 10th place, Lauren Tyree. On to 9th. For 9th place, our rider comes from Palm City, Florida, Brittany Raflowitz. And Brittany is aboard Lincoln, and Brittany trains with the team at Heritage Farm. Andre Dignelling joining us, representing the 5 team at Heritage. Also, Brett Raflowitz, the father of Brittany Raflowitz. 9th place, Brittany Raflowitz on Lincoln. For 8th place, our rider comes from Wellington, Florida. 8th place will be Sophie Simpson. And Sophie rode Eclipse. And Sophie trains with North Run, Missy Clark, John Brennan, and the whole team at North Run. So lots of juggling around in the order from the original 147 down to the 30 riders at the flat phase. Again, 50% equal weight for the workover fences and for the flat phase. And then also factoring in the final work off for the top 10. So again, our congratulations for 8th place, Sophie Simpson. Moving on to 7th place. And as I said about that juggling going on, he came in 20th in the final work-off. He will finish in 7th place, Jeffrey Hessling. And Jeffrey riding Sierra, and Jeffrey training with the Heritage Farm group under the direction of Andre Dignelli. Dresser Griffith, also part of that team at Heritage, many, many times producing champions for all of the big EC classes. So Jeffrey Hessling moving up from 20th, finishing 7th. On to 6th place. And 6th place winner will come from Bronxville, New York, and it's Allison Tofelon. Allison riding Class Action and also a product of the team at Heritage Farm. So 6th place is Allison Tofelon. On to 5th, our 5th place recipient. Also from the Constitution State, Greenwich to be particular, say congratulations to Sydney Schulman. So Sydney Schulman, she made a ride on Eli and trains with Stacia Madden, Max Amaya, Krista Freundlich, and also her mother, Jill Schulman. So again, Stacia Madden herself, a product of the ASPCA Horsemanship Awards. Stacia was our winner and champion back in 1987. Fifth place, Sydney Schulman. Moving on to fourth place. From the Big Apple, New York, Gabrielle Bossano will be fourth place. Gabrielle riding San Remo VDL, also trains with Stacia Madden, Max Amaya, Krista Freundlich. And also I'd like to recognize Heather Senia, part of Stacia Madden's team. And the team from Beacon Hill, Stacia Madden, Max Amaya, Krista Freundlich, Heather Senia. Moving on to third place. Third award will go to a rider from East Aurora, New York, Charlotte Jacobs. Charlotte is aboard Stallone VDL, and Charlotte working with Missy Clark and John Brennan and the team at North Run. So third place, Charlotte Jacobs. You know, just a word here before we get to our reserve and our champion about these trainers. You know, it's a very competitive field. Each one of these riders is absolutely focused on being the best and coming out on the champion. You'll notice a lot of similarity in the names of these trainers. There's a wonderful camaraderie amongst the trainers, also the trainers that work day in, day out with these riders. And when they get to these big equitation classes and work with these top trainers, they are all equal. Each of these trainers doing their best to support each of these riders. Moving on to the reserve champion. Our reserve champion is from Elizabeth, Colorado. Congratulations to Kelly Cruciati. Kelly Cruciati from Elizabeth, Colorado. She rides Monterey. A couple of weeks ago in Harrisburg at the Pennsylvania National Horse Show, the finals for the USEF medal, 10th place finish for Kelly, and here, reserve champion in the Maclay. So Don Stewart, Derek Kenny among the training staff to produce Kelly Cruciati's reserve champion performance. And Cindy Cruciati out there for the awards as well. So reserve champion is Kelly Cruciati. Well, there's no surprise anymore, is there? There's only one left. Say congratulations, the 2013 Maclay champion, Lillie Keenan. Lillie, training with the Heritage Group, Andre Dignelli, Brady Mitchell, Elena Romand, and our champion Lillie Keenan pulling off a feat that is not very common at all. Again, a couple of weeks ago at Harrisburg at the Pennsylvania National Horse Show, the finals of the U.S. Equestrian Federation's medal, it was champion for Lillie Keenan. A double champion, not very many can accomplish that goal, and Lillie Keenan has done it in 2013. Champion here for the Maclay Horsemanship Award. A year ago, she was reserve champion. What a difference a year makes. Champion in 2013. A long list. This is the fourth time that Lillie has competed in the Maclay Championships, dating back to 2009. At a very tender age, she was 7th, moved up to 5th in 2010, up to 2nd a year ago, and there are none better in 2013 than Lillie Keenan. So we'll invite Lillie Keenan to take a victory lap around the ring. Would you celebrate the 2013 Maclay National Champion from New York City, Lillie Keenan? And Lillie, would you take the stage solo once more around for our 2013 Maclay National Champion, Lillie Keenan. Tremendous job, showing a lot of poise to handle the pressure, a lot of talent to cover these questions from our judging team and, of course, designers, Bobby Murphy, Robert Lidland, and Susie Humes. And when all is said and done, it is this young rider, Lillie Keenan, emerging as champion here today, riding into history. So as I had mentioned a few times, we recognize a lot more than just our champion rider, because we know it takes a lot more than just a rider to accomplish a championship. Part of that team is the training team, the Maclay National Championship Trainers Award, presented by the family of John Y.G. Walker Jr. in memory of Victor Hugo Vidal, the longtime voice of the National Horse Show in New York at the Garden. And again, John Y.G. Walker III and John Y.G. Walker IV along to present our Championship Trainers Award to the team from Heritage. Andre Dignelli, Krista Freundlich, Brady Mitchell, Lena Romand accepting on behalf of the full staff at Heritage. And as I said earlier, in addition to the rider and the trainer, unique among the big equitation medals is the award to perhaps the most important support of our young rider, the ones who created her, the family. The Gordon Wright Perpetual Trophy awarded to the family of our Maclay National Championship. So family members of the Keenan family, please come on in and accept your award. Would you salute perhaps the most important support, as I said, for our champion, Lillie Keenan's mother, Pam Keenan. The Gordon Wright Perpetual Trophy for the family of our Maclay National Champion, Pam Keenan, here to accept the award for the Keenan family. Presented by John Y.G. Walker III, and our congratulations to Pam Keenan. Congratulations to Lillie Keenan, the Maclay National Champion for 2013. Mason Phelps, the president of the National Horse Show, along with John Y.G. Walker III and John Y.G. Walker IV. Well, folks, thank you very, very much for joining us here at the 2013 Maclay National Championships. That will draw to a close the activities for the 130th storied edition of the National Horse Show. Our tremendous thanks to Alltech for bringing us here to Kentucky, giving us a home here at the beautiful Kentucky Horse Park in the heart of the Bluegrass Country. We thank you all very much for joining us, whether you're here at the Alltech Arena or at any one of the 61 different countries who have been tuning in around the World Wide Web, around the world. Again, we have been the #1 live stream on YouTube today, as we were last night during our Grand Prix. So thank you all very much, wherever you are, for enjoying the National Horse Show. We do wish you a very safe journey on to your next destination and the very best of luck in your next competition. Thank you for coming.